Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to another Canadian weather live stream. We are 1:30 p.m. We are going to jump into things pretty quickly here. On tap, we have storms in southern Ontario, southwest Ontario, eastern Ontario, and western Quebec. A lot of these are going to be, for the most part, non-severe or borderline severe storms, but there are some areas that do have potential. So we're going to give you guys coverage on that. I hope everybody's having a great day so far. So let's jump right into this and we'll take a look at things quickly there. So right now we do have some ongoing storms. I'm going to start with the southwest and work my way back to eastern Ontario because that's the motion of the storms right now. We are going to look from Exeter radar here and hi to everybody in the chat. I know there's a lot of people in here, so good to see everybody. And this is the motion of the storms right now. So coming through southern Ontario and southwest Ontario, I will highlight where we have some severe warnings and what we can expect later on today as far as storms go. So we do have Connor out there live streaming as well. I just need to actually adjust my audio for him. So bear with me for 1 second here. And there we go. So he can at least hear me when he's back in the stream. Okay, let's start with Sarnia area and work our way from there. So we have some storms that have made it in from Michigan. Right now, not showing any hail. Usually when we have that pink pixels, that's where we start getting into the hail on these storms. So currently just very heavy rainmakers and obviously thunderstorms with lightning associated. There is more lightning on the storm to the north in this particular two that we are looking at. Winds in here are not elevated at all for the most part, just regular winds, even probably wouldn't even hit moderate, but they have put a severe warning for this line as it's coming through all the way to the west of St. Thomas. These storms are moving at a pretty decent pace, probably 50 to 60 kilometers an hour roughly, and you can see how those have progressed through Sarnia. So they pass very quickly, heavy rain where those dark reds are, but that is all we're seeing right now out of those storms. I'm going to switch over to Buffalo radar because it's much closer. We have a storm right over Grimsby. Let's take a look at our winds in this. The leading edge of this storm, as expected, has some stronger winds in it as this pushes out. This is about 90 kilometers an hour off the surface, so this is just south of Grimsby. North of Smithville is where that cluster of heavy wind is. On the surface, you're probably 80 to 90 kilometers an hour, so these are definitely getting gusty along that QEW corridor through the Niagara Peninsula, so that's why we have our severe warning pushed out through St. Catharines and almost into Niagara Falls, and you can see how this line is pushing through. There have been a couple of pixels of pink, so there may be small hail associated with this storm. Obviously very heavy rain within that red core that you see here, and that's a pretty large one at that point. So lightning and the leading edge again having wind packed into the front of it as it moves eastward. So that's a storm definitely to pay attention to. It is heading towards St. Catharines at this point, and again moving probably 50 to 60 kilometers an hour right now. Let's move up and look at King City radar quickly. Nothing severe warned of any significance around Toronto anymore. There is a severe warning that was through Oakville and Mississauga. Those storms have moved off, and the severe thunderstorm warning has been expired on this, so no longer in effect. And again, we mostly have we have a low to the north, and so things are kind of rotating through counterclockwise as they do. And so we have some storms that have moved off through to the east, and we do have a severe warning around Peterborough area. Disregard the second Peterborough. That's a map issue. So let me just take a look at this. Right now, it was a severe warning. They still have it in place, although we are not seeing those dark reds in this storm at this time. So Daza, thank you very much for gifting out those memberships to our Sunshine Club. Really appreciate it. So we can see that originally there was a bunch of red embedded in this storm, which is that heavy precipitation, and most of it has made its way out of the storm. So that is a good indicator for those with these storms in line here. So looking good in that regards. And again, I'm thinking that most of the storms today are going to be borderline severe. If they do go severe, they're probably not going to last long, but we will monitor things as we progress through the day here. So right now you can see storms starting to make their way into the Ottawa area. They are very weak at this point, very isolated, broken up line essentially. The cluster of the meat of the storms, I should say, would be right around Tweed, coming into Caladar shortly. This is the big cluster between Peterborough, Tweed, and then to the north, it just went through Bancroft, but that's coming eastward. Right now, you can see that there's no severe thunderstorm warning. The yellow box that would have the thick yellow line, there is a watch, which is the thin line. So right now, this cluster of the storm or anything out front of it is not severe warned at this point. We do have some storms that are crossing into Quebec again. A lot of isolated initiating storms, non-severe, some heavy rain pockets, and moving probably about 60 kilometers an hour at this point. So that is what is unfolding right now through the region of Eastern Ontario. Also, obviously, Southern Ontario, we were watching. There's more potential to the south than there is here in Eastern Ontario. That's kind of how the day is shaping up at this point. So like I said, we've got Connor out there. He's gonna stick with some of these storms. We'll see if there's anything visible as far as any kind of major storm. Keisha girl, thank you very much. Always appreciate your support. I do have some cameras here that we can look at. So our weather cams, the Canadian Weather Live weather cams, let me pull some of those up. Let me take a look what I've got in play here. So bear with me for a second. So we probably have an Almont, Carleton Place, Arnprior. So let me switch over. Let's take a look at the Almont camera, and I'll bring that up, and then we'll take a look at it. Again, you can see we've upgraded Connor too. We are now running on Starlink with Connor, so our feed from him should be significantly more stable at this point. It's still not going to be 100%, but it will definitely be drastically improved at this point. So my Almont camera happens to be offline. Let's take a look what Carleton Place is showing. And let's take a look here. So this is the minor rain. I'm going to bring it up here. This is in Carleton Place. So you can see the rain here propagating through Carleton Place, but there's not a ton of wind with it. And this is just a regular shower. Again, might have some lightning associated with it, but this leading pack of storms does not really have anything there. Okay, apparently all of Almont has no power at this point, so that's why our weather cam is down in that area. Connor just updating me on that, so that explains why we have no visual there. So we're going to wait for a couple of these storms to come through. We have a camera in Perth that'll probably be one of the first, or even our Portland camera, looking at the line to the west coming through. So I'll see if Portland camera has anything on it as well. So that will give us kind of a view of what's coming. Probably a dark sky would be my guess. And yeah, down, you can see this. Basically, this is our camera down by Portland, looking over the water, and this is looking kind of west at this point. A bit of rain right now, but the heavier precip is off to the west still. So we'll switch back to these when there's a little more action, just to show you guys what you can expect as far as weather is concerned. Definitely most of Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec expect showers. You can see how broken everything is, broken up everything is, but a vast majority of the region is going to get some form of precipitation today, or across, again, Ontario and Western Quebec as this continues to move through. So let me swing back down to Southern Ontario. We have our storms moving through here along the 402 corridor. I'm just going to take a look at our winds, double check that. So we do have a bit of wind in these, but nothing too crazy. And as that storm to the north came off the water, I want you to notice that all of the red that was packed in there is starting to break up, and we've got more orange and yellow starting to show its face. So as this moves across land, I expect this to weaken a little bit. Still a lot of precipitation, and this is going to head through kind of Strathroy area, right over Petrolia, and then heading down to where have they got this? Down to Dutton, Port Stanley, St. Thomas, through London as well. And then we still have additional storms coming off Lake Huron here through Grand Bend, but these are non-severe storms at this point up to the north. Just looking at winds, a little bit of wind in there as it comes off the water, but it should be okay. And then you can see our line forming that kind of initiated to the north of London and Brantford. Again, non-severe at this point, but you have showers coming through. And then our storm going through the Niagara Peninsula has made it almost through Beamsville. It's still through Grimsby here. Let me take a look at our winds. Wind pocket has shrunk a little bit and is sticking around the Smithville area, but these winds are down to about 86 above the surface, so 65 to 75 on the surface, roughly based on height. And again, they've now taken the severe warning and pushed it all the way to Niagara on the Lake through St. Catharines, and we'll probably end up in Niagara Falls shortly if this does continue to sustain the intensity that it has. It looks possible. You can see how dark red, and as the storm is broadening out on that front end, you're seeing a little more orange in there. So this could be a sign of it losing some of its intensity, which is obviously good news for anybody out in front of it. Let's take a look here back by King City radar. Just isolated non-severe thunderstorms is what we have around the GTA to the north, Barrie, Hanover area. These are just regular thunderstorms at this point. Watching our storms leaving Peterborough. The severe warning is still considered active at this point, although I don't, again, see anything right now within this storm. There are some winds down here to the south by Campbellford. Let's just take a look here. So there are some stronger winds. This is about 7,000 feet off the ground, so that's 2 kilometers up. I would suspect on the surface you're about 70 to 85 kilometers an hour on the surface as this moves out. Because we are a little bit further away from the radar, we are reading higher wind velocities. That's normal. At the surface, they should be less. And then let's just take a look. We'll swing back around to Franktown radar, and we'll see what we have here. So again, our cluster continues to move eastward or northeastward at this point. You can see that progress. And again, as it's approaching Ottawa, a lot more yellow and green in it, so losing a little bit of intensity. But there are still pockets of heavier rain. So things are looking pretty decent. Again, I'm expecting showers for most of the region in one form or another. Hopefully the severe aspect stays further southwest, but right now our closest severe warning would be around the Peterborough area, extending how far out? This is between Havelock and Marmora. So right now that is the closest severe warning to the Eastern Ontario aspect of things. So about to come into, you can see how quickly these are moving. They're almost into Portland, Smith Falls, Perth. We have several cameras there that we're watching. Let me pull up one of them here now, and then we'll switch back to Southern Ontario, and we'll take it from there. What else? Anything bad going to hit Lanark, Ontario? No. Again, right now, today, everything looks to be borderline severe would be the best way to describe it. I think it will stay below it, but you may have a storm that or a cluster that gets above that. But right now, it would be on the very low end of severe at this point. So that's our Portland camera. You can see the precipitation has definitely picked up here as that cluster of storms is headed this way. So biggest thing you're going to see today is some small pockets of wind and then heavy precip out of some of these storms. That seems to be the biggest concern at this point based on what we're seeing. Strong winds and heavy rain for the most part, and that applies to basically Southern Ontario, as well as Eastern Ontario into Western Quebec, but we are still early. It's 1:45 in the afternoon, so lots can unfold here still at this point. So what else? Canada Lakes thundering even more. V-Baller Lefty, good to see you here as always. Rain coming down harder, and it is going to be in these pockets, so it's going to be like a on and off switch for some of you just because of how broken up that those storms are. So Susan, thank you very much for the update about rain in Canada. What else have we got here? Severe potential today for Canada, coming from Grayson, one of our loyal fans. Grayson, borderline. It is very, very borderline that anything would make it into the Ottawa area and into the far Eastern Ontario portion. And again, if it does go severe, I think it's on the very low end of things. So that's a good thing. Our Toronto Tony, good to see you in the chat as always. User saying, user I9883 here, very humid in Montreal, and there's some winds. There's some decent temperatures in there as well, about 26 degrees, I believe, right now, somewhere in that neighborhood. So, Maria, thank you very much. Really appreciate that you enjoy the broadcasts. It makes it worth all the long hours when people do appreciate what we're doing out here. So let me jump back into our storms here, and you can see our line in Southern Ontario kind of starting to form here. I'll move this out. And you can kind of see that this stretches all the way from Brantford all the way back to just southeast of Sarnia. And that line is going to march kind of east-southeast at this point. As the afternoon continues on, you can see that it's got a bit of a southerly drift on it. And right now, they have extended the severe warning all the way out past London. Let me just take a look at winds on this just to see what we've got for velocities. Winds are not strong in this. They're just, moderate. And what I mean by that, we've got some scans of 20 kilometers an hour, 30. So these are, and that's above the surface. So at the surface, they're even less. So I'm just kind of panning around here to look. These are very mild winds in it for storms, obviously lightning and heavy rain. But this line, again, is moving very quickly. So it's going to be short-lived. Let's just take a look. We do have some showers. These are non-severe showers down by Simcoe, Port Dover, and Long Point. That is all just regular showers at this point, nothing to be concerned about. Let's take a look at our winds here. They are subsiding on the leading edge a little bit because that storm widened out. And as you have that push of winds, they'll kind of come out and widen out, which weakens them. So that is a good sign. There's still strong gusts here kind of east of Smithville, but we're down to the 70s at this point. We were closer to 100 a while back. So that is good news. Obviously, still going to be gusty out front with about 60 kilometers an hour to maybe 70 right out front of it, with heavy rain all along to the south of the QEW and over the QEW from west of where are we, Vinemount, through Grimsby, Beansville, Vineland, Smithville, and moving towards again St. Catharines and heading that way. So not seeing any hail indicators on these storms, so that's the good news there. And let's take a look around Toronto GTA and north of there. We do have Barrie. There is some heavy precipitation to the north as this goes over Lake Simcoe. But again, right now, a non-severe thunderstorm at this time. We do have a line stretching northeast up to Mattawa. Let me just take a look at these storms just to show you. These are non-severe thunderstorms. They just initiated a short while ago. Some don't even have any lightning on them. So you're dealing with non-severe thunderstorms or just non-severe storms in general at this time. We'll monitor that to see whether that congeals into a bigger line of storms. So this is our picture around Ottawa. You again have quite a bit of rain throughout the region, but it is isolated and broken up somewhat. You can see this along the Highway 7 corridor where we're seeing most of that rain moving through at this point. Heavy areas of precipitation, but they are quite isolated, and there are some large gaps between these rain showers from from one, phase to another. So that is what is taking place here in Eastern Ontario. Let me just take a look here. I'm going to pause the radar. We have one coming into Portland here very shortly. The heavier rain kind of north of Highway 7 through where are we here? Snow Road Station, Dalhousie Lake, kind of west of McDonald's Corners. That is where our heaviest of rain currently finds itself on that cluster with the dark red, obviously. And then the same thing here. This is going to be by Denby. You've got some heavy rain up there. Let's take a look at our winds, actually. I wanted to double check that. Just back here, I'm going to switch over to King City radar. So right around Campbellford, folks, that is very windy when we start seeing these flesh tone colors. It is above the surface, but we've got well over 100 kilometers an hour above the surface. So you are talking probably, just looking here around Campbellford, you're probably looking at 80 to 95 kilometers an hour, maybe just closing in on that 100K mark. So you can see how these are marching somewhat northeast at this point. So they're going to head out towards Tweed and everything that's in between there. So please keep that in mind. That is the biggest concern right now on the map with these stronger winds. And these are straight line winds, but they can still do plenty of damage when we get over that 100-kilometer-hour mark. So I can hear thunder here in Kempville. Just started to kind of get a boom here where I'm located. On western Quebec side, we have some heavy precip on Otter Lake to the north near Kazabazoua, Lac Cayama. So we do have heavy precip, but again, it is moving very quickly. You can see that here, that these are traveling fast, so they won't last very long. And that is the good news as this progresses through the regions. Let me swing back down there. What else have we got? I should get an AI voice to give you a break. We avoid AI as much as humanly possible. We like to keep that human factor, but I never knew that I could speak for 12 hours or, that's some of my longest streams. It definitely, does impact my voice somewhat, but it hasn't been a problem so far. So till it becomes an issue, we'll get a backup person that can talk on the stream. That'll be the next option. So, okay. So again, we still have this line moving through Southwest Ontario. It is now, southeast of Petrolia, couple of strong pockets of heavy precip west of Strathroy on 402. Let's take a look at our winds. Winds are still not very strong in this. Again, very mild, just mostly heavy rain and lightning at this point. Not seeing any hail indicators on here, folks. So that's the good news there. And let's swing back to our other severe warning here, just to the west of St. Catharines. It's basically on the doorstep of St. Catharines, but you will notice that behind the initial line, there's a lot of orange breaking up in there. So the precip is definitely breaking up. Strong winds right now going, this is to the south of Vineland, northwest of Pelham. We do have a little bit more intensity on the winds, but we are getting closer to the surface. So these are about 70 to 80 kilometers an hour on the surface, roughly. So going to be windy within that small pocket. Again, I can show you how this has progressed here over the last few scans. So it did pick up on the last two scans a little bit. And again, heading towards Niagara Falls. And let's see here, Welland might get a little bit of precipitation, but from Welland to the north seems to be where all this precip is going to be. And again, Mississauga, Oakville, that severe warning is expired at this point. There's no longer any storms that are considered severe. We did talk about this cluster right over Lake Simcoe, still heavy precipitation, lightning in that. Let's take a look at our winds. Not anything concerning in the wind department there. And then we're back moving through Highway 7, excuse me, Highway 7 corridor through east of Peterborough, essentially. But these, again, right now, this is non-severe for our precip. Our biggest issue is the wind here. So we're going to get another scan here in about 1 minute. I'm going to watch this area. I'm just going to grab my water. That does look like our latest scan. Yes, that is our latest scan that came up. So still got a couple of small pockets of heavier winds here east of Campbellford, again maintaining over 100 kilometers an hour, but this is above the surface, so 70 to 85 kilometers an hour on the surface itself, roughly, especially where we're starting to see those darker skin tones. That indicates some strong winds in there, but it is getting farther and farther from the radar. So let's just take a look. They have not pushed the severe warning further east. So that's also a good sign. And this continues to march again towards eastern Ontario, western Quebec. Heavy rain on the Quebec side of things in Otter Lake. Still continues to go through Kazabazawa and Lac Cayama, up towards Blue Sea and Maniwaki, and this is headed that way. So you guys can see, I'm going to zoom out of here and show you what's happening here through eastern Ontario, and you can just see that a huge cluster of rain and storms making its way northeast at this point. So and then we'll go back. I'll show you what's going on. I'll just go through all the radars here just so folks can get a good picture of this. Toronto being right in the middle of our radar here. And I'll actually go full screen right now on this one just so we can see that. So this is what's developing around the GTA area and southern Ontario. You can see the activity to the northeast in eastern Ontario. And then we'll switch over to Exeter radar here. And I'll show you what's approaching from Michigan over Lake Huron and that kind of stuff. So again, you can see definitely the storms coming through, but so far they are pretty reasonable. And again, a lot of this is going to be borderline severe is the expectations based on models. Something may overperform, and that's why we're here to kind of walk you guys through it. So that's the activity that's currently ongoing throughout here. So what else? Daz is saying, yeah, we're almost at 20,000 subscribers, which is incredible considering we just crossed 10,000 2 months ago, I want to say. So it's we're blown away by the support and everybody, you know, being on board with our platform. So this is awesome. Thank you for all your support, folks. So Susan, awesome. Thank you very much for the kind words. You guys are great. I've been following Connor on his Facebook page for a couple of years and usually got much better information than on Environment Canada or the weather apps. I just joined. Thank you again for that. I'm going to switch over to one of our cameras here. This is a private weather cam network that we have deployed. If you're new here, we are trying to expand it out. Obviously, budget for buying a ton of cameras is one of the biggest factors, but it's allowing us to give you guys actual live feeds like this. Again, I'm going back to the Portland camera that's in Eastern Ontario, so you can see that it rains, then there's a break, and then there will be more rain. So that's kind of what people are up for at this point. This afternoon with these showers moving through all of these regions, whether we're talking Southern Ontario, Southwest Ontario, Eastern Ontario, and Western Quebec. It is just going to be a broken up afternoon of these smaller storms. And again, moving rather quickly is the best way to look at it. So let me just swing back out here. So the heavier precip now right into the edge of Renfrew, swinging down through, where are we here? Perth area, Lanark, Hopetown, and then making it down to Portland, where you can see this was the camera we were just looking at, and you can see that it had rain over it, and now there's no rain. And then to the west, there's definitely a bunch over Westport and throughout that area, and then eventually making its way eastward. The storms, I'm curious about this leading cluster here to the west of Perth, whether that sustains that orange and dark red colors as it moves eastward. Most of the storms have been losing a little bit of their intensity as they've approached south of Ottawa and through the Ottawa area. So I'm really curious if that's going to continue to be the case. And we, excuse me, we do have a line that just initiated to the east of Ottawa here through Clarence Rockland to the east of Castleman. So we'll watch that to see if that's going to do anything on the leading edge as this continues to march that way. So Stormy Boy asking, is everything going to pass to the west of Ottawa again? Right now, these storms are going in there, as I was mentioning. I'm curious to know whether they will sustain that intensity. Right now, it looks like they should. However, we're still several scans away from that being the case. So definitely we'll monitor it and we'll let you guys know what's going to happen here. So let me swing back down here. I'm going to wait for our next scan, which should be in about 1 minute. V-Baller Lefty saying winds have picked up in Canada area, so thank you for that update. What else? Yeah, we definitely could get close to 20,000 subs here in the next few days. Again, if you're new here, thank you for subscribing. Please make sure you do turn on notifications so you do know when we go live. We live stream here and on Facebook as well, so we cover both areas. So, okay, here is our latest update. Again, the line is well established here. A bit of a strange kind of curve to it and look to it, but that's nothing super out of the ordinary overall. Heavy rain within this. I'm barely seeing, I think I saw 1 pixel of pink. So if you did get any hail out of these storms, it would be kind of pea-sized at most based on what we're seeing here. That continues to, again, be the movement is kind of on a southeast trajectory at this point and moving rather quickly. So it should be through southwest Ontario. This is going to kind of blast through essentially. So let me just take a look. There's nothing as far as wind speeds or anything like that. I'm just trying to see. They're just saying that they're tracking a line of severe thunderstorms, obviously producing damaging wind, hail, and heavy rain. Again, I think I saw 1 pixel of pink back here on the last scan right there. So that would be by Oil Springs. So you may have had some pea-sized hail in that, but it has come out of it. To the north by Goderich, we do have some storms coming off the water. And what you'll notice is that as they're over water, they have more intensity. Once they get on land a little bit, they might lose that intensity because they're no longer over that really moist environment that's below them. So we'll see whether that sustains. I'm going to switch over here to the Niagara Peninsula, back to the west and south of this initial cluster near St. Catharines. Just regular showers at this point, folks. And coming into St. Catharines, we do have a little bit of hail indicated here near Fenwick, Pelham, small cores of hail. You're probably grape size or smaller on this. There are some brighter pinks in there, so that's indicating a bit of size. The wind has gone down on it a little bit. We are 50 to 60 kilometers an hour above the surface, so that is very good. You're going to have a little bit less at the surface at this point, but far slower than it was earlier where we were seeing some 90 or 100 kilometer hour winds close to it. So let me just take a look here. I'll move back to the Toronto area. And we'll take a look around the GTA. Still, they do have a squall warning out over Lake Simcoe here for the storm that is kind of moving east of Midhurst and Barrie. There's heavy rain in that. Not a ton of wind, folks, so that is good news. But they do have that squall warning out over the water. You don't want to get caught by that. So let's switch back over here to Franktown radar and see what our winds are doing behind this. There's some decent winds in here, and that is the closest radar. We're reading fairly high up, but by Tweed here, let me see what the distance from... So we're about 5,000 feet off the ground, but which equates to about 1.5 kilometers. But we're showing 120 kilometer hour wind gust in here, folks. So this is very windy along 7. At the surface, you're probably 100 kilometers an hour. So maybe just, I'd say 90 to 100 kilometer hour winds. So definitely windy in this line as it moves eastward. The precipitation heavy in spots. but the red is slowly working its way out of this. They have not extended the severe warning. If that wind sustains in there, I think they're going to move that severe warning further eastward, because obviously 90-kilometer-hour wind gusts matches that threshold for severe winds. So we will keep an eye on that. Heavy rain coming through Renfrew area, but very small tight band here of it stretching back to the southwest all the way down, I believe, to Denby. Yeah, that's Denby in that area. So lots going on. I'll tell you, bear with me. So this is the Portland weather cam. Remember we were showing to you earlier? Look at the precipitation here. You can barely see the other side across the water. So this is what you're expecting, is just very heavy downpour, and this is on the leading edge of it. There's still more coming this way towards the camera, I mean, but that is basically what we're expecting as some of these heavier pockets of rain come through. So live shot as we speak of that in the Portland area. My camera down in Perth right now, so I can't show you that one. This will be on its way into Smith Falls, Carleton Place, Almont, Ashton area, Innisfil, all sorts of other areas through there, but the heaviest of rain is tucked into the west of Perth. We'll see again if it does sustain that heavy precip. It does look like it might be trying to break up a little bit, but we'll monitor that. And then we obviously have a lot of isolated storms to the east of Ottawa, through Ottawa, some precip. This is moderate to light rain, and I do have a camera to compare that Portland one to in Ottawa, so let me pull it up so you guys can see that. This will be right in the Nepean area, and that'll show you the difference between the type of rain that we've got here. So let me pull it up. It's barely raining here in Nepean. So that's the difference. When you're under yellow, green, and blue, you can see that it's just a light rain shower. This is watering your garden at best. That is basically the difference there. So when you start to get into those darker oranges, reds, and then into pinks with hail, that's where the intensity picks up, folks. So up by Kazabazawa to the west of there, Danford Lake, along 301, heavy rain throughout that. This is our latest scan. So to the north, right around Blue Sea, is going to be moderate, heavy to light rain, depending where you are. West of Kazabazawa, moderate, heavy to light rain as well, and Otter Lake. And then the rest of it, we've got this cluster of a line basically east of Ottawa on the Quebec side, Montpellier, Papineauville, all through there. I do have a camera out along the Ottawa River as well, so let me see if I can get that one up just to give you guys a view. This is by Montebello and Lefebvre area, so you can see this is just on the edge of the rain, and I'll show it to you. You can see the rain on the Quebec side, which would be to the right. This camera is looking back to the west, so you can see how those hills are losing a little bit of the view there, and that's just because of the heavier rain that is over on the Quebec side. So again, very isolated showers for our region here in Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec, as this makes its way towards Montreal. Let me go back and take a look at down by Southwest Ontario. So this line seems to be reinforcing itself with that heavier precip from Woodstock all the way through Strathroy back down to almost Wallaceburg at this point. But our heavier rain is right around Strathroy, Glencoe, and let me just take a look at our winds. Winds are not bad in this at all. This is just a very heavy rainmaker with a lot of lightning on it as it's moving through the region. So Logger John, good to see you in the chat. Haven't seen you in a while here. I know we haven't been doing a lot of coverage in Eastern Ontario, so more than likely why, but always good to see you in the chat as well. So this line does continue to move southeast at this point. They have extended the severe warnings for Woodstock area. I'm just looking here on the very leading edge of this. Does have dark red here west of Woodstock, as you can see on the screen. That is a downpour, basically. That is as heavy as it gets with the rain when you get into those really dark reds. So they have extended those warnings out. Let's take a look at our storms that are going through St. Catharines, Niagara Falls. A little bit of hail on this storm indicated on radar, very heavy precipitation, and we do have some strong straight line winds out front of this. They are probably, we're getting very close to the surface, so 50 to 60 kilometers an hour, maybe up to 65 kilometers an hour on the surface. So still not meeting severe threshold, but obviously going to be a bit windy with a ton of precipitation in this, and again, maybe small pea-sized hail, and you can watch this approach the radar here and St. Catharines, Niagara Falls. That's basically what's unfolded here. Just getting a comment here. I just want to clarify. This is from Emma. Just wanted to say that you guys are under a severe thunderstorm watch, and there's a big difference between the watch and the warning. We do get that confusion a lot. It's very common, and the way we describe it for you folks is a taco watch versus a taco warning. And so a taco watch is when all the ingredients are on the counter. You can see that somebody's trying to make some tacos. That's your watch. That's your heads up that tacos might be coming along. And then when the taco arrives at your table with all the ingredients in it, that is your taco warning. It is happening at that time. So the watch is always your heads up that either severe thunderstorms are possible or a tornado is possible. They both apply the same way. The warning is all the ingredients have come together. You now got a warning. You need to take that seriously. And they're easily identifiable on our software. Again, the thick yellow lines or red lines are your warnings. And then your lighter or thinner yellow lines are just the watches. So in the Ottawa area, Eastern Ontario and Western Quebec, you guys have thunderstorm or severe thunderstorm watches at this time. So far, no warning has made it past Peterborough, and the one that is currently around Peterborough is expiring. So we don't, again, our expectations were that everything was going to be borderline on the severe side of things, but you know, one or two storms might overperform, but we'll see if that's the case. So I'm going to check one of my other cameras. So I just wanted to clarify, we get that a lot, and so the watch is always your heads up, folks. Let me pull this up. I'm going to pull one of my Smith Falls cameras up to see what it's got on it. Hopefully we'll get that in a second here just to see as the rain is approaching. And it's not coming up right now. So is it offline? Oh, there we go. Came up. I spoke bad about it. So this is as the line is approaching. So you can see right now there is no rain at this spot. But if you look on the right hand side towards the horizon, there is a ton of rain coming here. So that's the difference. You're going to see that you have a bunch of precipitation walking through, but it is calm before it makes its way there. So that is kind of what we can expect today. Throughout all the regions at this point. Just going to take a look here up by Renfrew, just to the west of Renfrew. There's a ton of rain through Balaclava, Dakar, and over to the Quebec side through Portage du Fort. You can see that update just came. So there's Renfrew is getting rain at this point, and it has widened out. So that's another thing I like showing on radars when they're tight, narrow band of precipitation, you get a lot more red in it. And as it widens out, you'll see that the red disappears out of it because the precipitation is spreading out. So again, losing a little bit of that precipitation core. I'm just going to look at winds around the area. Still got strong winds back by Tweed area, Caladar. Again, those light blues, that is strong wind. It is further from the radar, but however, it is still an area that we need to be concerned about. On the surface, 70 to 85 kilometers an hour roughly at this point. So let me kill off a couple of things here. And again, let's move around. So like I said, right now, just pockets of wind seem to be the biggest component. Right around the 401 and Napanee area does look very gusty here. We are showing 96 kilometers an hour, 102. So you can say 80 to 90 kilometers an hour around Odessa, Napanee on the 401 itself as the system moves through. You can see there's not really a storm above it. This is just winds associated with it as it's moving through. Let's squeeze back down here to southwest Ontario, and we'll continue to kind of do this back and forth. So the southwest portion of this line is still severe warned. We do have heavy rain here just to the southwest of Oil Springs. I'm going to see if there's any winds in here that are concerning. I think that might be noise here, but there's a lot of it. So there may be some strong winds right here, 80 kilometers an hour southeast of Glencoe on the leading edge as the line moves through. So at the surface, 65 to 75 kilometers an hour, probably in that neighborhood, gusting in front of it, just again to the east and southeast of Glencoe. Heavy rain still associated with all of this. About to come into London, but a lot more broken up than it was, but heavy rain still throughout that line, moving very quickly now through Woodstock area as well. But you do have a lot more of the orange and yellow and green and blue breaking up into that line, so that is good news. Just the precipitation factor is going down a little bit. This is, I bet you it's windy. I was just going to say, I guarantee you there's wind packed in behind this, just the shape of that leading edge. East of Allenburg, it looks like, just between 406 and what seems to be, what road is this? Oh, QEW. So that's the QEW heading off to Fort Erie. That about 90 kilometers an hour above the surface. So we're probably, this isn't far off the surface, so I would say 75 to 85 kilometers an hour on the surface with these winds behind. And right now, heavy rain with a little bit of hail making its way into Niagara Falls. And basically back all the way to Fonthill Pelham area, just north of Welland. As I indicated earlier, I didn't know whether Welland would get in on it, but this is blowing through. But this will be more sustained rain for that region because, again, we are moving eastward or a little bit southeast, but it's a long train of rain behind it. So this rain will last longer for those folks in that St. Catharines, Niagara Falls, Grimsby area. So definitely going to expect a lot more rain out of this than if the line just cut across. It would be a lot quicker at that point and a lot less rain. Still got our non-severe storm here over Lake Simcoe, not moving very quickly, it looks like. I'll show you guys over the last little bit. You can see it hasn't moved very far in the last hour, and there's storms that just initiating kind of over Sutton, east of Innisfil. Those, again, heavy precipitation, but non-severe storms. A couple of showers through Kawartha Lakes. And then east of Peterborough, this severe thunderstorm warning, the yellow box, has expired. They have not pushed it eastward on the Highway 7 corridor. And then this is all the rain coming in with it on the leading front of where that heavy precip is located in eastern Ontario. So let me pull up one of my cameras here. I keep going back to it because it's been a good camera, but you can see how this is progressing through there. So a lot of motion on this camera here. You can see the cloud on the top right there moving pretty quickly. A ton of rain in here. Doesn't look super windy right now, which is good news. And they just pushed that severe warning out along the Highway 7 corridor. So I'm going to get back to that and show you folks that right now. So let me switch away here. And so you can see this flashing box. This is a very large box. Severe warning coming out. I'll read what they've put up here. Environment Canada tracking a line of severe thunderstorms capable of producing strong winds and heavy rain. So there's no verbiage or wording to do with hail, which is what we kind of suspected at this point. Give me a sec here. Okay, I've got another streamer coming in as well, so I'll jump on that in a second. Rick looks to be streaming here as well. So this is where that severe thunderstorm warning went out. Again, along Highway 7 corridor through Caladar, all the way just to the west of Perth, and then north Umpa, and what else is over here? Cloyne. So that is where you've got your severe thunderstorm warning. Back to Bancroft, you have nothing to worry about. You are outside of it. And even on this last scan, I'll show you the difference. See all the red that was down here by Northbrook, Flinton, Caladar, kind of to the west of it. You'll see that completely almost disappearing out of the storm on the latest scans. So that precipitation is weakening, and as it continues to make its way northeast, pile of rain right now by Renfrew, Portage du Fort, up in that area. We definitely have some heavy rain. This is crossing over, probably going to get into Shawville, as you can see here, moving through, so we'll monitor that. But right now, that is just very heavy rain. I'm going to look at winds. Winds are not concerning at all in that storm. And then we have our other very heavy cluster of rain coming through Smith Falls, Jasper, off to Merrickville, and then kind of through Kempville, and we'll see where it ends up from there. We'll see if it does sustain again. I'm skeptical based on models and data that things will be too bad, but right now just heavy rainmaker coming into Smith Falls area through Perth, and kind of that whole corridor will be coming into Carleton Place as well, and you can see again where those dark reds are. But again, most of this is borderline severe, and that's the key for this afternoon at this point. So you can see how this is marching upwards and northeast towards the Ottawa area. Right now in Ottawa, this is garden variety showers. This is just to water your lawn and your gardens and your vegetables, that kind of thing. So nothing concerning for the Ottawa region for the most part. We do have some stronger winds tucked in behind here. I'm just going to take a look. I think this is radar. I'm looking at my Portland camera, folks, right here, and we're seeing some, by Murphy's Point, just seeing some bright blues, which does get into stronger winds, but I didn't see that on the camera, so I just want to double check. Sometimes we have a lot of radar noise in that, but wow, look at the picture. What the? Give me a sec here. I'm going to bring this up. This is right on the Portland camera. I'm just going to watch this for a second just to see the motion in this storm. There's a bit of motion in this, rapid rising motion, which is why I looked at that velocity scan right now, folks. This is, again, just Murphy's Point Provincial Park. This is where our camera is. A lot of times these are what we call SLC, scary looking clouds, because they hang below the storm. However, if you look right here, I wish on the right hand side where that island is, if you watch the clouds, they are rising very rapidly up into that storm. So this is, I'm going to watch this for a bit here, folks. It definitely has my attention and is breathing really well. So I want to make sure that nothing is trying to happen here right now. This is just indicative of rapid rising motion, which does happen with storms. Okay, the feed just cut out there a little bit, but we're also over a big body of water. So this is where you can see how those storms draw up that moisture as they're going here. So I'm going to track this for a little bit, folks, just because it is getting a little agitated, but it is rotating a little bit too. Not tightly, though, so I want to be clear about that. And I'll get back to comments and questions there. I'm just monitoring this full screen just so I can see everything that's going on. And you see that dangly bit back to the left. A lot of times that will catch people off guard where they think that something is happening. Sorry, I'm just turning the camera here. It's a little twitchy. So we can track these storms somewhat with our weather cams. So I'm just going to adjust it here. So let's watch what's going on. And I'm watching that lowering right out in front of it. So again, we do have the luxury of being able to see this live, which makes a huge difference rather than looking at radar. But this definitely has my attention, folks. This is not at the point where I'm worried about it, but it is definitely something I'm watching, and I'm, like I said, I'm sticking with this for a bit here because this is a live shot. And it's moving over the island. I'm just trying to track it on radar as well. Unfortunately, our scans on radar are every 8 minutes, which is a long period of time. As you can see, we've only been watching this for maybe 2-3 minutes, and how much it has changed significantly. But this is definitely a trying to organize a wall cloud here at this point. And I'm going to monitor this because this does have the look in quotation marks, folks. So again, just for anybody that's jumping in, this is northeast of Westport. It's around Portland. It's kind of north of Portland, heading up from Murphy's Point Provincial Park would be the best way to describe it, and towards Big Rideau Lake. We do have another camera up towards Smith Falls, so I'm going to watch this, but this is what we call an SLC. A lot of people will get kind of excited about seeing this kind of stuff, especially if you don't understand storm structure. Right now it has slowed down the rotation, so I'm feeling a little better about it for sure. I'm just going to swing the camera around a little bit, and we'll see if that, there we go. So we're still looking out over the water. We have a spider's web, it looks like, over the camera on that side, but definitely keeping an eye on this. It's definitely looking a little less organized at this point, so that is good news. So let me swing it back, and then we'll cut away from this for now. So let me come back here and I'll take a look at radar, but that definitely had my attention there for a little bit. The winds have subsided on our latest scan. So again, it is a situation where even had a little notch or hook echo on it. Interesting. I'm just looking at the radar velocity. So right now, again, coming through to Perth, heavy rain, Smith Falls, heavy rain, some winds associated in there. I'm going to monitor this from one of our other cameras as it approaches. We'll see if we get anything there. I will pull it up. So again, we're in Eastern Ontario right now through Renfrew, Shawville, area, heavy rain. The winds are basically moderate or less at this time, not concerning. The precipitation west of Ottawa is breaking up. You can see a lot more yellow, a lot less orange in it. So again, that heavy rain. Right now, our biggest cluster is between Perth, Smith Falls, down to kind of Big Rideau Lake. That is essentially where it is at this point. So I can show you that. I'm going to move back to south west Ontario. Going to bring up, this is our Smith Falls camera, and you can see the heavy rain in there. Got a raindrop, unfortunately, right on the camera lens, but very heavy precipitation associated with this coming through Perth, Smith Falls area. So let's go back here. I'm going to swing back down and we'll take a look at the Exeter radar and our storms around London area. So let's take a look at winds. Winds have subsided on the leading edge of this, which is good. A little bit gusty, but heavy rain through Glencoe, Melbourne, and then over the 402, just kind of west of London. Part of London will get very heavy rain. The other part will get less heavy rain. It looks like moderate to light, just the way that's breaking up. We've got heavy rain through kind of the southwest side of Woodstock. Again, winds are not concerning on this at all. They are just what you would expect on a regular thunderstorm. Even though those are severe warned, the winds are not exceeding the threshold, which is good news. And then we have this massive pocket of rain. Let's see what the winds are. The winds have come down a little bit, still gusty on the leading edge just to the south of Niagara Falls. And you can see how this pushes through here. And I'm watching my other camera here just in case something comes through on that screen back in the Smith Falls area. So I am paying attention to it, but this is all moving off into upstate New York, crossing at obviously Buffalo. That is what's happening on that radar. Let's swing over to King City radar. Still isolated, non-severe thunderstorms at worst in this situation. Very heavy cluster of rain here by Sutton and over to the east side of Lake Simcoe. You are going to maybe see a warning here if this pink pixel expands, or there's more of them, then we may get a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm, because that's when you're starting to get into hail. And again, this continues to move eastward at this point. You can see it's almost due east. So we'll see what happens with this cluster as it over the next couple of scans. And what else? Rick is actually blasting south at it, so let me just take a look at Rick's live stream. Hopefully it's up here. Yeah, Rick is just driving through it here. This looks like the Perth area. So we have Rick jumping in. He's got Stittsville on there because his indicator isn't working, but I'll kill that off just so it doesn't cause confusion. Bear with me for a second here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We just lost internet, didn't we? No? Oh, okay. Everything on my end is acting up. Bear with me for a second, folks. I'm going to kill that and that. I'm going to come back to the main screen. Sorry, everything froze on my computer, so I apologize for that. I don't have to look at that full screen. Okay, so again, let's take a look here along Highway 7. So right now through Smith Falls, Perth, we have very heavy precipitation on that. Just watching here for winds. There are some stronger winds to the south here, right around north of Kingston, essentially. So you can see these bright blue winds. So very windy along the 401 corridor near Napanee. We're talking probably 80 to 90 kilometers an hour on the surface, roughly, at this point. So those are definitely some strong wind gusts as this moves through. You can see that bright blue area. That is indicative of it. So still heavy rain moving through the Ottawa, Eastern Ontario area. And they did just put a severe warning for the storm I was talking about back to the west near Orillia and Barry's Bay and all that. So I'll come back to that in a second, but you can see how these storms are pushing towards Ottawa. A little bit of precipitation. The cores are going down. We're losing most of our red, which again was something that we were sort of expecting. Still showing very heavy rain through Portage du Fort, Shawville, Renfrew area, clustered in that area with those darker colors. So that's what's going on right now. Heavy rain and wind, obviously east of Caladar through Northbrook, down to Perth Road Village, with those stronger winds just north of Kingston. So please keep that in mind. And let's go back to our severe warning. So they did severe warn this storm coming off the lake and coming east, I guess. It's combining with the storm that was over the lake. So I'm just looking at that. So very heavy precipitation right now over Sutton and eastward as well. So that is why it's been severe warned. So we'll monitor that as well and keep up with it. So let's just swing back down here. And we'll go back to southwest Ontario. Sarnia about to get a bunch of heavy rain. We are still in a severe warning for that whole area. You can see this big yellow box on the southwest portion of southwest Ontario. Does not go into Windsor or all the way to the U.S. border at that very tip of southwest Ontario. And they've just updated this most likely for the storm that is incoming. So they're just saying they're tracking a line of storms kind of caught with damaging wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. So right now, about to start raining really hard in Sarnia as it comes through from the Michigan side. We still have our line now continuing to move onto the 401 corridor now southwest of London. That's where our heaviest of rain going to be in St. Thomas here very shortly. Winds are not very strong. They're moderate at best. Our next really heavy cluster of rain is right by Woodstock over the 401. Again, winds, 40 kilometers an hour, something in that neighborhood. Again, not super concerning as far as that area is concerned. And then Niagara Falls region that we're seeing here, this continues to push through to the U.S. side, and obviously quite a bit of rain packed in there with those bright red colors at this point. So a lot of stuff. As far as precipitation is concerned, there are pockets of it, and it is very broken up today. So a lot of areas just, get a heavy downpour, and a kilometer or two away gets nothing. So that's the story as far as rain and heavier winds are concerned. So we've already talked about our storm here just over Sutton and to the east. That is going to continue going east towards Kawartha Lakes, Lindsay area, and there's heavy rain over that area currently. Let me swing back here. I'm going to take a look at our line that goes up towards Mattawa area. You can see Huntsville area. There is some isolated storms there, but these are all non-severe, either thunderstorms or just regular storms with no lightning. Even around Mattawa area, non-severe as we look at that. So let's switch back to the Ottawa area and take a look. Storms as they are getting into Quebec. I'm going to switch over there. I haven't used. So you can see this is from the radar in Blainville, northwest of the island, basically, of Montreal. And you can see there's a lot of yellow, very little orange in this. These are, again, regular showers for the most part, nothing severe. We do still have a severe warning here that extends just to the west of Perth at this point. So, okay, Connor's got a beautiful photo of this. I'm assuming this is somewhere by Smith Falls area. Not sure exactly where that is, but let me pull it up here. I'll share the photo from Connor being out front of this. Let me just take a look here. And these are the storms that were coming through. Let me blow that up and share this. So this is from Connor just now over the water. I want to say this is pretty close to the Smith Falls area based on what I'm seeing here. So again, this is like more intimidating than in what it actually is. Heavy rain obviously in this, but it isn't as dangerous as it looks, let's put it that way. So Connor just updating us with that at this point, and we'll continue to watch what's going on here. Again, Shawville got most of the red on that side of it at this point of the river. There are a few pixels of red, so this is going to be moderate, heavy to light rain, and it is all non-severe rated at this point. So that is the good news there. So what else? So yeah, we definitely have some precipitation moving through. I'm going to wait for the next scan here. It's in about 1 minute, and we'll see what the update is there. So let me switch cameras here. Kill that off, go there. So yeah, Connor was, where was he? Oh, by Blanchard Hills area, just Otter Lake is where Connor took that photo from. So just to the southwest of Smith Falls at this point. So that was the view there. So here is our next update that came out just now. Again, heavy precipitation coming into Merrickville through Smith Falls, Port Elmsley, and then moving away from Perth. Perth is out of that heavier rain. However, there is this band back to the west that's coming through Westport and along there moving northeast. But the severe warning ends to the west of Perth, just so we know. It is not continuing on with the storm currently over Smith Falls at this point. So Ottawa just getting, again, a light, not even moderate rain. This would be moderate light to light rain, essentially. And then on the Quebec side, the only place I'm seeing any really heavy rain is right by the Ottawa River, Campbell's Bay, Shawville, Portage du Fort, and in that area, not even getting into Quillon at this point. So, so we're good there. Let me swing back down and we'll start this all over back again. What else have we got here? Okay, just gonna see going to check where Rick is at. Rick is on this one as well, so let me see if I've got Rick's video. Yeah, so this is Connor and Rick are roughly in the same area. Rick is between Perth and Smith Falls area, or Lombardy. Connor is just to the southwest of Lombardy, so you can see that it rains very heavy at times, and then there's gaps where there's no real rain. So again, we got a couple of chasers out there in eastern Ontario just giving us those live shots. And today I was not concerned very much as far as the severity of these storms. They were going to be borderline, and that's proving to be the case at this point. So heavy rain coming into Sarnia at this point, just on the edge of it, coming over from that Michigan side. The line in southwest Ontario, they have just put up a severe they have just put up a squall warning for the lake, for Lake Erie. So that has just gone out as well. And so let's take a look here. So our line right now coming through to the west of St. Thomas, all the way to almost Wallacestown. And you do have a pixel of pink in here, so there may be some small hail in here. This would be pea-sized hail, probably right around Iona Station or Shedden, in that area, moving again southeast towards Port Stanley. So very heavy rain. Let's take a look at our winds. A little bit of wind in here, but maybe, I was going to say we're probably registering 60 above the surface, so 40 to 50 on the surface roughly in that neighborhood. Let's switch back over to our rain along that 401 corridor. It's almost weird how the rain is following that corridor or bending that way. London just coming out of it at this point. What's going on here? Yeah. Connor's just talking about his stream, just showing that storm in eastern Ontario, so I'll switch to that. London, Ontario, heavy rain just moved through there along the 401 corridor, and then through Ingersoll and south of Woodstock. We've got a little bit of wind and heavy rain associated in there. And then our storm basically that is moving through St. Catharines. A lot of the red breaking up in here, folks, so you can see how this approached the radar. We had bright reds with some purple. That has moved off to New York, and the behind it is more orange with a little bit of red. So still going to be heavy rain in this. Some winds, but the winds have died down significantly, so that's good news. Connor's got a good view here. I'm going to bring that up of the storm tracking eastward. He's coming up to Smith Falls with it, so I'll show you guys what we've got here. Still got our severe warning here north. The radar is above me. Obviously, I'm going to zoom in here. This is around Sutton. To the east of there, there's a lot of heavy precipitation in that. Let's just take a look. Some wind, but not anything too concerning. And then we'll move back to Smith Falls in eastern Ontario. This is right over the radar, but that's Connor's view of the storm as it's approaching. We have a couple areas there, and he is again just to the southwest of Smith Falls, Port Elmsley, where we've got our cameras there. I'm going to take a look at my weather cam just to see what it's showing. It probably went out because of the heavy precip that went through there, but this is just what Connor's got on his camera on the live stream there. So you can see that this Smith Falls is just on the right-hand side of the view there. And then, so he's tracking this as it's moving through. Heavy rain on that at this point. So okay, let me switch over to the big screen just so folks can see that radar a little better. Again, this is southwest of Ottawa. Our heaviest precip is tucked in between Perth and Smith Falls at this point. Our Smith Falls camera is down right now. And that, again, might be just because they're on Starlink. I know that. So it may be just the heavy precip that's keeping it from doing anything. So, again, Connor's got a good view out there, and we'll continue to monitor that. Through Kempville, I don't think we've had anything south of Ottawa that's been anything concerning. There's very light precipitation. Again, where you're seeing all these yellow and greens, that is extremely light rain. It's when we get into these darker reds and dark oranges, and that's where you start to have that heavy precip coming in with it. I should update you guys on the winds as well. So still some strong winds by the north side of Napanee, north of Kingston, over Camden East. That was definitely getting gusty there, at 70 to 80 kilometers an hour on the surface, where these bright blues are, as this continues to move eastward at this point. So that shows you northeast track of these winds. They are, the area is shrinking down, which is good news, but we will monitor it just to make sure that nothing tries to sneak up on us. To the south, though, right along with all of this, these are non-severe storms. And a trick I always teach people on here is look for the lightning. So we have a ton of lightning here along Highway 7 corridor with this line that is marching, that stretches north and south of Highway 7 corridor. You'll see that's where all the lightning is. That's where the more severe or intense precipitation is. Same with our storm that is going through Smith Falls, Merrickville, heading through Carleton Place shortly, Almont, Mississippi Mills. But the farther northwest you go, more yellow you've got. So that is less rain by a long shot. Right now online with North Gower, Osgood, Kempville. Like I said, going through Merrickville right now and heading towards that 416 corridor is where this rain is. Currently non-severe, so I always want to make sure I'm clear about that. These are currently not severe warned. They are right on that edge. And again, we'll see if they throw out a warning for this, but right now they're almost literally, this happens so often on the stream where I'm talking about it and then the warning comes out. So again, just due to the volume of rain coming out of this storm with some wind associated with it, they have thrown a severe warning all the way out. This covers up to Almont, just to the southeast or southern portion of Arnprior through Mississippi Mills. But the heaviest precip is tucked in along Highway 7 here. You can see those bright reds. That is where you need to be kind of paying attention to this storm, just with that heavy rain moving northeast. So to the northwest, it's not severe at any point. Like Carleton Place won't be severe. I don't think. There may be a little bit of wind there, but it is not going to be severe as far as rain. I'm just going to pull up our Carleton Place camera. Bear with me for 1 second, and we still have Connor streaming out there as well. I do have Rick live streaming possibly as well. He's just sitting and watching right now. So we've got his live stream on the bottom center left there. And I'm just trying to pull up one of our cameras there in Carleton Place just to see what that looks like, to give you guys an idea. Okay. Okay. So this is Carleton Place right now. This is the more northwest or northern portion of the line that we're talking about. And you can see there's not barely any wind. And these are just regular rain showers at this point. Raindrop just landed on the camera, so it blurred it a little bit. But that's what you can expect on the northern end of the line that we're looking at. It's, again, right over Smith Falls, Port Elmsley, into Merrickville. That is where our heaviest of rain will be. And they have just updated the warning, so let me read it out to you guys. 2:43 p.m. Environment Canada tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing strong wind, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. Thunderstorm location is just to the east of Perth, moving northeast at 55 kilometers an hour. So these are moving fairly quickly. The maximum value on hazards right now, based on things, is 90 kilometer hour winds. That doesn't mean it's happening. It's just saying that's the maximum possibilities. Quarter-size hail and locally heavy rainfall, with up to 50 millimeters in being possible. Locations in the path: Perth is already through it, Rideau Ferry, Smith Falls, Franktown, Merrickville, and North Gower. That's what they're naming out here. So that is for Eastern Ontario. And again, our area of concentration for that heavy rain is right in here. That was our scan 6 minutes ago, and it is moving northeast, and it is mostly for the rain. There isn't very strong wind in there, so that is good news. It's just to do with that heavy precipitation essentially. So let me flip this out and we'll go back to the southwest here and just take a look at what's going on in southwest Ontario. So rain moving through Sarnia. This definitely looks a lot weaker than it did. This is moderate heavy to light rain in there. They are putting a severe warning out for it, but that isn't too, wow, we got Jenga puzzle pieces going on here. Let me switch over to the Canadian radar and we'll take a look at St. Thomas. So again, we still have that very heavy rain in the St. Thomas area back to the southwest. A little bit of wind on the leading edge, and this continues to march southeastward. So I'll show you that. Let me zoom out and I'll show you how this line is progressing. So this is quickly heading towards Lake Erie and will continue in that general direction at this time. So just a very narrow band of very heavy rain and moderate winds starting to thunder here in Kemptville. So I'll take a look at my camera there. I don't think I'm expecting much in the eastern Ontario area. So very heavy rain through St. Thomas right now. Let me just switch over to winds. Moderate to light winds in this 401 corridor just to the east and southeast of London. Heavy precip in there around Dorchester, then Ingersoll, and then moving eastward kind of southeast of Woodstock. Let's just take a look. I was going to say, based on that, I think there's some winds in here. So a little bit of elevated winds, strength here by Norwich, 70 kilometers an hour above the surface. So probably 50 to 60, maybe 65 at the surface for winds. So still not really strong, but definitely gusty and windy at that point. So just pay attention to it. And then we have our last warning here around Niagara Falls area. You can see that there's still very heavy rain in pockets, but it is breaking up. The wind isn't too bad on this either, so that is good news. On the northern shore of Lake Erie, there may be some stronger winds as this whole system moves through, and back through Cayuga, that is just a non-severe thunderstorm at this point. Let me swing back to Exeter radar. Do have some rain here over Clinton, Seaforth, coming over Lake Huron. The winds are not very strong, but some pockets of heavier precip north of the Exeter radar, which is back to the southwest of this. So still showing that. We will watch the cluster coming over Lake Huron here from Harbor Beach into Goderich. That is heading eastward as well. So we'll pay attention to it as it does come through. Right now we have heavy precip stretching from essentially, where are we here? Cookstown, south of Innisfil, all the way across towards Highway 7, Kawartha Lakes, Lindsay area. You can see those heavy rains at this time. So let me just switch over. I'm going to take a look at Rick's camera here. Rick's out in front of it right now. This is the storm. Let me just take a look. This is in eastern Ontario, so he is right by Big Fish Bay on Lower Rideau Lake, it looks like. So that is the system as it's moving through there. I'm going to keep an eye on Connor's camera as well, just to see what he's got. But back to our Kawartha Lakes, Lindsay area, back all the way to, what was it, Cookstown. Very heavy rain pockets in there. Going to take a look at our winds. Winds are not bad in this again. That doesn't seem to be the case today, and that will continue eastward. So that, let me see if that's going to go northeast. Veronica, thanks for subscribing to the Sunshine Club, one of my moderators. So thank you. Okay, so you can see the motion here. This is moving eastward, essentially. Kara, thank you very much for the 20 stars. Really appreciate the support there. And let's just take a look here. And then we're going to go along the Highway 7 corridor just to see whether we have things are breaking up quite a bit. Look at how little red there is in all this precipitation. We still do have strong winds through Camden East. Veronica, thanks for donating 5 of those memberships to the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate that as well. Camden East, Perth Road Village, definitely some strong winds in there, probably 70 to 80 kilometers an hour on the surface. And then we're looking at our rain. So the brightest spot of rain here by Smith Falls is where we're seeing that cluster. Dark reds, a little bit of wind in there. Let me just take a look at our camera out that way. Yeah, Smith Falls. Pull that up. Let's take a look. So again, and this continues to move northeast. It's going to come into Kempville very soon. It just went through Merrickville, heading off to Osgood, Northgower. I think north side, Manotick may just get moderate rain at most. It is all tucked in down here where we've got those bright reds continuing to move northeast at this time. So definitely some low-hanging clouds based on some of the reports I'm seeing here from our chasers right now. Just obviously these are what we call SLC clouds, scary-looking clouds. You can just see the backside of this. Again, I'll bring this up and share it with you guys. This is a photo from Rick, just southwest of Smith Falls. But you can see the clouds are almost down to the ground, which obviously a lot of times will freak people out, but it's nothing to worry about. Again, these storms are losing their intensity for the most part, so that is good news. Connor definitely has a good view here. Let me just take a look. It looks like he's showing somewhere around the Perth area. So Connor is right now just southeast of Smith Falls. Oh, I recognize actually where that is. Anyways, that's the line as it's approaching, so it does look menacing, but it isn't as dangerous as it looks. I continue to say that because obviously we are trying to turn the temperature down for folks when we do our reporting rather than scaring folks. There's not any reason to be too worried about this at this time. Again, we are borderline severe on most of the vast majority of what we're seeing here. Rumbling starting to happen in Kempville area. So if you're anywhere out in front of this line, you're obviously going to have a lot of lightning and thunder, but again, it's got more bark than bite. And I'll show you, this is right outside my studios. This is where the rain just picked up. What I do want to point out on this is look at the trees. They're barely moving. So there's not a lot of wind associated with it, and this is just a thunderstorm at this point. Again, I would say borderline severe at best, and that would be maybe stretching it a little bit there. So again, Eastern Ontario, definitely the pocket is right by Smith Falls, and we'll see how this looks over the next few scans, but we're starting to see a reduction in the precipitation core. You can see that by Almont, Carlton Place, Mississippi Mills, a lot of yellow, a lot of green, and on the Quebec side, not a lot. That scared me. Lightning just struck really close to my house. I don't know if that was on the camera or not. I don't have it up on the feed, but definitely getting a close lightning strike there at this point. So let's switch back over here, see what's happening around the Sarnia area, and kind of take it from there. So a little storm moving southeast of Sarnia. It is severe warned. A little bit of heavy precipitation in that with some lightning. That is the biggest component I can see there. And then our line heading for the north shore of Lake Erie, right south of Dutton over Port Stanley. It is now east of St. Thomas going towards Elmer. We do have a bit of wind in here, but nothing concerning, just mostly heavy rain. And then just north of the 401 corridor by Dorchester and Ingersoll, you can see these bright reds. That's where you're going to have that heavy precip. Still got a bit of wind out here by Norwich. That is just a pocket of heavier wind, maybe 70 kilometers an hour above the surface. So 60, maybe 50 to 65 kilometers an hour on the surface there. Another lightning strike on my camera. I just just saw that out of the corner of my eye. And again, this is moving east, southeast at this point. Let's take a look back up here by Stratford, Stratford area to the north, heavy rain, and then coming through Moncton, a bunch of heavy precipitation. Let's take a look at our winds. Little bit of wind, but very moderate to light wind for the most part off of this, so should not be an issue. Cayuga, very heavy rain coming just to the north of Cayuga. And then let's take a look back at our Niagara Peninsula and go through that. So this is definitely breaking up quite a bit on the precipitation side of things. Still pockets of moderate heavy rain, but a lot of the red is starting to filter its way out of it. We're seeing a lot more yellow and orange and green, which again, still reducing your precipitation. Just want to show what's coming through Kemptville here. You can see how heavy the downpour is here, but still no wind. So that is the good news, is that there's not a lot of wind associated with this right now. That can change quickly, and that is in the Kemptville area south of Ottawa. Let's take a look here by Innisfil and north or east of Cookstown. Pockets of heavy precipitation. It is severe warned, so this line is severe warned through here. Let's take a look. Winds do not look bad. They look moderate to light at this point. So, and it's heavy rain all the way through Kawartha Lakes, and then eastward from there. Storm kind of northeast of Orillia that's trying to get going here. Heavy rainmaker, but non-severe as it stands. Let's take a look further north. Just isolated, non-severe thunderstorms or just storms through kind of north of North Bay and to the western Quebec side of things around the North Bay area. So right now unfolding very well. And we can see the line behind our initial storms by Smith Falls area definitely has a lot more yellow, a lot more orange starting to show up in there. There are winds packed in behind this line, again, around Perth Road Village, Sydenham. There are some strong wind gusts in there, 70 to 80 kilometers an hour, probably on the surface roughly. So, but as this approaches Ottawa, you're starting to see that this is losing a little bit of its intensity as it comes towards Ottawa. Most of the showers moving into the nation's capital have been light at most at this point. We'll see if the orange colors still sustain, which is that heavier rain into the nation's capital. But I suspect this will all go south of there, again through Osgoode, Manotick, Kemptville. That is where the weather cam that I was showing you guys for Kemptville is, and it's not even into the very heavy rain. So just expect a good rain shower at this point. Northwest of Ottawa, there's not much to speak about on the western Quebec side of things. These are just showers. You'll notice there's no lightning, folks. That is one of the biggest or easiest ways you can tell whether you have anything to worry about. These are just non-severe storms at this point. They're not even thunderstorms. We have one lightning strike showing here north of Papineauville, 3 when we zoom in, but that is what the story is this afternoon. So nothing making its way into Montreal yet at this point. So obviously it's only 3 p.m. in the afternoon, still a lot of day left, but once this initial round is through the area, I think we're pretty much done with the severity aspect of it. So what's happening down here? A little bit of rotation, but nothing to be concerned about. It's outside of the storm right now, so we're going to keep an eye on that. So what else have we got here? Getting Lunabella, good to see you in the chat. Thunder in Mont Sainte Marie. So we've got this back line here. Grayson just making a comment about the back line, trying to catch up with the leading line here. So this is the back line, and obviously this is our cluster of a storm right here. So we'll see if this line catches up and interferes with the storms out front or enhances it. It can be what they call a nudger sometimes. So we'll take a look at that. But overall, again, pretty good at this point. We'll see if the severe gets pushed into the Ottawa area, and I'm still in this area is where that heavy rain is, and that's what's triggering the severe. It should go south of Ottawa at this point, so we'll continue to monitor that and update you folks on it. So let me just swing back over here, and we'll switch over. We got a lot of isolated storms coming over from Michigan side of things. So just checking my comments here. Still raining very heavily in the Kemptville area as this moves through, but so far not a lot of wind to speak of. So we will review what's going on here. Okay, lightning that was near my place was right by the Rideau Provincial Park, across from it, which is not far from me at all. So Connor's stuck because I know where Connor is. He's stuck for a bridge. There's a few swear words going on. He's waiting for a boat to cross here, and this is where is this? This is Kilmarnock. There's a canal there, so he's kind of stuck waiting for this boat to cross over through the canal there. Frustrations of storm chasing sometimes. Rain definitely picking up in Kemptville area. The lightning so far has kind of subsided. It only seems to be on the leading edge of the storms in eastern Ontario. We'll continue to watch that. Okay, coming through St. Thomas is out of the rain at this point. Line has to the south of it has made it out over Lake Erie. That's where the heavier rain is. Near Elmer to Port Bruce, moderate heavy to light rain as that moves through quickly. And then our heavy precipitation kind of to the east of, south of Ingersoll, right around it, along that 401 corridor. And then we have 1 pixel of pink here, or 2 pixels of pink, kind of east of Ingersoll. So there could be some small hail in this precipitation core south of Woodstock, and it continues to move southeast at this point. So maybe a little bit of pea-sized hail in there heading towards Norwich, and then that will eventually go towards Waterford, Simcoe, Port Dover, and off to the shores of Lake Erie. And then let's take a look at our storm here that is kind of now hugging the QEW corridor from Beamsville, St. Catharines up to Niagara-on-the-Lake. Moderate heavy to light rain in there. Winds are very light in that, not too concerning. And let's just take a look back here as our storms come off Lake Huron. North of Stratford, a bit of heavy precipitation in pockets here. Wind not too concerning with any of those storms, and we still have a cluster coming across the lake. Again, that will end up in Goderich, but right now we'll see what it looks like when it gets across the water. And it may sustain its intensity while it's over that big moist body of water, but once it gets on land, it may lose a little bit of it here. A bit of a heavy downpour by Fergus over to Erin, just kind of to the northwest of Georgetown. Not any concerning winds in there. And then we have our cluster here to the north of Newmarket. Let me just zoom in here. And that's over Keswick and Sutton, and then eastward from there, almost all the way into Kawartha Lakes. Most of that is heavy precipitation with some lightning. It is severe warned right now by Environment Canada, but the biggest thing I see here is just heavy downpour. And then let's take a look to the north. Right now, nothing out that way, and then we are back to eastern Ontario at this point. So heavy downpour in Portland area, I bet. Again, I've got a camera down there. I actually have a camera here by Mallory Town. I'm going to take a look at the southern end of this, so bear with me for a sec. It looks like Connor's still stuck. Oh, his stream is frozen for some reason. This is down by Mallory Town, the southern tip of this. So south of Athens, we've got a camera that I'm zoomed into here. I'll share that. That is the view currently. So I don't even think it's raining down there. And I don't expect a lot of rain with that southern tip, but it is moving quickly. So that's just a view from our Mallory Town camera there. Let's take a look at a couple more cameras. I'm going to see if my Smith Falls one will come back up. With that heavy rain moving through. Connor looks to be rolling again somewhat, but he's caught by the storm, which is going to make it hard for him to get out in front of it. So this is the rain right now over our Smith Falls camera, so I can give you guys an idea of what that looks like. So in that orange and red, you've got just heavy precip. It's struggling to give us a feed right now because it is frozen, but you can see visibility is reduced drastically at this point. So that is what's going on with the rain in that area around Smith Falls. And then the heavy rain is now northeast of Smith Falls, heading along Highway 4, County Road 4 there, through the Smith Falls Airport, and then along through Marlborough Forest, and that is now reaching Northgower, Richmond, Manotick. Let's take a look. We do have a camera in the Manotick area, so I can pull that up. And we're looking pretty good, folks, for the most part. Just heavy rain seems to be the biggest component. You saw on my Kempville camera that it was not, there was a ton of rain, but it wasn't windy at all. So let me pull up my camera in Manotick here. Bear with me, get my controls. And you can see here, this is our Manotick camera. And if I turn it back to the west here, not a lot of wind. Again, the trees are barely moving. So this is, again, just a lot of heavy precipitation. Just saw a lightning strike, it looks like. But that is the biggest component. So those, you don't need to worry about these storms. They are not currently dangerous in the traditional sense of the word. Heavy rain, but that is seems to be the biggest component. Obviously, lightning is always the case as far as being dangerous. Lightning can strike just about anywhere, so always pay attention to lightning strikes here. So again, everything around the Ottawa area, a lot of yellow and green, so that is good news. Our only area of concentration is obviously to the south west of Ottawa through Osgood, Kempville down to Smith Falls, and then heavy rain through Perth again, and Smith Falls coming back in there with this line getting organized. So Jeff, good to see you in the chat, just saying potential hail core forming on our storms here by Kawartha Lakes. We'll keep an eye on that, which is close to the radar, so we'll pay attention to see if that's the case. Thanks for the heads up, Jeff, as always. What else? Getting some comments here. What have we got here? Not sure if the heavier stuff will make it into Canada Lakes at this point, just because it is breaking up the way it's heading out that way. Okay, Rick just about had a lightning strike right in front of him. Says he has to change his shorts for his live feed. So he's in Smith Falls area, I believe, here, just sitting there. So heavy rain in the Smith Falls area as well. So they just, what did they do here? They shrunk back the severe warning. Let me just take a look here. 3:09 p.m. Tracking a line of severe thunderstorms that are capable of producing strong wind and heavy rain. And that would be, again, for Highway 7, where you see this dark red area back to the west of Perth, stretching up towards McDonald's Corners. That is the heavy precipitation core. And then obviously stretching from Athens all the way up through here. That's another heavy precipitation core that is coming through the region. So again, mostly just heavy rain with lightning. The wind so far has played fairly well. We still have some heavier winds to the south of Westport through Frontenac Provincial Park. That area has been consistent with those stronger winds. That is probably 70 to 80 kilometers an hour on the surface at this time. So let me just take a look. Let me switch over to the Montreal radar, and it almost looks like there's a storm shield in place here. You can see how they're just dying off as they're getting close to Montreal area. So storms are basically doing nothing in Montreal and kind of to the Ontario border. And only north of Ottawa do we see any kind of real storm activity. And again, it's non-severe and most of it is moderate to light rain. So that is all good news. And we'll take a look here. So they just pushed the severe thunderstorm warning out to the Ottawa area. But right now, let me just see how this is tracking. And I'm going to see where this is headed for you folks. So our severe side of things right now would just kind of be at best through that line. Everything south of here, that's where the heavy precipitation is going to be. Anything to the north here is absolutely not even worth worrying about or wasting our breath on. So it is all to do with this particular area of the storm where you see that orange circle. That is where the heavy rain right now is. Our winds in there are not strong at this point or not concerning. Let's just back that out and we'll take a look. And now the line is organizing itself together here where we've got the back storms have slammed into the front and they've kind of connected here through northeast of Smith Falls. So again, heavy rain is the biggest thing that we're seeing through this, and we'll watch this closely at this time. But I suspect most of the heaviest of precip will be just to the south of Ottawa at this point. So again, we've got several cameras we can look at. Let me switch over to Manitic camera and see what that looks like right now with the heavier rain making its way through there. It looks like Connor won't be able to catch up to this line. It is just moving too quickly at this point. And when he got caught with the bridge opening, that definitely ended his chase at this point. So Connor probably out of it at this point. Let's take a look. This is our live shot from Manitic area, and you can see again not a lot of wind, and that's the thing I'm trying to show people. There's not a ton of wind with this. This is just heavy rain at best and some lightning strikes. So we are just talking borderline severe at most with the system as it moves through. So let's switch back down to southern Ontario and we'll go from there and just keep up with things as they progress here. So storms right now, the storms by Petrolia, that's the strongest part of the storm or storms in that area. And it is, again, it's borderline severe at best. Heavy rain in this with some lightning as that continues to move eastward. Our storm's moving out over Lake Erie. You can see that's all over the water at this point. So there is a squall warning out for the entire Lake Erie region on the Canadian side because of these storms moving through. Very heavy precipitation as that moves out over the water. I expect the winds to pick up on this because it'll be somewhat unimpeded and continuing to move southeast, but that is moving out over open water. Heavy rain from Ingersoll to Norwich over to the just north of Waterford. Let's take a look at our winds in here. Moderate to light winds with it. Heavy rain where you see that dark red band. Behind it, not as much, but it's still got a decent amount of rain in the core of that storm. Let me switch over to St. Catharines and Niagara Falls area. A little bit of hail showing up here around Thorold, and it just disappeared on that last scan. Our US radar updates every 3 minutes, so it's very quick. Let's take a look at our wind velocities here. Again, nothing concerning on our winds at this point. This is moving eastward. It's almost through St. Catharines at this point. Back to the west, there'll be a very large gap by the looks of it. And the heavier rain is going to move through just to the north of Niagara Falls and cross over into New York at this point. So that is what's underway for the peninsula. Excuse me. Okay, let me zoom back out here. More storms happening back here through kind of southern Ontario, but again, for the most part, non-severe. The line that has moved away from Goderich and moving eastward, you can see that right now, right in the center of your screen. There are some pockets of heavier rain, but these are non-severe storms at this time. We are watching our cluster coming over that will be into Goderich shortly. There are some heavier pockets of moderate heavy rain in there, but we'll see if that sustains once it gets on shore. That is going to be the key there. So what else have we got here? So a couple of heavy precipitation cores north of Guelph, around Arthur, and then east of Fergus. Let me just take a look. Winds are nothing concerning in that area. And then let's take a look at our storm here by, this looks like it's breaking up. There's a lot less red in this. I'll show you what I mean. When you start to, so you can see how dark red everything was here. And now you're seeing that there's a lot of green and orange, and this is dying off. The whole line basically looks to be dying off from basically roughly Bradford all the way through Keswick east, all the way to Kawartha Lakes. That is dying off at this point. So still going to have heavy rain in pockets, but that is completely weakening as we speak. Let me just take a look at some winds. Winds are not concerning in that either. So that will be a non-severe storm. Oh, perfect. You Mac me. Thank you. Glad you got your decal in the mail. Just got drenched buying groceries. That's no fun. And you're, so sorry to hear that, but I'm glad to hear you got your Canadian Weather Live decal. If anybody is looking for anything, I'm just going to bring this up quickly. I haven't really shown this. This is where you can reach us on social media. Email address, canadianweatherlive@gmail.com. Facebook, we do have a merch store, cwlstore.ca, where we do have decals. We have mugs, shirts, tank tops, so you can check stuff out there. You get something nice and it helps support the platform. So also YouTube, Instagram, and X, we've got some things here. So give me 1 second. Yeah, okay. Mark just sent me a message, and I'm going to switch over to Eastern Ontario because that storm line behind is interacting with, oh, here we go. Okay, so we do have our severe warned storms here. Give me 1 second. Just taking a look at this. Just north of Kemptville. I just want to watch what's happening here. Switch over. Thank you very much for another donation, you Mac me. I again appreciate it very much. We are watching what's happening here with our winds wrapping around as far as our cluster of storms here by north of Kemptville and through the Smith Falls area. So we're going to watch that closely. Heavy rain through that area as well. Stronger winds making it into Portland right now as well shortly. So bear in mind on that, but we are going to watch what unfolds here. I'm just watching my radar scans here. So yeah, it's drawing it in there. So Connor's trying to get back in front of this line as well, so we'll see what happens, but we are monitoring things. Let me kill off my drawing here. That was just to show where the more severe stuff is going to be. Again, Ottawa has dodged most of it for the afternoon so far. We will continue to watch to see if that's going to be the case. And I'm going to switch over here to another camera. Bear with me for 1 second. This is obviously the cluster of the most severe weather that we have right now in Eastern Ontario, even on the board for the most part. So we are paying attention to this. I'm watching my camera here just to, I've got a visual on this storm from my house where we've got just watching this wrap in here on this last few scans. So definitely going to watch this closely. And we'll see what our next scan shows here. So this continues to move through Greeley onto Russell with that more moderate to light rain. And the red cluster again right now is over the Marlborough Forest there, just to the west of North Gower. So we're going to watch that to see what takes place here. And some stronger winds in there, but still not super concerning as far as that's concerned. Just going to watch to see if Connor can get out in front of this thing. Yeah, I see where Connor is. I see where Rick is. Everybody's trying to chase down this storm. Obviously, heavy rain over the 416 right now. We can see there's quite a bit of a slowdown on Google Maps around the North Gower area just because there's a ton of rain associated with this. So again, heading just to the south of our nation's capital, it may just catch the southern end of that. So that's basically what we've got going on right now. And let's take a look here. Heavy rain coming through here. Bear with me. I've also got a camera from the south here. Veronica was just mentioning something to me, so let me see if I can connect to one of our other weather cams. It's shaking a lot again today, but this is from the Port of Johnstown. So this is our GG's Tree Care weather cam, looking almost due north of at all the precipitation happening to the north of this. And it right now is down by the Seaway. So this is again by Prescott, Johnstown area. Not seeing a whole lot on that camera right now. It is much further south than most of our storms at this point. So just going to continue monitoring our storm here, just coming into again Manotick, Osgood, through Smith Falls, Merrickville, and into Metcalfe. And again, I think most of the heavier precip is going to stay just south of Ottawa, but we'll see on the next scan here very shortly. We're 6 minutes in. I'm going to wait for our next scan without switching here, and we'll continue on. So what else is here? Oh, hey Lee, good to see you in the chat. What else is going on here? Yes, rotation in storms is normal to a certain extent. I haven't mentioned that today, but we do expect every storm, or most storms, I should say, will have some form of rotation. It's where it's rotating, how quickly it's rotating, and how tightly it's rotating that are always the key that you need to watch for on a storm system there. So that is always the heads up that we look for if we're going to call for anything concerning at this point. So Teresa Bell saying lots of thunder and slowly the rain is letting up in Niagara on the lake. So just on the very northeast portion of the Niagara Peninsula by New York there. So that is good news that is mostly moving out of the region at this point. And we'll see what's going on. Hail north. Wait a minute. I just got to... Yeah, there may be a tiny bit of hail up here north of North Gower. We'll see. That's by Manderley Golf and Country Club. So there's a couple of pixels of pink in there. So if you're out, you definitely should not be out on the golf course at this point anyways, because this storm is got lightning in it. That's just asking to get schmucked by a lightning bolt. Okay, so this next scan, I'm going to show you the difference of what we're talking about. Looking at our winds here. The red that was in the previous scan, I want to see how much red there is right here in this image. And then if you look at the next jump, there's a bunch of red that has come out of it. So this precipitation core is going down a little bit, but it is going to continue having heavy rain at this point. It sounds like the wind has picked up a little bit here in Kempville, so I'll show you guys that. This is the rain that you can expect out of that storm. A little bit of wind is associated with it, starting to pick up on this southern cluster as this kind of went through a transition where that western line slammed into the the leading storm essentially. So again, but nothing bad. That is the whole point, that it's nothing bad at this time. So let me switch back here. Going to take a look what's going on further out on the western Quebec side. We are very good. This is just regular showers at this point, nothing to be concerned about. So let's go back to southwest Ontario. I'm going to try and jump around here. Let's take a look from our US radar. Moderate to moderate heavy rain, but this again is very borderline, folks, being severe. Not concerned about those storms from a danger aspect. Everything out over the water by Port Stanley, that is on the water. And then we have a lot of rain from Ingersoll all the way to Waterford. But again, I believe, let me switch over here. I think we've lost, see how red everything was on our scan here between Ingersoll and Waterford. And over the last two scans, there's a lot more yellow, green, orange in here. So again, precipitation core going down on this cluster just south of Brantford. And then Niagara Falls area. Yeah, almost all the rain has made it out of there. We are just to the east of Niagara Falls, and through Niagara Falls itself is where that heavy rain is, but continuing to move off to New York. It's absolutely pouring in Kemptville right now. I have not heard a lightning strike here in Kemptville, south of Ottawa, but we are getting very heavy precipitation. Let me go full screen on that. You can see how big the raindrops are here, so definitely raining very heavy, but wind picking up a tiny bit, but not super concerning at this point. So let me kind of take a look back here. New Hamburg, heavy rain in that area. This severe warning that was out was for the storm to the south around Woodstock. It's not severe warned on this storm, but let me just take a look. No really dangerous winds or anything concerning in there. West of Cambridge, just heavy rain. Let's take a look at our stuff coming off Port Huron, just coming into Goderich. That is going to be moderate to light rain through Goderich. And Marilyn, thank you very much for the donation. That goes a long ways towards helping us. So thank you very much from Connor and myself. Let's take a look at King City radar just around the Toronto area. Yes, this line has broken up significantly. There are still pockets of moderate heavy rain. However, it is not what it used to be. This has definitely got a lot of dry air intrusion in there and breaking up the storm where that precipitation is breaking up significantly. Our only heavy pocket would be east of Kawartha Lakes at this point. And then let me take a look. Let me minimize that right here by this is going to be by Queen Elizabeth II Wildlands Provincial Park near Kinmount and Norland. Again, non-severe rainstorm at that point, might have a little bit of lightning on it, but that's the most of it at this point. And then we switch back to Eastern Ontario. And you can see we have a ton of precipitation right now south of Ottawa and moving northeast, but that's the most that we're expecting here. I'm watching my camera. We're just getting very heavy rain right now. I can zoom into the Kemptville area and you can see that we've gone through some heavy precip, but the wind still is maintaining very low on the wind side of things. Connor is trying to blast through this thing. He's going to need some afterburners, I think, to get out ahead of it, but you never know. He might do that. So again, this is all moving northeast from Smith Falls at this point. Northeastward is where our last scan seems to be. So a little bit of heavy rain down in Athens through Perth, but the heavy core of precipitation is now south of Ottawa and moving northeast. So that's going to go through Orleans, Limoges, currently going through Greeley as well. And the winds, again, are not concerning at this point. So that is the big thing there. So what else? I'm just pulling up here our Greeley webcam or weather cam give me 1 second. I'm just going to pull up my controls and I'll share this with you guys. Just again, just showing that there's a heavy downpour. So this is just very heavy rain, but notice the trees are not moving very much. So again, not a ton of wind associated with this storm, just lots of heavy rain. And that again is through the Greeley area right now as we speak. So that one live shot will show you what to expect as these storms move through. And that's my whole purpose of having these cameras, so you understand that this is just, again, there may be some thunder and lightning, but mostly just heavy rain, not a lot of wind associated with it, and that's the key. So heaviest of rain right now is by Manotick, North Gower, Cars, Osgood area. You can see that bright red cluster right along the 416. So that is going to be a very heavy downpour. But again, the danger component on it isn't there at this point with everything. So I can show you another shot just to see how the rain is coming down in Kemptville. We are right in the thick of it. I'll zoom in here so you can see the colors. That is where I'm located, right up there where it says Kemptville Weather Cam. And so we are in the orange to red, but north of us, there's even more precipitation. So let me just flip it over here and you can see how it is. There's a little bit of wind, but again, nothing concerning. So okay, let's switch it over here and let's continue. Again, on the Quebec side, it's just regular showers at this point, folks. There's no lightning up there. I have not seen any winds that are too concerning. This is far from the radar, so we are definitely seeing some pinks up here. But this is going to be probably 60 to maybe 70 kilometer-hour winds on the surface at most. So that would be the only thing to call out on that western Quebec side. So oops, I'm zooming way too far back, trying to keep up with multiple things. I was looking at another screen. Okay, let's look at our storms in southwest Ontario. These are by Wallaceburg and Dresden. These are, for the most part, not anything really concerning. A little bit of hail here by Newberry. This would be probably pea-sized hail, maybe up to grapes at most. That's what we're showing here on that storm. The rest of it, again, has moved over Lake Erie by Port Stanley. And our storm by Norwich, Waterford, you can see far more yellow and green in it, and most of the red has made its way out. We do have a heavy precip core by Hagersville, and let me see what the winds look like. Nothing concerning on the winds down there. Let's go back to the Niagara Peninsula and just see. I think most of it has moved out at this point. So the severe component is definitely gone from the Niagara Peninsula. These storms back to the west would not be severe at this point or meet that criteria. Heavy rain in them, but no real strong winds that are concerning. And then we do have one pixel here of pink right where's this? This is southeast of New Hamburg. So you may have tiny hail in there, maybe grape size, or sorry, pea-sized, maybe a little bit larger at most, but very heavy precipitation just south of Highway 7 there, between the 401 and 7 out that way. So this is west of Cambridge. Rain starting to come into Goderich on the shoreline there, but that is light rain. Most of it is to the south, still over the water, and I expect that to weaken as it comes through as well. And then we still have heavy precipitation northwest of Georgetown, northwest of Brampton. This is non-severe thunderstorm at this point, so nothing concerning in that regards. And our storms here from Newmarket, kind of northeast towards Kawartha Lakes, again, these would not meet severe components. I'm looking at the winds here. Nothing concerning as far as winds in that as well. So let me see if they've expired. No, they still have that severe thunderstorm warning all for around Lindsay, west of Peterborough, but the heaviest precipitation east of Kawartha Lakes at this point. So we are doing pretty good, and our biggest precipitation is obviously right around the Ottawa area, and you can see right now through Manotick, Osgood, North Gower. That was 6 minutes ago. I'm going to take a look to see what our cameras are showing up that way. and we'll jump into maybe some questions and comments. Connor coming through Kempville at this point, trying to get out ahead of this. So let me show you here. This is our Manitou camera again. You can just see very heavy rain, not a lot of wind. There is some wind here, but not a lot. So again, not concerning. Again, these storms have more bark with the lightning and thunder than they do with in terms of bite. And that should be what we see here over the next little while. So I'm going to continue to monitor it. A little bit of wind in here, but not anything super concerning for the wind side of things. And let me switch over here to Portland. I'm just going to see if the winds, so you can see the winds on the Portland cam behind this storm system. So let me bring this up. Look at the white caps on the water. This is back by Portland. I'm going to show you on the radar where we've got those stronger winds coming through. I'll flip that over so you can see right up there that we had those bright winds. They just updated on this last scan literally just now, but that's what's causing those white caps. So a bit of wind behind the storm system as it moves through. Again, nothing too dangerous or concerning. Just wanted to give you guys a reference point for that more than anything. So let's just take a look here. Okay. So again, rain is the biggest story right now here in Ottawa, and you can see, look at this. So as this is moving just south of Ottawa, this will skirt the southern edge. There's not a lot of red left in here, folks. This is mostly orange. There's only one cluster of red by Osgood Cars area. And again, this is subsiding in terms of we're losing that precipitation. So as this moves eastward, I don't see this being severe to meet severe potential in any way. Even with the winds, we've been seeing it that there's nothing here. So again, that is good news for everybody as this moves eastward from here. And let's go back down to Southern Ontario. I'm going to answer maybe some questions here. Getting a downpour in Carleton Place from Ruby Smith. Thank you for that. I have seen moisture for the fires up in Northwest Ontario, getting a question about that. So definitely some precipitation helping out with things for that. Alexander Brusso just saying, after this storms pass, any more severe storms for Ottawa? Right now, no. I don't think there's anything after this. This is going to be the end of it for us, I believe. If there was anything, we would obviously provide coverage, but we're not expecting it because the environment is going to be raked over by these storms, meaning that they're going to use up that energy, that temperature. I'm just going to take a look at our temperatures behind the line. We're still, so Bancroft around 21 degrees. These only update once an hour, so Kempville showing 22 degrees, so definitely not a ton of energy left here for storms. We could have maybe some storms that happen, but severe definitely on the extremely low end of the scale, because even now this I wouldn't consider severe. Keisha Girl, thank you again as always for all the donations and support. Really appreciate it. So, but right now things are looking very good for Eastern Ontario as this continues to move eastward. I know they have pushed the severe warnings all the way towards Hawkesbury through that area, but this storm right now would not meet the threshold for severe. The winds are well below 90 kilometers an hour. And we are not seeing any real hail in this either. So the only thing this could be severe warned would be for the 50 millimeters of rain. And that's the problem in Canada. We have severe warnings for floods or flash flooding. In the US, they have a separate thing for flash flooding. So that's the difference there. So again, that severe terminology sometimes is a little bit misleading in Canada just because it's a flood issue rather than to deal with hail, strong winds, that kind of stuff. Just looking at our storms in southwest Ontario, again, these are just, for the most part, this Newbury storm might have tiny hail in it, but right now the hail indicators have come off of it. That is definitely just a non-severe cluster of storms for the most part. And let's just take a look at the rest of the area here from Exeter. Definitely going to highlight something here. We do have some hail here coming off off of Lake Huron, west of Seaforth, west of Clinton, south of Goderich. It's going to come over. So there may be some hail that makes its way on shore as the storm is picking up that really good moisture off the surface of the lake. But we'll see if that sustains. So that would cross Highway 21 with a little bit of hail. That would be grapes or smaller at this point based on what I'm seeing on radar. And they are... what's this giant warning for all the way down to here? Let me see. I'm just going to read this. Environment Canada tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing heavy rain. So this is what we were just talking about. This is for heavy precipitation, not for any of the other severe components. So this is like a U.S. flash flood warning, but it is a giant box. I'm trying to think where this would be. Looking at things here. Everything else is off over the water. The only area that would make any sense would be here by Norwich, southeast of Woodstock. And they did severe warn that hail coming off Lake Huron, which we were just discussing. So that's why this severe thunderstorm watch has gone around the Clinton area, Grand Bend. But it is specifically for these pink pixels to the west of 21 here that is going to come on shore. Okay, let's go back down to the Niagara Peninsula and just double check. This is all, folks, this is all non-severe at this point, unless there's some winds buried in here, but there aren't anything. So we are looking very good for the Niagara Peninsula area. Let's take a look at our storms around Guelph. Those are non-severe storms. They are not warned at this point. Heavy rain in them and moderate to light winds as well. The heaviest precip core is just north of Rockwood, northeast of Guelph. Okay. So then we'll go take a look at our storms here by King City radar. These have picked up a little bit of a precipitation core. It was re-intensified here by Mount Albert and Uxbridge. Just moderate heavy to light rain. Let's take a look at winds. Winds are not concerning at all in these storms. And these are still within the severe warning. I would probably argue that they aren't severe at this point. Let me just see if that severe warning is still active. It is. But that would be for heavy rain at the most here by Mount Albert, Uxbridge. It's been raining there for a while, so that 50 millimeter threshold may be getting exceeded. And then northwest of Peterborough, just very heavy rain in that cluster that is near Omimi and Highway 7, just north of Peterborough. Let's take a look at it here. A little bit of a cell getting going here. This is by northwest of Halliburton, long 35, very heavy rain in that. We'll watch that storm to see if that sustains. A lot of times you'll see the storms pop or initiate. They get really intense quickly and then they die off and kind of stay at a moderate level. That's what we've been seeing throughout today for the most part. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's take a look. A little more precip on this latest scan at 3:41. This was about 3 minutes ago. You can see that the red has made its way back into the storms by Merrickville. Coming into Kempville, still very heavy rain throughout the area. Moving through Osgood, North Gower, on to Metcalfe, and then barely reaching the 417 here to the north by Carlsbad Springs. That's moderate to light rain, but the heaviest of precip would be kind of south of this line at this point. That's where you're seeing those reds and dark oranges and that kind of thing. So I don't know if I've lost Connor's feed here. Let me just double check to see if he's still streaming. I'm going to see if I can refresh it. Sometimes it gets locked up. Yeah, he's in the rain, so the Starlink doesn't work well in the rain when there's very heavy rain on top of it and he's moving quickly. So he's east of Kempville at this point. So we'll see where he ends up, but he says it's pouring cats and dogs within this cluster of storms. So again, that is the biggest component we are dealing with, is just heavy rain in eastern Ontario. This is all staying south of Ottawa at this point. So Connor apparently is going to go back just to cover with the heavy precip coming through Kempville. There may be a lot of water down on the ground, so be careful. Make sure your sump pumps are good, folks, with these heavy rainfalls through the region. Whether you're talking Eastern Ontario, Southern Ontario, just make sure that your sump pumps are in good order. So it is definitely one of those things that we've seen people with sump pumps that don't empty and then starts flooding and everything. So what else? So far, Ottawa area, we are good for the most part. Again, all the precip is to the south. There is a lot of lightning and thunder just south over Greeley by the Ottawa airport, but you can see through most of Ottawa, this is barely a rain shower at best. So really good for the nation's capital itself, but a few pockets kind of southwest of there that you have moderate heavy rain, but the biggest amount of rain that we have ongoing right now is definitely stretched along this corridor, and I'll highlight it. And we are talking out down this way. Again, just getting into Carlsbad Springs on the 417 east of Ottawa, but that is the pocket of where that heavy precipitation is, and that's the biggest thing going on right now in Eastern Ontario. They do have it severe warned all the way east, but again, the only thing I can see in there would be just for the heavy rain and possibly a bit of flash flooding going on just because of how intense it is. So I'll show you. It's still pouring outside the studios here at my house in Kempville. That's been going on for quite some time, and if you look at the bottom left, there is some water starting to pool on the road even across from me. So definitely make sure your sump pumps are good, folks, because and go check on them, to be honest. If you're out in the rural areas where you have that, it is definitely going to be an issue. And you can see what Connor's driving through right now, just heavy rain on the live stream there. So this is going to continue moving east northeast, and we'll end up going towards Quebec, but hopefully the rain core itself starts to subside a little bit and maybe kind of alleviate some of that precipitation that's happening. Again, Western Quebec, not a whole lot going on, folks. This is just showers at this point. We do have some to the northeast here. From the closer radar, they are just non-severe thunderstorms at this point, and a few showers around North Bay, West Nipissing, and then kind of south of Sudbury, but those are non-severe storm, folks. That's just regular stuff. Let's just take a look here. We're going to go back down to Southern Ontario and make the loop again here. So reflection saying lots of rain and thunder in Little Italy at 3:42 p.m. That in Ottawa area, just so those people, I know where he is, so that's why I know that. But let me just take a look here. They're continuing to have this severe thunderstorm watch extended for another 6 hours down in southwest Ontario. So we will monitor things. If storms do die off, we can always stop the stream and then restart it up. But right now, coming down to the 401 corridor, a few pockets of heavier rain, not a lot of wind in them. That is on southwest of St. Thomas, going through Chatham, Kent area. Those are just showers, folks, with some heavier pockets of it. Heavy rain still through Norwich area, just a cluster just sitting there of that darker red rain. The rest of it is moderate to light rain all the way through Waterford, Hagersville, off to Cayuga and Dunnville. Let me switch over to our closer radar down here. Dunnville, this is non-severe storms. Everything on the Niagara Peninsula at this point looks non-severe. You have one pocket of heavier rain by St. Anne's or Smith Smithville. That has got a few pixels of red, but that's at most what's going on. Through Burlington, Hamilton, just minor showers at this point. Let's take a look. Guelph area to the north, obviously this bright red, those are heavy precipitation, but non-severe at this point, folks. So these are not severe warned. There's lightning and thunder with it through Georgetown all the way back to, where was this? Elmira almost. So just kind of moving through the region. Let's take a look at our storm coming off the lake. I forgot about that one. So this is getting close to the radar, still indicating a little bit of hail just offshore here to the northwest of Zurich. And that would be the only area of any kind of concern for the precipitation side of things. This would be maybe pea-sized hail, maybe slightly larger than that. I suspect once it does come on shore, that is going to drastically subside. So let's take a look around the GTA and to the north. A little bit of a storm north of Barrie, kind of east of Wasaga Beach. That is just a heavy rainmaker. It has one lightning bolt at this point. It looks like that just popped up, and that is a non-severe thunderstorm. Heavy rain still through the Uxbridge area, Port Perry. That may be causing a little bit of overland flooding just because of the rain showers that have been consistently there. So you can see how this is just trailing through the area. Heavy precip sometimes can accumulate quickly, especially if it's a saturated area. So dropping southeast, that is heading towards the lakeshore, but in a slow fashion. And then we have our storm here just north of Peterborough, non-severe thunderstorm, heavy rain in that with some moderate heavy to light rain depending where you are on that, and again moving eastward at this point. So the 401 corridor right now looks pretty clear. Nothing along that 401 corridor all the way from Ajax back to Kingston along the north shore of Lake Ontario. And then we're back to our big storm here with heavy precip south of Ottawa. That's where we're getting our heaviest of precipitation. Metcalfe definitely getting very heavy rain. And I'll show you what Kemptville again, just because it's easy. It's outside my studio. We're in that orange. Still pouring rain here at this time, so water is starting to accumulate on the roads and stuff like that. So we'll see if that's the case. This does continue to push east-northeast. You can see how this is unfolded. So it's going to come up to, probably going to push up into Rockland area through Navan, just skirting Orleans essentially. Then it'll be off to the eastern townships through Ottawa area, and everything kind of back to the west of Ottawa. This is just minor rain along the Ottawa River to the northwest. Again, minor rain, non-severe stuff. So it's looking pretty good, and we just have to deal with the very heavy rain coming through the area. So we have I'm going to check cameras out in Winchester. I've got one out in front of this, and I'm going to take a look. Limoges also have a camera out that way as well. So let me just take a look here. Very heavy rain in Winchester. Unfortunately, I've got water on the camera, but let me see if I can get that out of there. So I'm going to turn the camera, see if that shakes the raindrop off of it. Just heavy rain out front. You can see the eaves trough on the left-hand side, so it's still not in the heaviest of rain, obviously, yet, so no wind to be concerned about. That's the other reason I'm showing this camera, just so that folks understand there's nothing to be concerned about with these storms, other than obviously the very heavy precipitation as it makes it through. Right now, I bet our Greeley camera has a really good view on this. We had, a few weeks back, we had a whole bunch of hail fall through Greeley, and our camera was catching it as it was happening. So this is our Greeley cam. I'll bring that up right now, right in the middle of the darker orange with a little bit of red. So heavy rain, but again, no wind, and that's the key there. So you can see right up there that where our Greeley weather cam is. That is the area that you're seeing on the camera as far as heavy precipitation is concerned. So again, pretty good, folks. It's just about that heavy rain that we're dealing with right now. That will come into Russell, Carlsbad Springs, off to Limoges, Castleman, through Winchester, Chesterville, along the Seaway here. We've even got Morrisburg. It's coming into Morrisburg. Then eventually we'll see whether it gets to Cornwall with any intensity. I know we have a lot of viewers from the Cornwall area. I don't think it's going to be that intense, but right over Kemptville right now, if you look at the radar, that is some serious precipitation falling throughout Kemptville and has been for a while here. So again, we'll see if anything happens in that regards. I'm just going to check here if Connor's got... I'm just going to double check if he's live streaming. And let's take a look. I'm going to see if Rick has got anything going on his camera. I know he got run over by it. No, he's at Service Ontario right now. So Rick is definitely not live streaming at this point, but he got run over by it, meaning that it gets ahead of you and it's very hard to catch up with storms once that happens. So this scan was at 3:53 p.m. Definitely still very heavy rain throughout, basically just south of Orleans, Navan area, Carlsbad Springs through Metcalfe. And then again, this is all moving northeast along the St. Lawrence Seaway, stretching back through Kemptville. A little bit of heavy bands of rain through to North Augusta. That's where it's kind of centered into that area. Let me go back down to Southwest Ontario and let's take a look at things. Storms over the 401. These are, let me just double check here. Some heavier pockets of rain around Chatham, Kent, along the 401 corridor and moving over towards Lake Erie. Moderate winds in there to light winds at most. So again, not seeing any hail signatures in there, and that'll be over the lake very soon here. So let's take a look here. Storms continue to kind of move southeast from Norwich. You can see how it kind of hung out over there by Norwich on the left-hand side of the screen. That's why they put out that severe warning for possible, obviously, flooding of 50 millimeters or more, because storms kind of hung out for a little bit. But for the most part, this is non-severe. There's a little bit of heavier rain in there, a little bit of moderate wind, and this is all south of Brantford. And then moving over to our Niagara Peninsula, you can see that there's basically nothing left here for any kind of intensity, barely any lightning, if any at all. And let's take a look at our storm coming off the water here by Exeter. Still showing a little bit of pink on radar here. So heavy precip over 21 just to the northwest of Zurich. That is, again, it is severe warned, but it was for that very heavy precip with some hail in there as well. So what else? That is good there. And then around the Guelph region, between north of Guelph to Georgetown, heavy precipitation, but still non-severe. So this is just a thunderstorm with heavy, heavy rain in it. What else have we got here? And around Burlington, Hamilton, this is just showers. And we'll go back up to northeast of Toronto. And we're watching this line drift southeast, basically, as it continues towards Lake Ontario. It borderline would be severe at this point as it moves southeast over the water, folks. So we're looking pretty good overall as the afternoon carries on. We are now at 4 o'clock, just around to the north of Peterborough. Heavy rain by there up to Ennismore and Lakefield. Winds in there are moderate to light, so heavy rain with some lightning is our biggest thing down there in the Peterborough area. Let me just take a quick look up to the north. Still non-severe storms up to the north here. Connor is got quite a bit of rain here. This is in Kemptville. You can see how much water is building through that construction zone. Just continued downpour here. Again, Kemptville area along 43 where they're expanding through town to 4 lanes. This looks to be just by the bridge area, I believe, if I'm correct. drive through there a fair bit, so I recognize that. So again, just overland flooding would be the biggest threat right now with this line in eastern Ontario on our radar. Just going to look at that. So 353, we should have a new scan here. Again, this is pushing east, northeast at this time. Connor's going out to play in puddles by the looks of it on the live stream. But you can see right here, this is how it's progressed. Very heavy rain in the Russell area and moving eastward from there over the 417. So time is that at? Give me a sec here. Oh, wow. Yeah. Mark, thank you for sending me that. We've got a bit of rotation here, folks. Just here north of Russell. I'm going to highlight it. We need to monitor this area. So there is rotation right in this area here. This is moving northeast. Right now we are monitoring it. We should have a new scan here within 1 minute. And we'll take a look at that just to see what's going on as far as that. Give me 1 second here. Just seeing these bright blues in here for some reason just seems a little off, but 1 second. Bear with me, folks. I'm just going to analyze this just to see what is transpiring here. Punching out, and then it's kind of wrapping in there. There's still some rotation in here. Okay, we're going to have to watch this area. There could be something trying to develop here on the north end of our line. Just watching that there. So, okay, let me bear with me for a sec. Okay, we're going to watch that area again. We're going to wait for another scan here. There's definitely a bit of rotation in here, but this is quite broad, but you never know with this quickly spinning up if anything happens there. So we'll watch that over the 417, not calling for anything right now. That is where the heaviest of rain going through Russell, just to the south of Carlsbad Springs over Edwards area. You can see that bright red, and then obviously into Navan with heavy rain making its way up through there. I'm just going to look at the rest of the winds in this. Down through Winchester and all the way back. But right now you can see Kempville almost out of the rain. Connor's got lots of flooding waters on that new 43. You can see a lot of pooling of water. Hopefully nothing goes by him too quickly so he doesn't get a soaker. That would be just mean of somebody, but you never know. Anyways, so that is in Kempville where you're seeing that rain. So, or that, flooding that's happening on the roadways. So, okay, let's go back. We'll take a look here and we'll see what's happening as far as that's concerned. But we'll see whether we need to watch that kind of northwest of Russell area. There's a bit of rotation, but it did look a little strange on the last scan. So we'll double check that in a minute here. So they still have the severe warning for our storms along the 401, just going through Chatham, Kent, Ridgetown area off to Lake Erie, but those are slowly going to be moving out over water at this point over the next couple of scans. So the next 20 minutes or so, that should be over water. Back to the west here. I'm just going to take a look into Michigan. There's not much coming behind this, folks. So this could be the last of it, possibly for Southwest Ontario. I'm going to look at our storm up here just kind of by... where is this? Clinton, Seaforth area. Still a little bit of heavy precip, but I think that there's no more hail in that. I think that is going to be mostly just heavy precipitation with one lightning bolt as it comes ashore. A little bit of rain down here by Long Point, but Port Rowan, that is over the water primarily. And then we have south of Brantford over Waterford. Again, this is starting to lose its precipitation core. It's mostly where we had lots of reds and oranges. We are now breaking that completely up, and it is mostly orange, green, and yellow, and with some pockets of heavier rain with that red, but that is basically it. Let's just take a look here, and then through Niagara Falls, that is probably looking very good. Moderate to light rain, just going through Welland area. And let me just take a look here. Okay. You switch over. So again, we're looking pretty good on the Niagara Peninsula, and then switch over to King City radar. Lots of rain north of Guelph, just coming down through Rockwood, Acton, Georgetown, over to Milton. These are thunderstorms, but at this point, non-severe thunderstorms. They may get severe warned here for heavy rain in terms of that, again, 50 millimeter threshold. That would be my guess if they do severe warn that particular line of storms. Let's just take a look here. Sorry, close that off. Through Uxbridge, Port Perry, that is the last kind of cluster of heavy rain dropping southeast. That'll just go to Oshawa, probably Bowmanville. If it does sustain, that's where it's going to head. And then east, coming through Peterborough, heavy precipitation on that storm, up to Lakefield, and non-severe at this point as well, folks. So that is good. Just having a gander around other areas and watching what's going on here. So 3:59 p.m. we waiting for our next scan in about 2 minutes here. Heavy rain kind of north of Johnstown, Prescott area. And it's kind of trailing back to the southwest, as you can see that arc from the Kemptville area. Connor is in Kemptville right now, and you can see the rain is extremely light at this point. And I'm going to zoom in and switch over. So that is the rain has moved off to the east, so you can see those yellow, greens, and blues. So that is what's happening there. So you can see the rain drastically tapering off once this moves eastward. Heavy rain right now west of North Gore, south of Richmond, moving again kind of in a northeast. And there's our update on it. So let's just take a look at this. There's definitely some rotation in here, guys. We're going to definitely concerned about this rotation right here in this area. Let me just see here. Yeah, it's continuing to be there. Let me just take a look at a couple of things here. See what our wind velocities are. Bear with me for a moment, folks. Yeah, there's some 90 across from 40. This is definitely getting to that point where I might start saying you guys need to be in shelter for this, but let me just take a look here. It's right on the peak of everything. Let me see which way this is headed. I'm going to say, out of an abundance of caution, folks, I'm going to say that we need to be in shelter. I'm going to draw out a box here for you. Right in this box right here. So this is southwest or southeast, sorry, of Navan. We've had rotation signature there. It is broad somewhat, but this could tighten up quickly out of the blue. So we are going to say if you are southeast of Navan in this orange polygon, we are going to recommend that you are in shelter at this point. Again, out of an abundance of caution, this storm does have rotation on it at this point. This is northwest of Limoges. I'm going to actually look at my camera. It's a little out of position, but we're going to see if the Limoges camera will give me a view below the storm. So again, in this orange polygon, going to recommend that you guys are in shelter at this point. The threshold or the danger level is still low, but again, we're being very cautious with this one because it's been pronounced there for a little while. So again, moving northeast, this is to the southeast of Navan. Being in a basement is ideal. If you don't have a basement as an option, then an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We do recommend in a bathtub is a good option. It gives you a little bit of extra protection, and then a small mattress close over you to protect you in case of things. So definitely in this orange box again. This is to the northwest of Limoges, east of Carlsbad Springs, and it is moving northeast east at this point. So that is heading south of over Bear Brook, Cheney, and up towards Hammond. Anywhere in this orange polygon, you do need to be in shelter out of an abundance of caution, folks. So that is where we're covering things right now. I'm just looking at my Limoges camera. Bear with me for a second. You coming on, but there we go. I'm just taking a look to see if I've got any kind of view of this storm anywhere, but it's shrouded in rain. And that's the other problem. When these heavy precipits come in, you don't see the rotation till last minute. So right now, again, we are calling for you to be in shelter. Again, the danger level is low, but it's there. So we're just letting you guys know in regards to that at this time. We'll see on this next scan. I'm going to stick with this until we get a new update here in about 3 minutes. This is east of Ottawa, north of the 417. East of Carlsbad Springs, northwest of Limoges, moving northeast. Like I said, Bear Brook would be right in the front of this. We're going to watch it. It is broad rotation, but it is definitely showing some high wind speeds in here. We're showing 100 kilometers an hour. So that is definitely concerning across from 50 kilometers an hour, roughly. So and this is what elevation actually, this is only 2,500 feet off the ground. So again, out of an abundance of caution, we're going to say that would be an area of concern at this point. So I'm going to again stick with it and keep everything going from there. So I suspect there's nothing under this, but at the end of the day, I want to be extra careful just because of what's going on. This is the storm moving in over Limoges. This is just to the southeast of it, and look how windy it is on this portion of the storm. So this has picked up some intensity. It's shaking our camera. You can see heavy precip with this, and that is just southeast of where the rotation is. So again, we are saying out of an abundance of caution, we need to be, there's your tornado warning from Environment Canada, folks. So again, we are, still calling for your shelter, obviously, with this. I'm going to bring this back. We were just a little bit ahead of the curve. Again, thanks, Mark, for pointing out some stuff to me. Got eyes in the back of my head, which is what helps us out here. So especially when we're covering such a large area. So again, Environment Canada giving a tornado warning. Where the orange polygon is the only area. This is stretched all the way back to Constance Bay, folks. You have nothing to worry about. We're going to get a whole pile of people in here. This extends all the way to, holy cow, Hawkesbury and the Quebec border. The only area of concern is this area right here where we have rotation, and it has broken up on this last scan. So this is a lot less concerning on the last scan. It's moving quickly. You can see that the reds and greens are not very bright from across from each other, but I'm going to say out of an abundance of caution for this one, give me 1 second. Bear with me. I'm going to pull it up. I'm going to move my box. Give me, if my software would cooperate with me. So our rotation area would maybe be, would be in this area. So we are pushing the box forward here. However, right now the rotation does look a lot less dangerous. Everybody that's going to be jumping into the stream here, there is a very large tornado warning out right now with that orange box. I'm going to switch over to reflectivity. You can see, or the red box. Everything that's flashing on your screen is for the little orange box that we have in the middle. So that's the problem with our warnings in Canada. They stretch 50, 60, 100 kilometers across, and everybody gets a tornado warning, and it's only in this tiny little area here. This is right southeast of Sarsfield, northeast of Bear Brook. The rotation has weakened on this. That doesn't mean it can't re-intensify, but this is the scan that got our attention, a couple scans prior to that, sorry. And then we've got winds wrapping in here. And we called for shelter at this scan, which was at 4:05. And then the tornado warning went out about 3, 4, 5 minutes later. data from Environment Canada. The next scan does look a lot weaker, so again, I'm not as concerned about it. And everybody that's jumping in here right now, the large giant box around Ottawa, the only place you need to be concerned about is east of Ottawa in this orange polygon. And again, the threshold has come down. The orange polygon is where we're recommending shelter only out of an abundance of caution until we get the next scan here. But we see the giant red box that goes all the way from the Quebec border back to Constance Bay, actually goes right to Arnprior, essentially. You have nothing to be concerned about behind this box. So I'm going to highlight that as well. Anybody back to the west of this box, you have nothing to be concerned about. So that includes all of the Ottawa area, all the way back to Constance Bay, all the way to Arnprior, south down to Manotick, Richmond, Mississippi Mills, Almont. That is out of play. There's nothing happening back there. This is the orange polygon that is where our area of rotation will be, folks. So that is the only spot. And again, it has weakened on the last scan. It was far more concerning on the previous two scans. Here you can see those blue colors right when it was over the 417 near Carlsbad Springs. This scan is where we started to call for shelter. And this is where we are right now at 4:11 p.m. So again, back to the left of that orange line, you do not need to be concerned about it. If you are in the Ottawa area, everybody back here, you are safe. There is absolutely nothing going on. So just know where you are. This goes all the way to Arnprior area. Everybody back there is safe. To the east, only in the polygon is where you need to be concerned about, folks. That is it. And it is to do with this small area of rotation to the northeast of Bear Brook, moving towards Hammond. But again, the threshold is down. We are on the lower end. We will see if the next scan shows less rotation or it's broken up. That is the hope at this point, because it was looking worse on the previous scans. So I've got a ton of people jumping in here. I know you guys are in here because of the tornado warning. The scan right here that was at 3:59 p.m. over the Queensway, that's where it really got our attention. This is where we called for shelter, and now we are here at this point. So this is the next scan, again, south of Sarsfield, and it is on the lower end, folks. This is not looking dangerous on this scan. We just want to make sure that the next scan, it doesn't intensify, because these can go through cycles where they weaken, they strengthen, they weaken. So that is what I'm monitoring at this point. So again, we have a ton of people jumping in here. Right now, there's a massive tornado warning box that got put out by Environment Canada, and we are simply worried about the area in our orange polygon, folks. So everybody else, you don't have anything to worry about, especially if you are back to the west. I'm going to keep repeating myself because our viewer count is just going through the roof right now. So it is the area that we are concerned about is right in this orange polygon. Everything back to the west through downtown Ottawa, Hull, I'm sure in Gatineau they're getting it, Elmer. You have nothing to be concerned about. This is moving eastward at this point, has passed the city, and is in the eastern townships at this point. If you're south in Russell, Embrun, you have nothing to worry about as far as the rotation is concerned. Even Limoges, Castleman, you are too far to the south for this to have anything in regards to this. So we are just watching this one area of rotation. We will see if anything comes on the next scan. We should have a new one here within a minute or less. So again, if you see the orange line with the arrows back to the west, everybody back that way is fine. There's nothing to worry about. It is simply our orange polygon area highlighted in the center of your screen, folks. That is it. That is all. So it's narrowing down hundreds of square kilometers down to a very small area. Let me just see here. We just got our latest scan, so I'm just going to do an assessment here. Okay, so right now, let me reset this. We are good to go. This is definitely not rotating strongly anymore. I'm just going to take a look at a couple of things and play it out here. Bear with me for 1 second. Very, very minor. Calgary Tech, thank you. Really appreciate the donation. Let's take a look here. So we do have a minor amount of rotation by LaRose Forest, but at this point, I'm saying you no longer need to be concerned about shelter with this tornado warning. It was back here again. To the near Carlsbad Springs. This is where it was highlighted. This is back almost 3:53. This is 27 minutes ago, where it was coming between Edwards and Russell. And then you can see your reds and greens wrapping in tightly. This is where we called for tornado shelter, or being in shelter, I should say. Then the scan has weakened. You can see that all the wind velocities are very low at this point. So this is no longer a threat. We've only got 20 kilometers an hour to 30 kilometers an hour, so that is no longer a threat at this time. So if you definitely, this is a good thing at this point. So thank you very much for the Flaky for the donation. I'll answer your question there very quickly. So our area of rotation right now, again, we've got a pile of people just coming in. We had an area of rotation prior to this point here. This is where we were talking about. If you are back to the west, you have nothing to worry about, and we are not even calling for shelter at this point. This is now weakened significantly as far as rotation. So again, all of Ottawa, all of Hull, Gatineau, Elmer, back to Arnprior, you guys are okay. Even everybody in front of this right now, we are not calling for shelter at this point. The scan has weakened over the last two separate rotation scans, and there's nothing to be concerned about. Like I said, I know we have a lot of people in here right now concerned about it. So back to the west, where you see that box going all the way back there, you guys are okay. I'm going to switch over to a full screen radar. I'm going to flip over to our rain or reflectivity scan. The way the warnings work, I'm just going to say wait till... let's just see what they're doing. So there's Environment Canada says they're tracking a thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado. And the keyword always is possibly. Sometimes that is not in there and they've confirmed a tornado. At this point, that's what we're saying. So back to the west of this line, this orange line, you can see that giant yellow box. And it is literally to do with the little circle that we have here. So obviously a ton of people getting the warning. This is how our warnings work in Canada. Unfortunately, it's based on county lines, provincial lines, township lines, and we get a warning, a storm is moving eastward, and you're getting a warning in Arnprior. Completely pointless with that kind of system. It needs to be updated. Environment Canada knows it needs to be updated. The Mets on the, I don't blame them. They just work with the system they have at hand. But when you have a warning this big on the screen and it's for a tiny area here tucked in over Cheney or south of Hammond, and you're getting a warning that, let me just measure it for you folks, just to give you an idea how big this is. This warning is 150 kilometers across, folks, for a tornado. If it was happening, you know, would be less than a kilometer wide. So it's, you know, it's a fundamentally flawed system in that sense that you get warnings when you don't need them. So again, back where our orange line with the arrows to the west, you have nothing to worry about. I'm going to repeat myself constantly on that. Keisha Girl, thank you very much. Appreciate the donation as always. Sylvie, thank you very much for the donation as well. Really appreciate that. Again, we are talking that we do not require shelter at this point. We did call for it even before the tornado went out, just because that rotation was showing that things were looking like they were trying to tighten up. It has weakened over the last two scans. We will continue to monitor this area. I am strictly sticking with this because obviously this is a life safety situation. So Gabs a lot, thank you very much for the donation. I really appreciate that as well. What else? Mark, yeah, I hear. Anyways, Mark made a funny comment. He's a phenomenal storm chaser, and anyways, internal laughter there. I should. Anyways, we're getting back to it. So again, nothing to be concerned about, folks. This is very good for everybody around the area because the rotation has subsided, and I will continue to go through the loop so you can understand it. Right down here over the 417, you can see those reds and greens and blues. That is where you have strong winds wrapping in around over the 417. At this point, we called for shelter just north of Vars, west of Bear Brook, and then the warning went out. Here you can see that there's far less bright colors together. The greens are very weak, and now we're at a point where we have no real rotation whatsoever. There are storms normally have rotation. That is perfectly normal with storms. It's how tight, where, and how strong that rotation is. Here's our next scan. Again, not concerned about rotation anymore in that area. So we are good. Let me just delete this all off. I'm just going to look in here. Let me just take a look. They still have it tornado warned, obviously out of an abundance of caution at Environment Canada. We are looking at the scans here, and again, I'm not concerned about anything out of this storm at this point. So again, I'm going to draw a line here. I know where this circulation is roughly based on the scans. So back to the west. It's impossible for you to have any problems. This is on the Quebec side, whether it's Gatineau, Elmer, Hull, Ottawa, and then all the way to Arnprior. There is nothing to be concerned about, folks. So again, hopefully everybody's getting that information and you're not concerned. We are not calling for shelter at this point anymore because the rotation has broadened out and it has drastically weakened. So I'm going to continue to repeat that at this point because I just want to make sure, Ottawa obviously getting a tornado warning is a very large population and the surrounding nation's capital area. So again, just want to say that everybody to the west of this line, you have nothing to be concerned about. And even east of there at this point, the rotation has subsided to the point where we're saying you no longer need to be in shelter. But they pushed this warning all the way out to the Ontario-Quebec border. And that is the fundamental problem with our warning system in Canada. Instead of doing what we had out there, which I'm going to highlight what we do on why we do what we do on our channel. If we put a polygon box out like this, out in front of a storm, we are narrowing that giant area down to this little small area. And if you had storm-based warnings, that's the only people that would get the warning roughly around this polygon, this orange polygon. And that is the difference with the warning systems that they have out in place in US versus Canada, for example. So that's why we come on here and walk people through it so we can go, okay, you've got a giant, thank you very much for all the donations, folks. I really appreciate it. That giant warning box, we are shrinking down to probably less than 1% of what was put out, just so people understand that if you're in this box, you need to worry about it, which this is just an example at this point, folks. So you don't need to be in shelter in this polygon. I'm going to take that out. And again, back to the west, nothing to be concerned about. So who else? Maria, I believe, sent us a donation. Thank you very much for that. Thanks for helping me breathe easier and stay safe, Tom. You are my go-to for up to the minute info. Awesome, appreciate that. Thank you, Killer Style. Thank you very much for the donation as well. Really appreciate it. MA5301 as well, the donation, and then M's, I believe, hopefully as well. So I know the comments are flying fast and furious, folks. I'm trying to keep up with them, but basically synopsis right now, the west of this line, back to the left side of the screen towards Ottawa, Constance Bay, Arnprior, and south of there, you have nothing to worry about. This is all moving eastward. And again, the rotation is not tight. It has broadened out and weakened over the last several scans, so we are not even calling for shelter at this point. We need another few minutes here before the next scan comes in. If anything tightened up, we would do the same thing that we did before. We would highlight it and let you guys know that we are concerned about that area, just like we did here. So that's basically where we're at this point. I'm going to bring back Connor is out still chasing at this point. However, I don't think he's going to be able to keep, maybe he is going to keep up with it, but I've been a little bit concerned about it. Yes, Rockland is safe. I'm seeing a comment as well. What else? Yeah, definitely a lot. I agree with a lot of comments going in the chat here. So it's definitely a lot of room for improvement with our warning system. They are talking about storm-based warnings coming out. No timeline on it, but this is the difference between having that storm-based warning and then a 150-kilometer wide tornado warning for a storm that is obviously nowhere near that close. So what else? Okay, Connor's still out there chasing, so he's going to do some work out there. We'll see what's happening on. I appreciate everybody's donations. Zippity, glad to help with storm anxiety. That is the whole purpose of this channel. And, you know, why we exist is to actually turn the volume down on things, not hype stuff up and not, you know, fearmonger and clickbait and all that other stuff. There's a ton of platforms that do that out there. We are, you know, obviously we've had a lot of subscribers. Actually, we just broke 20,000 followers, folks. So thank you very much for anybody that has subscribed. 20K is crazy. We just broke 10K 2 months ago. So again, thank you to everybody who has donated. Thank you to all my moderators. Connor and I really appreciate all the support we've been getting. I'm just waiting for another scan to come out here within about a minute. I'm going to see if that rotation is still there. If anything tightens up, we'll pay attention to it. And that's the whole point. We just kind of walk through the event and make sure that we get as accurate information out as possible to everybody. So thank you very much. I definitely cannot keep up with the chat, folks. It's going very quickly. This is definitely... we're focusing around the Ottawa area. Again, this is east of Ottawa. What's going on here? There's a little bit of rotation here, so let me keep an eye on this just to see what's going on. One solitary pixel here of that. Okay, we're going to have to watch this area again. I'm going to see on the next scan whether this is trying to pick up again. Give me 1 second. Let me do my analysis. It's buried in the line, but you never know with this stuff. Yeah, give me a sec here. I'm watching this area right here, folks, right to the southwest of Curran. There's one pixel in there that's very strong, except across from it, we're only seeing about 3 kilometers an hour. That's why I'm not as concerned. And sometimes we have radar noise in our radars, which makes it difficult. So these little blue pixels here are typical of radar noise. Here's a good example of radar noise, folks. This is Christmas confetti, I call it. That is all corrupt data from the radar. Carrie, thank you very much for the 200 stars. So it does make it hard when you're looking for red and green next to each other. When you have this kind of stuff polluting your radar, you are always trying to figure out if what you're looking at is radar noise or whether its actual pixel is accurate. So I am monitoring this area right now. Again, anybody to the west of this, back in the Ottawa area, all the way to Arnprior, you have nothing to be concerned about. I'm going to draw out my line, just put that back here, and I'm just going to put that anybody over here is safe. Again, there's nothing happening. This is all past you guys. And that's on the Quebec side, on the Ontario side. Again, Ottawa, Hull, Gatineau, Elmer, down to Constance Bay, to the west to Arnprior, south to Manotick. You guys are all perfectly fine. And again, we have not, we've lifted the shelter aspect over it because the last 2 or 3 scans were calm. I am monitoring this area to see if this picks up on intensity again. And if it does, then we we will reissue that kind of thing. There is no tornado for anybody that's in here. There is absolutely no tornado going on at this point. We've had no confirmation of anything happening there. So give me a sec here. Okay, just watching a chat here, folks, so bear with me. Okay, so we'll see what the next scan is, but there is no confirmed tornado. We've had nothing confirmed to us anywhere. Right now, again, over the last 3 scans, things have slowed down as far as rotation is concerned. We are watching this area in the little circle to see if on the next one it re-intensifies. We have another, it's 8 minutes between scans, folks, so we have 3 more minutes or less before our next scan comes in. I just keep zooming in and out because there's a lot of people obviously in here. To the west of that line, you are not in any danger whatsoever. That includes all of the Ottawa area, Hull, Gatineau, Elmer, and then obviously south of there to Manotick to almost Almont, Arnprior area. You are all good. Back in Russell, Limoges, Carlsbad, Spains, Cumberland, Rockland, Thurso. All of you guys are okay. So really appreciate all the support we've been getting. So thank you very much, folks, for all the support and the donations. Really appreciate that. So we're going to update here as quickly as we can. And again, thank you for getting us over the 20,000 mark for subscribers. That's crazy for me to say. I can't believe that's actually happening, but it's all thanks to you guys. So really appreciate it. We definitely have some winds in here to the south of the 417 by Moose Creek, Maxville area. These are strong straight line winds, but we're going to see if they get wrapped up into the storm. That is the next kind of area to pay attention to. So again, we're just doing our best to keep it as far as, keeping it as accurate as possible without scaring folks. If there is something to be worried about, we definitely change our tone. However, we're not going to do it just to scare you guys. That's not the purpose of the platform. So, okay. Jennifer, thank you very much for the donation as well. Really appreciate that. Wendover, yes, I think you're good here. Just bear with me. I see so many friggin' Rockland, Wendover, somewhere over here. Why can't I find it? Let me just type it in. You're in a tornado warning. Yes, you are fine. You're perfectly fine, even though you're to the north. You are perfectly fine, even along the Ottawa River. This is currently south. The area of rotation that we are monitoring only at this time, we are not calling for shelter, is just due north of Castleman, basically between Bourget and Pendleton. That's where we're watching this to see if this wraps up again. Currently, we are not concerned that anything dangerous is happening. It's just the precursors of possible rotation at this point. So let me just take this out here, delete our line, and we are continuing to move northward. We do have a lot of noise in this radar, unfortunately. Give me 1 second. Again, let's see here. Bear with me for 1 sec. I'm going to do an analysis. Still a tiny bit of rotation in there, but it's not tight at this point. It's not strong either. So I'm still not concerned about it whoops, wrong thing. And let's switch over to velocities. So I'm just going to keep moving my line here and watch what's going on. Oh, anybody back to the west of this, you guys are in good shape. There is nothing to be concerned. This is moving eastward again. And so all of the municipalities, townships, cities, especially Ottawa, Hull, Gatineau, Elmer area, and back to Arnprior. Even on the Quebec side, you are good if you got that tornado warning. It is a 150-kilometer wide tornado warning for a storm that is currently over Pendleton, heading kind of east-northeast towards Curran area. The rotation is not tight right now and not strong. That is why we're not concerned about it. So that is is our biggest thing at this point. So again, back to the west, that is where we are concerned about. We're not concerned about, sorry, my apologies. This is the area we are monitoring. Again, it is showing a little bit of rotation in there. Some rotation is normal. I will repeat that. It's how tight that rotation is and where it's located. So just watching this as we're going down, things are, again, back to the west. Most of this tornado warning box is out of the area of concern as this continues to move eastward towards, again, Curran area. Between Curran and Fournier is where it's going to head, it looks like. And again, we are not calling for shelter right now just because the rotation is not tight at this point. So what is going on here? Rockland, you are good. You are back to the west of this. The line that you see here in orange, the arrows pointing back to the west. Everybody is safe in that area. This is all moving eastward at this point. So I'm just going to show you how that rotation has moved through the area, and it is moving northeast at this point. So it will be heading at one of my cameras actually. So I'm going to pull that up in preparation for that. Give me a sec here. Yeah, I'm going to turn my camera here, so bear with me. I'm going to set up my camera where this is headed and just take a look to make sure that I can get a view of the storm as it's coming. So right now, very big rainmaker, but it is our camera. You can see up in the top right corner is in L'Orignal. We have another one in Lefebvre, and this rotation that you're seeing in the circle here, you can see how that has traveled. So we are watching that. That's another area of, it's a newer area of possible rotation that's concerning. The old circulation is no longer an issue. And right now, again, we are just monitoring it. We are not calling for shelter at this point. Again, anybody to the left of the line back towards Ottawa, you are okay. This is all moving up towards the Ottawa River into the eastern townships through Curran, off to possibly Alfred and L'Orignal. We've got a couple of weather cams out that way, and we're watching it from them as we speak. This is my camera out by L'Orignal. You can't see anything because it's so far away and hazy, but obviously that is our big storm that is headed in that general direction. So we're 6 minutes into our 8-minute cycle here, and we're going to watch this to see what's happening. Again, right now, the threshold for danger is extremely low. It's not zero, but it's extremely low at this point. We're just monitoring and making sure that we're on top of it. So everything is in this area. That's where our tornado warning was. So we are just watching to see if anything else is happening anywhere. Cornwall area, you're good. There's just storms or rain coming your way. Nothing concerning as far as rotation or tornado warning at this point. So again, for those just jumping in, if you're trying to catch up with what's going on, we have a tornado warning box that extends from Arnprior to the Ontario-Quebec border to the east, 150 kilometers across. Everybody to the left of the line in orange is safe. There's no issue there. This is moving northeast and again coming towards probably L'Orignal area, and it is only an area of rotation we are monitoring. So thank you for that. Meg, you're my pleasure. Thank you very much for the donation. We really appreciate that. It helps us out to be able to do better and get more of these weather cams out there. This is something, we're the only platform in Canada putting these out just so that we can get views of what's going on here. So rotation is definitely broken up here. That is the good news. Let me just switch over to reflectivity and let me see here. Still got heavy rain through Curran and Plantagenet, but things are definitely looking a lot better on this scan. There are some strong winds here by 417 St. Isidore and Dunvegan. You're gonna probably be 60 to 70, maybe even 80 kilometers an hour on the surface. Let me just look here at our velocities. So bear with me for a sec. I'm just gonna study, and I'll So that rotation has completely broken apart. Right now, nothing jumps out at us. I have a camera right here in front. So I'm just going to show you guys this camera in L'Orignal, just to the southwest of there. We have a view, and this is a live shot of the storm. There's nothing underneath it right now. It is still a fair ways away, but this does not scare me. There is a lot of precipitation, so sometimes you won't see what's coming at you. But right now, it does look fairly good, and I'm not concerned about shelter at this point based off of that area of circulation. Let me just double check the warning to see if they've updated anything. They haven't updated this warning. It expires in 16 minutes. The last time it was updated was 24 minutes ago. Let me see. So here's the other problem with our warning system, folks. So you see how big the box was? It was all the way to Arnprior. When they shrink it all the way back and it's now to Russell and Rockland area, the warning goes back out again. And that's the problem, that, you know, we're changing the shape of a box and it reintroduces a tornado warning. So everybody in this box just got another tornado warning. Let me just take a look here. They've extended it for a little bit. They're saying possibly producing a tornado. Again, my frustration is not with the Mets on the desk. This is just our warning system that is problematic. So again, in this area here, there's a lot of noise within the radar. You can see that very clearly with all that strange pixelation. So it would be very hard to pick up anywhere that there's any kind of possible rotation. What else is here? Just taking a look here. Yeah, so right now we do have some winds in here. They are broad. We've got a bunch of green and red together in this area, but that is a very broad area. If this tightened up and went between L'Orignal and, for example, Lefebvre, our two cameras, I've got a view of this coming through here right now on my weather cam. We are getting very close to that. Not seeing anything concerning on this camera. I'm going to actually pan it around. So this is the beauty, that we can see below what the radar is seeing at this point. So everything looks fairly elevated here. This is a live shot again. So we have a bird's eye view of the storm. Everything is quite elevated here. I'm just watching the cloud base just to see if I can pick up on anything happening. And we are looking back. Southwest is where this storm is coming from, which would be roughly in this general direction. And I'm just trying to see whether there's anything in here. You can see the clouds way above, but nothing on that has me concerned at this point. I'm going to continue to watch it from my camera there. But again, everything looking pretty decent on this. And I'm just trying to line things up here as far as the storms are concerned. So again, I'm feeling a lot less concerned about this storm as things move through, because we've got a shot of the storm. They are severe warning on the Quebec side for the rest of the stuff moving over from Papineauville and Montebello for that heavy rain. I can clearly read that warning here. So Environment Canada on the Quebec side tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging winds, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. Those are the maximum values. But at this point, our area of rotation that we were watching is around the Alfred area. It is broad. We will see if that tightens up on our next scan. But right now, not really concerned about it. And again, they have shrunk back the warning now. We've got a much smaller box than we had earlier at this point. So just something that is a fundamental flaw of the existing system, just the way those warnings do go out. So what else? Light showers, sun is shining. Brossard, Quebec, Canada in the tornado watch warning. No, you wouldn't be. This is again not heading towards Brossard. Let me just pull this up. you guys don't have anything on the Quebec side at this point anyways. You are east of Montreal. This is all to the west of Montreal by a significant distance. It is east of Ottawa. It's near Grenville or Hawkesbury. It's kind of west of there. We are just watching a bunch of rotation from that storm. So I'm just looking from another different radar here. And we are not seeing anything. I'm watching my camera as well to see if anything is rotating that has my concern. But again, with the way things are looking right now, just going to look back here by Curran and Plantagenet. Let me see here. That's within the storm. Oh, whoops. There, it moved off. Okay, definitely not concerned about rotation right now anywhere on this scan at this point. Again, I do have a view from my weather cam. The storm has kind of passed. It is coming through L'Orignal where our camera is, but the meat of the storm is still back by Plantagenet and Alfred. Again, we are not concerned about rotation. This is from our live shot from our L'Orignal camera. Still some heavy rain back to the west and southwest of this, but not seeing anything on here that would concern me. So again, let's switch over here. Let's go to reflectivity. And we still have a tornado warning from Environment Canada here. It is still good for 30 minutes at this point. I don't think they've updated anything. The wording is possibly producing a tornado. So again, the word possibly is the key there. And let's just switch over here quickly. So back to the west of this storm, you have nothing to worry about. If you are south in Castleman, Russell, Limoges, anywhere along that 417 corridor, Dunvegan, St. Isidore, nothing to be concerned about. This is again moving northeast at this point. You can see how this has progressed, and we're going to continue to monitor it just to see if this does try to tighten up again. So this is all kind of, it's to the west of Hawkesbury. There's some rain in there, but again, the rotation aspect is what we were monitoring here. Obviously, when we do get a tornado warning, the other areas we don't, do the coverage, because obviously this is life threatening situation if there was something ongoing at this point. So again, right now the danger level is not zero, but it's near zero at this point. We're going to just monitor a couple more scans here just to see if anything tries to wrap up here. I do have an area, a little bit of rotation, but it's not really strong, and it's not concerning at this point. So we'll see what happens in regards to that. So again, I do have a camera monitoring part of it. I'm going to actually switch over to one of my other cameras and see. I'll bring both of them up at the same time because we have that ability. What else? Connor got the warning for the tornado in Greeley, which is back to the southwest dramatically from where this would have been. So just looking at my camera here, just a very heavy rainmaker at this point, folks, for the most part. So again, I know we've got a lot of people in here. We are looking very good. I'm going to just cover a little bit of stuff. I'll come back to our area there. We have got 4 minutes till our next scan. I'm just going to double check that I'm not missing anything here. No, we're good. Okay, so we have a lot of rain by Moose Creek, Maxville, Avonmore, Newington area. Some stronger winds embedded in that, as you can see, but that is farther away from the radar. Franktown is going to be closer. Let me just take a look. So there are stronger winds in the line here by Newington and Avonmore, and you can see how this is moving right now. So it is moving almost northeast as it continues to track north of the 401 and the St. Lawrence Seaway at this point. So that is the story right now in Eastern Ontario. We are going to continue to watch that tornado warning. I'm going to come back to the Southwest Ontario side of things and try and get an update quickly on things. There are no storms in this area that are concerning. Over the water, Lake Erie, definitely a strong line there. Going to go back to St. Catharines. This is just showers, folks. Nothing of concern in that area. And let's get an update here. Again, no concern. These are, again, orange, yellow, green, and blue are on the low end of the scale for any kind of precipitation. Heavy rain in Mississauga and Oakville. Let's take a look at some winds in there. Let me follow this. There's a bit. Just watching it's heading over water here very shortly. There is a broad area of rotation by Oakville, Mississauga, but I just want to take a look at this. If it tightens up on the next scan, definitely something to pay attention to, but it is heading over water. It is right now, that rotation would be over 403 and QEW basically at this point, but it is broad, folks. I'm not jumping up and down yet about that one, that's for sure. It has just got my attention at this point. Let's take a look up here by Barrie. Let me switch radars there. This is Innisfail. Still heavy rain in there. It is severe warned for that heavy rain. No hail showing around the Barrie area. And I'm just going to double check my velocities. So this is a closer radar. Definitely not seeing that rotation closer to the surface. I was looking from the Buffalo radar, and that's the thing you always have to keep in perspective which radar you're looking from. The further you are away from a storm, the higher up in the storm you're looking, so you're blind even further down below. So right now, not concerned about the rotation or anything to do with the storm here in Oakville. That is going to head over the water and is a heavy rainmaker with some lightning. Down by south of the 407, between the 407 and 401 by Bowmanville, Oshawa, heavy rain, moderate to light rain in that storm. That is nothing to be concerned about. Stuff around Peterborough, that is a regular shower at this point, and then we are back to eastern Ontario. I'm just going to zoom out to have a bigger look. North Bay, non-severe line of storms, thunderstorms coming through North Bay. Those are all non-severe. And then our heaviest of rain is east of Winchester, north of Morrisburg, north of the 401 corridor. And then you're looking through Newington, Avonmore, Monkland, North Glengarry, Greenfield, Maxville. That's where your heavy rain is going to be. And there is some wind in that, so we need to pay attention to it from that aspect. I'm going to switch over to the Montreal, Blainville radar and double check here what's going on. So this is our latest scan. Not seeing any rotation that's concerning. I'm just going to double check. We are in the clear as far as rotation is concerned, folks, on this storm. It is moving over Papineauville, Montebello, over Lefebvre and Facet. I'm just going to look here. This is our camera out by Lefebvre, so right there in the center of your screen. I'm going to share that camera. It is heavy rain at this point, nothing concerning. Valerie, thank you very much for the 500 stars, really appreciate it. So we are, like I said, we are good at this point on this storm. It's just a very heavy rainmaker. The wind velocities on this storm, again, are broad, and there's nothing tight rotating at this point. The winds are not strong up here by the Ottawa River as this moves through, again, coming through Montebello and Lefebvre right now between Alfred and Plantagenet. Heavy rain, that is the biggest thing going on right now. So that is the good news. And then the line to the south heading towards Alexandria, that is why they've severe warned this because of that big heavy precipitation, and you have some winds in that line as well. So both things. Connor looks like he's either stopping for Subway or something like that, but anyways, we are good at this point. Again, I know we had holy cow, we have a bunch of subscribers today, so thank you to anybody who's subscribed. Really appreciate it. This is what we do. We definitely keep up with things. So we do live stream for severe weather. That is our purpose, to walk people through if we get a tornado warning, yes, that's the idea, but even through severe and that kind of stuff. We're only a 1-year-old platform. We've been doing this Connor and I for 12 years storm chasing. So that is what we're about, is turning the temperature down, not hyping stuff up, and not scaring people if we don't have to. If there is a tornado warned storm or there's a warning, when this all started, we put out our call for shelter 5 minutes probably before Environment Canada put one out, just because we were watching that radar. So thankfully, Mark, my eyes in the back of my head pointed me in the right direction. So again, covering a big area does sometimes is a little bit of a detriment sometimes, but really appreciate all the people who help us out and get us going here. So thank you to everybody who has subscribed. We're, like I said, we're over 20,000, which is just insane at this point. So let me just back out of here, see whether we've got any other areas in a big picture here that need any attention. But right now, things seem to be subsiding, which is fantastic news. And our last serious area of kind of weather or precipitation. Calf, thank you for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate that as well. So rain is heavy in Hawkesbury. I just saw that comment from Mark Paradis. Thank you very much for that. I have not been able to keep up with the comments, folks, for this, so I'm doing my best. But Daffy, thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciate it as well. Long Sault Parkway or Long Sault area to the northwest of you definitely got strong showers. There is some wind out there, but for the most part, not that dangerous at this point. So again, we've got this all moving northeast, and it looks, you can see how it's kind of breaking down at this point. So over the next few scans, I expect this to weaken drastically, I hope, but we will see if that's the case. Right now for Hawkesbury area, just moderate to light rain. Let me just take a look here with the winds. There is not a lot to do with winds. Christine, thank you very much for the donation as well. So always appreciate everything. You guys are showing us the love and the support, and that's what makes this all worth it. So thank you. It is definitely out of Ottawa, folks. This is, you can see clear sky, well, not clear skies, but no storms in the Ottawa area. This is all past the big city. You can see how that's moving through, and this should be the end of it for the area in terms of anything severe. We may get storms, meaning rainstorms, but everything on the severe side of things is east of Ottawa at this point, and heading towards the Quebec side, and I suspect it's going to weaken as it gets towards that Quebec side. Am I running? Yes, I'm running Blainville radar. So Kirk, thank you very much for the 200 stars. Really appreciate it, and the compliment goes a long way, folks. So thank you. And we do stream on Facebook and YouTube, so we do it on both platforms. If you prefer one over the other, you know, you've got a choice. Okay, let's just take a look here. So right now we're dealing with not seeing anything worrisome about rotation. Heavy rain from Saint-André-à-Valin through Montebello, Papineauville, through Lefebvre on the Ontario side. Again, I do have a camera there. Let's see whether it's getting any picture, because it's raining cats and dogs out there. When you see those dark reds, that's just very heavy rainfall right through Alfred, L'Orignal, and then moving on from there. The line to the south definitely looks like, let me just see here, that's from Blainville. Let's look from Franktown. Could be some hail here, but no. At the surface, Dominionville, kind of near Maxville, very heavy rain, those dark reds. You might even have pea-sized hail in that. So definitely something to pay attention to just from that aspect. But this is moving quickly, and it is very narrow along that 401 corridor, kind of to the north of it. So the rain won't last for a long time, but this is moving through quickly at probably 50 to 60 kilometers an hour, somewhere in that neighborhood. And then we have our cluster on the Ottawa River here by Montebello, moving northeast. That is just very heavy rain. Everything else, when you see light orange, yellow, green, blue, that is all on the light end of the scale for precipitation, folks. So again, we are looking pretty good. I'm going to swing back down to southern Ontario and just go through again, update folks. So you can see there are no storms here in southwest Ontario. Near the Niagara Peninsula, that is just regular showers. There's nothing to be concerned about. The going to see from King City radar, the rain precipitation moving over the water at this point, Lake Ontario, bit of heavy rain over Clarkson, just kind of by the QEW 403 interchange to the east, but that is just heavy rain at this point. Nothing to be concerned about there. Non-severe storms to the north by Guelph, or north of Guelph, I should say. Let's go back to Exeter radar. Showers coming off of Lake Huron, nothing concerning there as well. And then we have one little cluster here over Innisfil. This area has been getting rain all day, kind of around the Barrie area, Innisfil, Sutton. Heavy precipitation in that, and it continues to kind of drift southeast. That'll go towards Lake Ontario, tracking the same way as the previous line of storms essentially did. Let's just take a look at our winds in there. It is severe warned because it does have a lot of precipitation in it, and they do have a squall warning over Lake Simcoe because of it as well. But overall, the danger level is fairly low at this point. We have some non-severe storms through Halliburton, around North Bay as well. These are non-severe thunderstorms. Not a lot of wind in them at all, just heavy rain in small pockets. And then we're going to go back on the Quebec side, Western Quebec. Those are non-severe thunderstorms. And then we're just dealing with this one storm here west of Montreal. And that is it at this point, folks. So we are, the afternoon is winding down, or the evening at this point, but things are definitely good in that regards. We still have precipitation moving into our area here through Papineauville. But the meat of that darker red color that we're seeing, which is where our heavy rains are, is going to just skirt kind of north of Hawkesbury, Grenville area, continue on to the Quebec side. I think it's going to weaken as it does. We will monitor that over the next few scans. It is severe warned on the Quebec side and the Ontario side, just so everybody's clear. And then we have our line to the south of all of this that stretches from the 417 down kind of back to the 401. We have a few pockets of heavy precipitation by Maxville and Dominionville. So that is the area that I'm watching. The rest of the story back to the southwest are non-concerning at this point. So it looks like, again, we are getting towards the end of this weather day at this point. Again, may have storms later on, but we don't have the severe aspect of it if it comes through. Let me just switch over cameras here. Just waiting for our next update here, folks, in about 2 minutes. Okay. Should be about a minute or so till we have our next scan. So nothing for Hawkesbury, anything dangerous. There may be storms coming through there, but the most of this intense precipitation will make it to the north. It'll just skirt Hawkesbury by the looks of it. Bernard asking if any of these storms help with the fire issues in Northwest Ontario. Not these ones particularly today, but yesterday and the day before we had some strong precipitation up that way. So here is our latest scan. I'm going to jump right back into this. Let me take a look at it. of course, that camera is down. I just want to show you guys what's behind the storm. So this is right outside my studios. The sun is trying to poke out at this point. So this camera is in Kempville looking north. Our storms are to the east. So you can see that the sun is slowly trying to come out behind all of this stuff. I'm going to try and get one of my cameras up here, back up in Lefebvre. Hopefully I can get it. Just the camera is right underneath an area of the storm I would like to see, but with that heavy rain, it may not be possible. So let me just take a look here. No, it's offline. Okay, so right now, where are we at? Okay, so we have a whole bunch of rain to the north of Montebello, along the 50 through Facet on 148, stretching just north of there, those darker reds or dark oranges, that is all heavy precipitation. Some lightning in there with a little bit of wind, but that is the end of it. It stretches on the Ontario side back towards kind of L'Orignal. I'm just going to kill that off. Was that why I couldn't get the camera up? I just realized I had one of my cameras up and running on my tablet. Anyways, then we have heavy rain coming towards Alexandria. Stretches from the 417. Where would this be? Southeast or southwest of Van Cleek Hill. You can see these darker oranges and reds. That is where that heavy precipitation is. Stretching through Greenfield, Monkland. It's going to come into North Glengarry. Oh, Jesus. Sorry, guys. North Glengarry and then back to the kind of south of Chesterville. So that will continue to march northeast along just north of the 401 corridor. We'll come to the Quebec border, eventually probably going to get into Montreal, but most of the stuff approaching Montreal has been dying off as it's been getting there, just not a conducive environment for storms, but we'll see if this maintains. It is the strongest portion at this time. So let me just take a look here. Okay, so Huck this, where are you? I haven't seen you in a long time. Thank you very much for joining in. You're out by that to the very edge of this tornado warning. I remember that. So Montreal right now, like I said, is pretty good. It's definitely, things are improving behind these storms. It's just out in front of them. What else have we got here? How... I can't, sorry, once the comments go off, I can't track them back down. So what else? Stephanie saying, thank you for the details. I appreciate your work. We were in the line for the potential tornado. I'm glad that we were able to walk you folks through it and help you guys out with that. So getting a technical question here from a mayonnaise salad. Why did you choose to switch from Franktown to Blainville for Papineau region? Is it because you have more resolution when storm is inbound? The radar. So you always want to try and get the radar that is closest to whatever you're looking at, because again, the beams, because of the curvature of the earth, the straight beam ends up going up higher in the storm because the earth curves away from it. So Papineauville is kind of closer to Blainville radar, so I'm reading lower down in the storm. And as a storm chaser or anybody who knows anything about severe storms, you want to see the bottom portion of the storm. That is where the story is told. So fundamentally, that's why these weather cams make a difference, because we're able to see underneath the storm regardless of what the radar is showing. So definitely why I try and switch, because it is, I can show you how the difference is actually. That's a great question without getting too technical. So from Blainville radar right now, we are 3,700 feet off the ground looking at Papineauville. If I switch to Franktown, we are 1,000 feet higher. We're 4,700 feet. So that is a significant difference in height, and that's why I switch. I also use both radars kind of to corroborate or see what both of them are showing. It just tells a better story. So I use both of them at times even for that. So Okay, what else have we got going on here? Cornwall right now, you guys are clear, other than you might see a tail end of the line here. A little bit of rain, but overall, you guys are in a much better place for that weather. And it's essentially the tail end is non-severe here. It's barely moderate to light rain. Our isolated heavier rain is by Greenfield, wow. I'm going to stop. North Glengarry, Greenfield, and Monkland area near Alexandria. That is where we're talking about mostly. Rain on the Quebec side at this point. We still have our scan here at 5:05. We're waiting for a new one. We have it tucked in north of Montebello, north of Highway 50, kind of stretching. And there's our latest scan. So let's just take a look at this. So we are looking at heavy rain southeast of Notre-Dame-de-la-Paix, northeast of Montebello, and it's continuing in that general direction. So let me just see here. So you can see how this is marching across. It's going to continue up into cottage country and heading northeast with that heavier rain. We'll see if it starts to subside off. Right now, Hawkesbury and Grenville, moderate, very light rain actually in that area, and there's not much left behind it. And then we still have our line here coming through Alexandria shortly, then off to the northeast of there, so kind of just to the east of Van Cleek Hill. Heavy rain in that, and there is some wind in this. So there are strong straight line winds by Maxville area. Let's just take a look how far this is from radar. It's not that far. So Maxville, Greenfield area, you're probably going to have 70 to 80 kilometer-hour winds on the surface roughly at this time. So that is the last of the bad weather in eastern Ontario. It is heading over to Quebec. Hopefully it is going to start subsiding. So we'll keep monitoring it. We'll stick with it. Tornado warning. Let me see. It says it expires in 6 minutes. Let me do a refresh here to see if that's gone completely. And it is gone. So that tornado warning is no longer in play at all. Hasn't been for a while, folks. It just stays on the software sometimes. Just looking back again through southwest Ontario. Most of the storms have died off. Let's take a look around Buffalo. Just regular showers through St. Catharines, Welland, Mississauga area. These are just regular showers, nothing severe anymore. Our only pocket of severe weather would be up here by Keswick and Innisfil. Let's take a look at our winds. There's a bit of wind in there, but very mild at best. Heavy rain continuing, and it's feeding off Lake Simcoe. You can see how it's taking the shape of Lake Simcoe on that southern end. That's how you know storms like that moist environment. They try and hang on to it. So it's kind of got that shape of that southwest corner of Lake Simcoe. So anyways, this is going to continue moving southeast. Currently severe warned mostly for precipitation. That area has seen a lot of rain today, so maybe some flooding happening. Highway 7 corridor, this is just a rain shower northeast of Peterborough. Barely, there's no lightning on it at all, so that's just a rainstorm. And then we're back to eastern Ontario and western Quebec. So we'll see whether this line continues to go towards Montreal, and we'll see if it starts to die off a little bit. But that is the end of it, and it is moving very quickly at this point. So it shouldn't take too long to get out of Ontario. Getting holy wind in Hawkesbury and L'Orignal behind the system, punching through. I'm just going to take a look at some wind velocities here. What is happening here that's outside the storm? So I'm going to pay attention to it, but strong winds pushing through that area right now. So thank you for that update from that area. Always getting them on the ground. Roots, Ghislain, good to see you in the chat. I know you're one of our weather cam hosts, so always good to see you in the chat. We did look at your the weather cam you're hosting, so always like to say hi as much as possible to people, but obviously the comments are flying through here, so Oh, Megan saying people in Mirabel got the tornado warning. Yeah, that's way outside of the zone. So, Megan, yeah, you had nothing to worry about in that area. That's crazy that it went that far outside, especially when it was over here by the 417 near Carlsbad Springs. That's essentially where we started to really, where we called for shelter actually just after that. So, to get that in Mirabel is, yeah, that's way out of the range. Anyways. Uh, what else have we got here? Winding down or winding a lot here in Lefebvre at our campground. So yeah, definitely some strong winds behind this clearing as it punches through. But that's going to be the last of it, hopefully, because back to the west again, not seeing a lot at this point. So give me a second here. I'm gonna watch what's going on. Okay, thank you to all my moderators. I know there's a bunch of you in the chat today. Veronica, Melissa, I believe Rick's even been in here. But thank you again to everybody that's helped us today, and obviously through the tornado warning, all the new subscribers as well. Amazing. Thank you so much for getting us over that 20K mark. So now we're on the race to 30K. That's you always got to set your goals a little further ahead. So anyways, Poutine and beer, good to see you in here from central Saskatchewan. Definitely, I know we've chatted on many occasions out west. Looks like we might be streaming out that way for Thursday, like out west, I mean, possibly for another round of severe weather in the prairies, but we'll update our page and go from there. So definitely covering as much as we can across Canada, folks. So 5:11 p.m. There's our next scan. Okay, let me see here. Things are weakening a little bit on this, I think. So bear with me. I'm just going to analyze. Yeah. So still strong, heavy rain here just to the north of Pointe aux Chênes, to the east of, or through Notre-Dame de la Paix and east of there. So heavy rain on that. Just going to look at my wind speeds. Definitely some winds in there. And then our line to the south looks to be breaking up a little bit as this is getting towards the Ontario-Quebec border, kind of west of Saint-Eugène, more orange than anything. Back over Dalkeith, there is some heavy rain in that area. Strong winds out front of the line, a little bit of moderate heavy rain through Alexandria, and kind of heavy rain to the north of there. And then continuing on from the back to the southwest, that is a lot less potent in terms of the precipitation. So this is it moving towards Montreal, and you can see things are dying off as it gets close to Montreal. So I'm not even sure if Montreal will see anything in terms of showers at this point. So more than showers, I should say. And so, okay, we're good there. I'm going to just pay attention to our last kind of cluster here by Innisfail and Sutton. That is still severe warned, I believe. Yes, they still have a severe warning on this, but it is dropping southeast. It is trying to stick to the lake as much as possible and hang on, and but it is dying off at this point in terms of strength. So it will take some time to really weaken, but we are watching it and paying attention as things come over here. So Southwest Ontario, nothing happening there, folks. GTA, nothing happening. These showers have moved off over Lake Ontario. A little bit of non-severe storms along the 401, 407 area. And what else? Connor's asking me for a favor, so yeah, I'm just gonna bear with me for a second. So again, the most kind of intense precipitation is just southeast of Barrie, just over that lake Simcoe, and as that moves off southeast, I expect it to weaken a little bit. Let me go back and get the rotation for Connor. He's trying to find where the rotation crossed here, so bear with me. We're gonna switch over to Franktown. I don't even need to do that. And switch over to velocities, and Connor's just going to check to see back here. right there. Okay. Okay, that was our first kind of, this is where we called for shelter here. This would have been Rockdale and Bearbrook, 26. Okay. Connor's just going to go and investigate to see if he can find anything as far as rotation. This is what triggered our tornado warning. We were calling for shelter at this point. And then our tornado warning from Environment Canada came out about 4 or 5 minutes later, I believe. So again, that was the excitement for the day. So let me switch over to Blainville, and we'll go from there. So heavy rain, no, sorry, I shouldn't say that. Moderate to light rain in Lachute area with those orange and yellows. Our heaviest precipitation is obviously Notre Dame de la Paix, and you can see that there's quite a bit of lightning associated with that storm, so it is still strong. When you start to lose your lightning, that's how you know your storm is weakening. We're going to take a look here at our line. It should be updated here in about 2 minutes, and again, this is moving eastward at this point, so we are looking very good at this point, folks. Things are definitely better. I mean, still rain and some storms heading for some folks, but overall we are pretty good. So bring up my cameras. Just double checking that. Okay, we're good. So I'm going to stick with it. Again, this is the only area left of any kind of intense precipitation with some winds as well. So right. Sorry, just messaging one of our guys here. Okay, here's our latest scan. Lots of wind around Alexandria area. You can see that to the north. There's some strong winds here. I'll show you guys. This is 86 kilometers an hour above the surface, so you're probably 65 to 75 on the surface at this point. So a strong pocket of straight line winds. These are just straight line winds at this point. And yeah, it's definitely going to be windy, so that can cause damage as well. You're noticing out of the line, a lot of the red is disappearing. The only place we have red still here is by Saint Eugene and Saint Glen Andrew is where we've got some heavier precipitation. But again, this is a narrow line. It is starting to weaken a little bit. Let's take a look at our storm up here, trying to wrap up a little bit. Let me see. That's an interesting signature. Just bear with me for a second. It's pushing into it. Huh. Okay, I'm going to watch this area a little bit here by Bell Falls. Just trying to see what that's trying to do. It doesn't look right, but it is got some bright winds in here. So again, Notre Dame de la Paix, that is where our storm is to the east of there, south of Boileau. And you can see, I'm just showing you this, how strong the storm was, all sorts of red and orange. And this was a very big, broad area of red and orange. And now we're losing a little bit of it. So it looks like that area is shrinking down. So we're going to keep an eye on that just to watch what's happening. That is continuing to move northeast. So that'll go up towards what's up here, Boileau, Huberdeau, Arundel is another area up that way, and it's moving northeast at this point. Right now, going towards the 417 Voyageur Provincial Park. It's about to get a little windy in that area. Some rain, but it looks like, let's see where this is going to go for Point Fortune. I'm just watching this line. No, that's going to go a little further east. So the heavier precip is going to come between Saint-André-Est and Rigaud. Kind of on that in between there, there's going to be some heavy precipitation. And then still raining heavily in North Glengarry and Monkland. But that's the end of it at this point. So let's just continue to monitor it. And then I'll switch back over here towards Newmarket, north of there, Innisfail. A little bit of hail on this just south of Sutton. There may be pea-sized hail, maybe less, just on that moving southeast out of that area there. So that is continuing to drop southeast, as they say. Okay. Okay, so that is dropping southeast. The rest of it is nothing to be concerned about. All of the rest of southern Ontario and southwest Ontario right now has no concerning storms at this point. So we are just concentrating what's heading for the Quebec area and watching. Again, Montreal might get a few showers in there, but it's going to be very mild by the looks of this. So what else? Natalie, I'm glad we could help you guys out and walk you through it. Really makes our day when we know we've helped people out in front of this stuff. So Sean saying got 13 millimeters of rain east of Edmonton this morning. So more rain in Edmonton. Edmonton has been getting pummeled this year. Bad storms. They've had 3 bad storms in about 2 weeks out there. So good to see you, Sean, in the chat as always. Power is out in Embrun. Angela saying her brother just let her know that the power is out, which I'm not surprised to hear with how things have unfolded here. What else? Getting a question about a storm heading towards Montreal. This is all nothing to be concerned about. Anything that's or light orange, yellow, green, and blue is actually way on the weak side of precipitation. The only area where you have some heavier precipitation is this line moving along the 401 corridor and then off to the 20 to the north of it. So that is the only area that's got any kind of real precipitation, but you can see that things are slowly starting to break up. I'm just monitoring this to make sure on our next scan there was an area there that might be rotating a little bit. So we're going to keep an eye on it just to make sure we don't have anything sneak up on us. But right now we're looking good. And again, this looks a lot weaker as far as precipitation is concerned over the last several scans. So things are definitely looking good at this point. So I think Dominic is pointing out the storm area that I was talking about, but let me see here. I can't. Oof. Is that our latest scan? Yeah, that just came up. Okay, we've got an area of rotation here, folks. So right now, this is rotating. Let me just flip over here. That is concerning, folks. Give me a sec here. It's broad. So what I mean by broad, it's a very wide area, but there looks to be a little bit of noise, not noise, a lack of data. Give me a sec. 76, 77. I'm going to watch this on a couple of scans here, but that is definitely some rotation here. So, And that was the area I was looking at on the previous scan. It's broad rotation, so it's punching out a little bit. It does not look like it's tight in here. I'm just going to take a look just to see what the radar, but there is a big circulation is basically what's going on here. And the stronger winds are far apart. So I'm just going to measure it so people can understand what I'm kind of referring to. So the bright colors are are 6 kilometers across. So that is your big broad circulation that's happening. I'm just looking at this to see if this is concerning. It had a little bit tighter orientation before on this scan here. I was watching it because Bells Falls, there was some greens and reds together. But right now that does look like broad rotation there. And Mark's watching it as well. So I'm going to watch this. If this tightens up on the next scan, we may call for shelter here, folks. It does look very broad on this, and this is southeast of Lac Papineau on the Quebec side. I'm just making sure this is what's close to here. It's east of Notre-Dame de la Paix, sorry, and Pine Hill is southeast of there. Rivington and Bell Falls area. So we're going to watch that over the next scan. It does look like it's trying to tighten up here. So there may be a tornado warning on this from Environment Canada, but we'll watch. I'm paying attention to it right now, folks. So what else? Don, glad you found the channel. Thank you for jumping on board. Really appreciate you tuning in. And like I said, we're only about a year and a month old. So again, 12 years of storm chasing for both myself and Connor. And most of mine has been in the US with the really, really big storms, but I've chased across Canada as well. I'm watching this storm. I'm kind of curious what's happening here. It's 5:29 p.m. as the scan 4 minutes ago. Heavy rain moving through Saint Eugene, just kind of south of Voyageur Provincial Park. So going to be some heavy rain through there along the Ontario-Quebec border. What else is going on here? Back to, yeah, there's the tornado warning. I knew it. Okay. This is what we're going to go with. Tornado warned area. It is broad, but again, we're going to say if you're out in this area, definitely be in shelter at this point with that tornado warning going on. So you can see how big the red warning box is again for this. They have narrowed it down, but it is from the southwest corner moving northeast. If you are anywhere in this orange box, this is again by Rivington, Bells Falls, Lost River, Lakeview. That is a broad couplet at this point, but it could tighten up quickly. So again, we are going to call for shelter here. Environment Canada putting out the tornado warning. This is moving northeast, just south of Huberto and along the southwest of 327. Again, our orange polygon is the only area right now that you need to be in shelter in. We are 3 minutes from our next radar scan, but this definitely had our attention. And now Environment Canada, like I said, I wasn't surprised that we see the tornado warning just based on what is happening there. So this definitely has a strong couplet trying to form. It's broad. It could tighten up, and if it does tighten up, that's a bad thing for obviously those in front of it. So right now, our tornado warning on the Quebec side, moving northeast, our orange polygon here is the area for shelter. If you are way northeast of this right now, you have nothing to worry about, but you do need to be paying attention because this is moving up that way. I'm just going to show you the motion at this point. So you can see how that came from the southwest, and the bright colors, greens and reds, that's where you want to watch for it. But that circulation right now is about 6 kilometers across. So that is a very wide circulation. It's a question of whether it tightens up or not, folks. So again, what else have we got here? Yeah, you've got a tornado warning if you are anywhere near this area right now. This is over Rivington to the north of Bell Falls on the Quebec side, and it is moving northeast towards the 327, so towards Lakeview, Lost River, and we've got a very broad circulation couplet with some strong winds in there. If this tries to tighten up on the next scan, absolutely this is concerning, folks. That is definitely a couplet trying to get itself established here. So let me move the box and update it. This is moving fairly quick. That rotation is tightening up. So let's go from here to here and then go. So you need to be in shelter anywhere in our orange polygon, folks. That is a couplet trying to form. Whether there's anything underneath it, we can't see that. But again, out of an abundance of caution, you definitely want to be in shelter. That means a basement. If you don't have that as an option, you want to be in an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Ideally, a bathtub gives you a little bit more protection, and put a small mattress over you just in case the worst case scenario. This is moving northeast. So again, orange polygon here. This is right on the Quebec side by 327. Lakeview, you need to be in shelter. Grand Lac McDonald, you need to be in shelter if you're anywhere around there. Lost River, out of just an abundance of caution, I would say you're in shelter as well. This is definitely a storm trying to put a circulation together here. You can see it very evident over the last few scans, and there it's really tightened up. So again, in our orange polygon, you need to be in shelter, folks. So again, northeast of here, you need to be prepared to get into shelter because this is heading up in that general direction. So it is concerning for anybody within the orange polygon. Let me just switch over. Our line back to the southeast of there, or the straight south, some pockets of stronger precipitation, but it is breaking up as it's coming towards the Ontario-Quebec border. That is no longer a concern. Our storm up here, as it's kind of trying to get this circulation going, is the area of concern. That is all I'm going to be concentrating on. Obviously, dangerous situation if this is trying to deploy any kind of tornado at this point. So again, a lot of people are going to be getting a tornado warning here north of Hawkesbury, Grenville, Lachute area, and throughout cottage country. This is going up towards eventually Highway 117, but that is still quite a ways away. I'm going to show you how far. Our circulation right now is 36 kilometers from 117, Highway 117, I'm saying, and it is moving northeast. So it is moving quickly, this storm. So it will cover ground fairly fast, but it's what? Give me a sec here. Let me see here. Oh, well, that could be a drop on the so right now we have no confirmation, but on the correlation coefficient, CC drop indicates sometimes that there's debris. Canadian radar is a little bit harder to see or read through, but this definitely is possible that there's something happening below this. So again, in the orange polygon, you need to be in shelter. It is moving northeast at this point, so it is moving at a fairly decent pace. That does look like a debris signature on correlation coefficient. We don't have anything as far as any kind of visual. Give me a sec here. Let me take a look here. So we more than likely have a tornado happening right now. I'm just going to see if I can find anything on social media. Moderators, if you guys can run through just to see if you got any videos or photos on that side. Just gonna say that this does look strong. I'm gonna check Meteo Quebec. Yeah, So nothing, we're not seeing any photos or videos, but again, that couplet is very indicative of it. That CC drop also indicative of a tornado. So again, shelter in this orange polygon now. And if you are northeast of this, you do need to be already thinking about shelter and starting to prepare to get into shelter along the 327 up to the 364. That is where it's heading next. So we are waiting for our next scan here in about 2 minutes. We're just going to double check things here as well. So we're all scanning social media right now just to make sure that things are going on. So again, moving northeast at this point, I'll show you the cycle of this. And you need to be in shelter. This does look like an ongoing tornado, quite possibly. Again, we have nobody on the ground in front of this, so I can't tell you as far as what's going on, but that does look like a tornado in progress at this point. So we're just going to continue monitoring social media to see if we can find anything that anybody posts, just so that we have an idea here. Guys, don't just jump into the chat and start spamming about a town or a city, especially when we have a tornado warning. That is not how you get things done in here. We have a lot of comments. I try to get to them. If there's a life danger, safety situation, yes, this is definitely a tornado in progress. More than likely, this is now coming to Lakeview. You need to be in shelter. And up to Weir and Lac des Pins, this definitely has the signature of an ongoing tornado. So again, very dangerous circulation right now, ongoing, and we're going to put the box out to here. This is moving very quickly, so let me move this around. You need to be in shelter if you are anywhere in this orange polygon. That is, again, near Lakeview along 327 up to Weir, Lac des Pins, Lac des 16 Îles, and all the way up to Domaine Mont Blanc, I believe that is. Yeah, Domaine Mont Blanc. You want to be in shelter. This does look like an ongoing tornado at this point. There is a CC drop on it as well. So I would not be surprised at all if this was confirmed. It does have the look. So again, shelter is basement. If you don't have that as an option, then you need to get into an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathtub offers you a little bit better protection. And if you don't have, and then put a small mattress over you in case the worst case scenario happens. But this is definitely a strong couplet that has formed over the last little bit. It is the last portion of severe weather that we're dealing with. And unfortunately, it's going through a really bad terrain area in terms of visibility. You will not see this more than likely until it's right on top of you, especially if it's wrapped in rain. There is a lot of precipitation with this, and you can see how this is all wrapping in there. So again, more than likely we have an ongoing tornado moving through the Quebec side along 327 north of Grenville, coming up to the to Weir and Lac des Pins, going through Lakeview. You need to be in shelter at this point. So just trying to monitor social media. What else? Okay. Okay, nothing on social media that I can find. I'm going to just keep searching here, but still nothing on that side. So again, this is on the Quebec side, south of Mont-Tremblant, but way south of Mont-Tremblant. You guys are still in that warning area, but just to give you an idea, this is about 26 kilometers south of Mont-Tremblant. If you are anywhere in that orange polygon, you already need to be in shelter. This is a not a confirmed tornado, sorry. It does have the signature. It does have all of the earmarkings of a tornado on the ground. I'm just going to take a look here. Environment Canada's wording says possibly producing a tornado, so we don't have confirmation from them, but based on the velocity signatures and the correlation coefficient drop, you definitely look to have something ongoing. Connor, I believe, is going to head up to that area to do a survey after this moves through. Here we go. They've just updated the warning. Still says possibly producing a tornado at 5:45 p.m. Environment Canada tracking a severe thunderstorm. Obviously damaging winds and hails. 5:41. We need another 3 minutes before we get our next signature. Orange polygon, you need to be in shelter. Let me just take a look here. I think Rick is also heading up that way, possibly, but I could be wrong. No, it looks like Rick is headed that way as well. So we do have a couple of folks heading to check on this. They'll be behind it by far, but we'll see what comes out of it at this point. So let me see here. I'm just looking at their locations. Okay. So let's continue. We are going to say orange polygon. They are definitely need to be in shelter. Lakeview, again, this is our scan is 6 minutes old at this point. This is our second tornado warning off this same system. One was earlier in Ontario. I don't think anything happened on the Ontario side, but this is a much stronger signature and a much stronger couplet as far as a possible tornado ongoing. So you can very clearly see that couplet forming, and here's our latest scan. So right now it looks like it kind of went somewhere between Rivington and Lakeview, Bells Falls area. Nothing on social media so far that we can see, and again, we are monitoring it, but right now on the Quebec side, south of Mont Tremblant, you need to be in shelter in this orange polygon just as this progresses. So we are continuing to monitor this and pay attention, because obviously this is a dangerous situation at this point. So let me just take a look here. Yeah, it's definitely a concerning. Oh, okay. Thanks. I believe we may have a video. I may not be able to show you this video. Craig Mile Pharmaco. Okay, I need to figure out where this is. Bear with me. Is this? Okay, I'm going to continue on here. Sorry, we were looking at a video verifying it. So here's our latest scan, folks. Let me just jump into this. It has weakened a little bit. There is still a circulation here, so we are still going to call for shelter, obviously out of an abundance of caution. Just going to see about our CC. Yeah, so, okay. Let me switch over here, delete out our box, and we're going to move it forward. The rotation has gone down somewhat on this, quite a bit. So we are still going to put out a box for shelter out of this, out of an abundance of caution. This could wrap up again. Let me just take a look here. So this is right at 327 and Weir, Lac des Pins. If you are anywhere in this orange polygon, you need to be in shelter. You can see the giant red box from Environment Canada. We are narrowing it down to where our circulation is. This is definitely weakened dramatically from the last scan, which is good news. It doesn't mean it's over with. It just means that it's weakened, and we got to keep an eye on it still for at least another scan or two. So right now, still calling for shelter anywhere in this box. Again, Lac Beaver or Beaven. Yeah, Lac Beaven. I can't read that properly. Lac des Pins, Weir. You guys need to be in shelter if you're anywhere on 327 in this polygon as well. And then it goes kind of into an area where there's not a whole lot to that I can call out there, but that is where our rotation area is, and we're going to see here at this point. So close that off. I'm going to just keep scouring social media, folks, just to see if we can find anything here on that. So nothing new on X at this point. So what else? Okay, so far nobody's finding anything on social media, but I would be shocked if there was nothing on this just kind of north of Rivington, maybe through Rivington, Bell Falls, and then northeast of there where we are right now. So you can see this is moving quickly. The rotation has weakened again. I'm just going to keep talking about that. This is the only area of concern at this point, and it is getting, so the threat level has gone down on this last scan. It is not at the bottom, but we are definitely feeling better about this scan for those in front of it. You can see that the bright colors have gone away. They're not as close to each other. So we're going to just monitor this. Again, we are calling for shelter on this at this time. Again, anywhere in this orange polygon by Weir, Lac des Pins, kind of to the west of Domaine Mont Blanc. This is almost south of Mont Tremblant. It is a big, obviously, area, resort area, but this is moving northeast away from there, just giving you that as a kind of point of interest so you know where this is headed. Storms on the south side of things are severe warned for some heavy precipitation through east of Lachute and all that, but that is very minor compared to what we're dealing with up here on the north side in Quebec. So again, our area of concern very much right here in our orange polygon, and we will continue to monitor that until this subsides or dies off. So you definitely want to be paying attention to this. Yes, again, Mont Tremblant right now, you are still to the south of it. Storms can do some weird things, but our circulation is 21 kilometers from Mont Tremblant area moving northeast. So in an ideal world, that will not get up to Mont Tremblant. And again, it has weakened on the last scan. I will show you what this looked like. That's where it got our attention and then moved here. This definitely looked like a possible ongoing tornado. Same with this scan. And then here we are at this point where those bright colors have definitely subsided, which is good news. Vast majority of tornadoes are down on the ground 90% for 2 minutes or less. Just to give you guys an idea, this does look like if it was on the ground, it was longer than 2 minutes. Right now, we don't have any indication of anything on social media that I can see any kind of photos or videos or anything like that. We are continuing to monitor what is happening there to see if we can find anything, but right now we are not finding anything at this point. So again, got a lot of stuff going on here as far as rotation and everything like that. So oh, here we go. So rotation has definitely subsided even more on this scan. We are still going to say that you are in shelter in this orange box. It is very broad rotation at this point. Let me flip over here. So still going to call for shelter on this storm anywhere in the orange polygon. It has crossed over, what road is this? 364. It has crossed over there northeast of Weir and heading up into Réserve Écologique Jackrabbit. So you need to be anywhere in that area. If you are there, get in shelter. So we're going to see what's going on. So we're going to continue saying that you are in shelter because we do have some reds and greens here with a little bit of what we call a hook echo. What I mean by that, on the reflectivity, you can kind of see a hook echo forming in here. So that is usually indicative of something trying to spin up again. So it has the look. It does have velocities on it. That's not what I wanted to do. So we are still saying that you need to be in shelter at this point as this moves northeast, heading up towards 117, still quite a ways away, but be in shelter. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. The terrain is definitely not conducive to, first of all, visibility. It's also difficult on lower rotation because you get that kind of friction across the surface and stuff like that. But at this point, again, I'm feeling much better. We are not at zero, but we're near zero with this rotation. We just need to see on the next few scans if this continues to weaken at this point. Again, on the Quebec side, moving northeast at this point, up towards 117, but right now crossed 364, moving northeast of Weir and continuing in that general direction. So we are going to watch this as it continues through, folks. Definitely an area of strong rotation was evident for quite a few scans there. So still nothing on the social medias that I can find. Bear with me. We're moderators are checking a whole bunch of stuff, so we're just all over the place right now trying to find anything that we can let you guys know about or share. But so far, we're not seeing anything from social media that could be a that could be a good sign. Not sure. We'll find out here shortly. And I'm hoping that this is dying off at this point and the rotation is going to go away. And the storm definitely is shrinking. I'm going to show you that. When we had our tornado warning, you can see right about here is where it started. Probably this scan here is where it started. Actually, no, it was right here. That's where our scan started. And you can see the colors are starting to come out of this storm, and it's only orange. But that does not mean it's over at this point. So we're just going to watch it out of an abundance of caution. Shelter does mean basement if you have it. If you don't, interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathtub gives you a little bit of extra protection and maybe a small mattress over you for in case of the worst case scenario at this point. So yeah, just again, just as things were hopefully subsiding, we had a very strong couplet form here and decide to, obviously triggered the tornado warning and triggered our shelter as well. So, Sunny saying Quebec City. Yes, this is nowhere near Quebec City. This is not even near Montreal at this point. Right now, this storm is basically northeast or northwest of Montreal at this point. And where our little orange polygon, that is the area that you can see Ottawa back to the southwest, Montreal to the east. This storm is moving northeast. It is currently just southeast of Mont-Tremblant at this point. So we're waiting for a new scan here in about 2 minutes. If you're near Mont-Tremblant and Maniwaki, you are, depends where you are when you say near, that's up for interpretation. Obviously, if you are anywhere here by Weir, the rotation is moving through that area, moving northeast again. So if you are in this orange polygon that we've drawn, that is where you need to be in shelter. Again, very strong couplet, strong signature, and more than likely we had a tornado. No confirmation of that yet. Environment Canada also not putting the wording in there. They're saying that is possibly producing a tornado, not that it is producing a tornado. So this is moving northeast at this point. And again, if you are anywhere near this, you need to be in shelter, folks. So okay. So This is our area where you need to be paying attention. Just this orange polygon again. That is roughly at 327 and 364 is where this just went through. It crossed both highways. There's our next scan. Let me bear with me. This is moved up. Velocity definitely looks a lot less concerning on it, but still, out of an abundance of caution, we are staying with the shelter order or recommendation. Let me bear with me. If you are in this orange polygon or close to it, you need to be in shelter. Right now, this is going through Réserve Écologique Jackrabbit. It doesn't look like there's a lot out here. There are some roads. This is southeast of Barkmere. This is to the northwest of Domaine Mont Blanc on 364. It is heading northeast at 117, which I know is a busy highway. And this is Ivry-sur-le-Lac is up in that direction. The rotation is lowering quite a bit at this point, so it is not as dangerous, but we are still calling for shelter at this point. That is where this is headed. You can see the reds and greens across from each other, so definitely one of those things. So just double checking some more social media, folks, just to be sure. We are getting some possible wording that something did happen here. So no, I haven't seen anything there, but let me just take a look here. Just trying to figure out where this is. I've got a photo I'm assessing here. Bear with me for a second. So it looks like, where was this? I'm just going to come back. So again, orange polygon, you need to be in shelter. That is where we're recommending. Again, it is northeast of Weir, northeast of 364. This came through, let me just take a look here, through Rivington. And what else is here? Let me see if we've got anything through Lakeview. And let me just double check here. Bells Falls. So at this time, right, like I said, we don't have anything for sure confirmed at this point. But again, rotation still present on this storm, going through Réserve Écologique Jackrabbit and heading northeast. This is again northeast of 364 and 327 where it meets Weir. So again, out of an abundance of caution, we're saying stay in shelter at this time. And the storm does look like it is weakening at this point. Does not look like it could wrap up again. I think it's fairly confident that this is not going to do it again, but we are going to say at this time, stay in shelter if you are anywhere in this orange box, and then we're going to go from there. So Chris, welcome from Edmonton, Alberta. Thanks for jumping in the chat. We've definitely had a bit of an exciting afternoon with a couple of tornado warnings here today. And that's why you never know what is going to happen, even if the parameters don't look that bad in terms of storms. You just never know what the story is. So I'm in Mont Blanc right now. Heavy rain, not much wind so far. That's from Carlos. Thank you for that. What else? Okay, so we are getting some wording here from Johnny saying that his family is in Lac McDonald, which is one of the places I did call out. That they confirmed that there was possibly a tornado that touched down. Property is a disaster. Hopefully everybody's okay, Johnny. Really appreciate that update. Again, you know, we sometimes damage can happen from stuff that not necessarily a tornado, but this is the wording we're getting here. We will see whether that's the case. So right now, no, this is not heading for Mont Tremblant. It is heading northeast away from there. Mont Tremblant right now is about 17 kilometers from the circulation, and it is moving in kind of away from Mont Tremblant. So let's just take a look here. Where was that Lac McDonald? I know I saw it back here by Lakeview. Oh yeah, Grand Lac McDonald by Lakeview. That definitely had a very strong signature back there. That would have been right here, yes. So this was where we were concerned up to Lakeview through Lac McDonald there. So Johnny, thank you for the update. Hopefully everybody's okay. If you do have a source for it, please let us know what we got in that area. So so apparently its father-in-law has just called him. So again, based on the signatures on velocity, I would not be at all surprised. So we'll wait to see what comes out of there. We are going to see. It's not going to change the outcome or anything like that. But again, I would not at all be surprised if there was anything going on as far as that's concerned. Now let's take a look at our next velocity scan. This is dying off. Rotation has completely subsided on this storm for the most part, so it is not as dangerous a threat at this point. Bear with me for 1 second. I'm still going to say shelter for one more scan just to be safe, but this does look like a dying storm, so the danger is not zero, but it is near zero at this point. So again, the temperature, we're knocking it down at this point. Just looking at our velocity scans, if you are in this orange box, kind of Mont Blanc is to the north somewhat, but this is moving northeast at this point. Again, not as concerned about this at this time. Okay, so Johnny is just saying that his father-in-law did indicate that there was obviously damage and that it was a tornado and hung up. So anyways, like I said, appreciate the heads up. Thank you for getting that information to us based on those velocity scans. That is going to be just south of, where was it, Lakeview. There's a big Grand Lac McDonald, and if it was anywhere, it would be on the western side of that lake, my guess, based on the velocity scans that came through. So let me just double check this. I'm going to bring it back. It would be, if it was anywhere, it would be on the southwest side of Lakeview, the west side of Grand Lac McDonald. Very obvious signature right over top of there. So again, west side of Grand Lac McDonald, west of 327 is where that would have taken place. We are back here right now. We are still calling for shelter out of this storm. It does not look strong. The rotation has come out of it. Just with the history of this storm, that's why we're still saying take shelter at this point. And it is in this orange polygon. So we've narrowed down the big red box into this small area here. So it is definitely a situation that has unfolded over the last half an hour, and the rotation right now looks extremely broad and weak, so that is good news. We're going to wait another scan here, but I think we're going to be in the clear, hopefully, fingers crossed, that this is done and over with and is dying off at this point. So the storm itself looks completely anemic, weak, so again, I'm feeling very confident on that. So anyway, everything is looking good at this point. So we are definitely in a much better place than we were earlier a short while ago. Let me switch over, look at other storms. There is a storm over by Mirabel, Belle River, Belle Rivière, sorry, in French. That has got heavy rain on it, a little bit of wind. Down by Rigaud, south from there to Saint-Telesphore. That is just moderate to light rain for the most part. There is not a ton of wind in it, so again, not concerned for that area as far as those two storms are concerned. Let me take a look back here by Toronto area. Mostly non-severe storms here going through Newmarket. I'm going to check the winds. Winds are insignificant on that. Heavy rain through Mount Albert, Uxbridge, and Oakwood, but that is all that it is at this point. Just minor rainstorms through the Toronto area. And then let's just take a look here through the rest of Southwest Ontario. Nothing to talk about in Southwest Ontario, folks. And around the GTA, the only area from Newmarket is moderate heavy rain, and that is it, folks. These are basically non-severe storms at that point. So the last of it is over here in the Quebec side of things, just along the border, and one stronger storm heading for the radar, but I suspect that is because of its close proximity to radar. It looks a little bit strong, but we're going to take a look at that. That is just heavy rain moving through very quickly here through, again, Mirabel Airport along the 50 there, and then Belle Rivière. Heavy rain, most concerning part of it. The rest of it, insignificant. Okay, so we're just going to wait for another scan here, but I think this storm is done. That is south of Mont Blanc, and we will continue to update as things are going here. No, do I think it'll deviate? Absolutely not. Right now, again, this does not look strong in any way. I'm not concerned about this. We are just putting the call for shelter out of an abundance of caution, just because of the signature that was on that couplet for several scans. Just want to make sure nothing's going to try and wrap up again, which it does not look like that's going to happen. So yeah, this is dead now. This storm, there's nothing left on this storm, folks. So the danger has passed at this point. Again, this storm is dead. So we are no longer calling for shelter here along 117. This is going to be a non-existent storm here shortly. So again, if you are anywhere in the tornado warned area, we can say that at this point, it has got strong winds as far as straight line winds, meaning that strong surface winds. However, the rotation aspect of it is dead at this point. So that is the good news for anybody in line with this. Coming up to 117 from Mont Blanc over to Saint-Agathe des Monts. And it is just a rain shower at this point with some stronger straight line winds. This is dying at this point. So yeah. Okay. Just double checking on comments. Megan saying the rain was nuts here in Mirabel, and that would be back for our southern storm, and it is definitely has heavy rain in it. The winds don't look too strong, but that is the last area that we have anything happening at this point. So Mont Tremblant, you're okay. There's nothing to worry about there. So what else? Saint-Jérôme, you don't have anything to worry about in Saint-Jérôme. It's Vexer. There is absolutely nothing to worry there. That was to the northwest of you, and it is way north, and that storm has died. So you have nothing to worry about. Hopefully that helps you out. What else? CC Brooks, if anything's coming later for Eastern Ontario in terms of severe, no. You might get a rainstorm or something out of the blue, but that's about it. You don't need to worry about any kind of severity to storms in Eastern Ontario, folks. Yeah, we switched Luke Lalonde. We switched over to WeatherWise about 8 months ago, 7 months ago, and we've been in love with it. I used to use Radar Scope. Uh, I don't know what took me so long to switch. Let's put it that way. But Connor Frank is sorry Frank. Connor is heading up to see the area. They are traveling in to take a look at the damage from that from the tornado that we're getting reports on, and especially with the velocity scans. Like I said, it's not surprising that there's damage up there. So that is where he is heading currently. Ruby, nothing happening in Carlton Place. You guys have absolutely nothing going on here. Clear skies in the sense of storms. There are, again, minor showers. Anything that is light orange, yellow, green, down to blue is light showers. There's no lightning even associated with it. So there may be storms later on, but the severe aspect is very unlikely at this point. So what else have we got out here? Saint Adele. We had several alerts, but no big wind yet. You're probably, yeah, so you're right here on it. You are to the east of where that tornado was going, or the storm that had the tornado warning was going, but it is not, didn't end up going that way. So what else? Rachel asking, how do you tell the difference between a hook echo and just funky swirl shapes on a radar? That comes from experience, from seeing hook echoes constantly. Generally, they're shaped from counterclockwise. So you basically, the back end of the storm and it's rotating down kind of south. Rotating around southeast kind of thing. But you watch for your velocities. You have to have your velocity and your hook echo. You can have a hook echo with no rotation in it. That happened the other day. We had a hook echo through Toronto area. I think it was Oakville, and the rotation was off to the east, and people were freaking out that there was a tornado going on. There was nothing in the hook echo that would indicate any kind of rotation within that. So it's again, it comes from experience just looking at radar, but you just learn the look of that, hook echo on the back side, southwest side of a storm that is moving northeast usually, or eastward. But on the back left corner of the storm is generally where things are that happen. And you obviously need to match up your velocity scans with it as well. Depends where they are. If you need to warn your elderly neighbor, right now we don't have any tornado warnings ongoing in terms of us calling for shelter. There is still one from Environment Canada. I'm just going to see if they've dropped it at this point. Yes, and Environment Canada has dropped it as well. So again, nothing to be concerned about on the tornado warning. We are good to go as that happens. So just jumping more questions into you have nothing to be worried about. Again, Robbie, the tornado warning has dropped. The storm has dropped as far as the tornado warning side of things. Let me see. Saint Lucie des Laurentides. Lucie. Here we go. Yeah, you have nothing to worry about. That storm has died. It is just a rainstorm. The tornado warning is over with. We've been saying that there's no concern for the last little bit. You are good to go. So hopefully that helps you out there. What else have we got here? Any severe weather is I should worry about. God, I'm trying to. That was a tough one to decipher there, but definitely in the GTA, nothing right now of any concern that would be worrisome for you guys. Again, just southeast of Barrie, there is heavy rain, but nothing that's concerning. So. Glad you came on here. Glad we could help answer the questions, Rita. And we definitely narrowed it down. The tornado warning was 150 kilometers across. So we definitely narrowed it down a lot more. So what else is going on here? Saint Adolphe. Chris asking about Alberta. I have nothing today. I don't think there's anything tomorrow. What else? How about Alberta? Anything in the works? No, I think Thursday we were talking about possibly looking at a live stream there as well. So, yeah, that's where we're at this point for that. Okay. Just trying to catch up on comments. There is no tornado at this point, guys. Hélène, there is nothing of concern. Again, we are showing our screen here where we had the tornado warning in the center. It would have been right kind of south of Mont Tremblant, south of Mont Blanc. That tornado warning is dropped. The only area of any kind of heavier precipitation is coming through Blainville, Mirabel, and then up to Sainte-Sophie and Saint-Jérôme. But that is just heavy rain at this point with lightning. Is there lightning on this? There's a few lightning bolts on this. So that is the only thing that is of any concern. And again, that is very low on the scale at this point. So, oh, awesome, Gabriel. I appreciate that. From one chaser to another, thank you for all you do here. There was barely any indication that this was in the cards today, and it was great having you in the background while I was chasing. So I've been hearing that from chasers. It's a good kind of, having an understanding of what's happening all around. Again, glad we could help you out, Gabriel. Appreciate it. And we continue to do it, and we will continue to do it for a while now. So, there is no tornado anywhere on the ground, guys. Tornado is over and done with. You guys have nothing to worry about. Mags, really appreciate it. Thank you very much for the comments. And again, I know I miss a lot of them because there's just too many going on, but we try and get some of them in there from that. Modest clouds in Montreal. Those are my favorite clouds, quite honestly, especially when you get a really strong display of them. They just updated 3 warnings at the same time here. So, I believe there's no severe warning up here. This is not severe. Oh, maybe for wind. My apologies. Maybe for wind. Yeah, there's a bit of wind here. That could be straight line winds. So north of 117 Saint Agathe des Monts, these are strong straight line winds, meaning they're blowing very hard in one direction. They probably are seeing right now about 90 kilometers an hour above the surface. So you're about 75 to 85 because it's not far from the surface. So windy up in this area as it continues northeast. So that is what the severe warning would be for there. And then our thunderstorm warning here by Blainville. Same thing. This is just going to be for that heavier rain. It is close to the radar. The radar is sitting right here in Blainville or just to the north of it. So that is when they get right on top of the radar, they are somewhat blind. And then our storm back here to the south, this is by Rigaud, moving east towards Hudson. This is just moderate heavy rain to light rain and is dying as it does so. So we are, like I said, things are winding down here, folks. We still have some heavier rain here by Uxbridge, Port Perry, small pockets of heavy rain by Kawartha Lakes, Lindsay area, a little bit of a pocket, and this is just moving kind of southeast. But for the most part, this is all non-severe, folks. There's not a whole lot going on in there. There's no hail, no real wind. So again, southern Ontario, definitely out of it at this point. Just going to look from Buffalo radar, and we have a few small storms popping here by Kitchener, but those are non-severe storms. So the severe watch for southwest Ontario has also been pulled back. It is only kind of on the west side of the GTA from Mississauga up to Angus, Alliston, and eastward from there. So things are always looking better at this point out of everything that we've been seeing. A few little storms on the western Quebec side by Petawawa, Deep River, Mattawa, and that is just some small isolated severe thunderstorms, but they are very small in comparison to what's left here. So, okay. Yeah, we definitely don't have any confirmation of any tornado that has touched down. This velocity signatures that we were seeing on there were very strong, but we obviously that will change whether one way or the other. It doesn't change what has happened. We will see if there are any photos of damage or anything like that that come out, but the event is over. At the end of the day, whether it happened or not, we will know over the next 24 hours or quicker. So absolutely 100%. Nothing is officially confirmed at this point. So what else? Marie Rochon, thank you for being in here. I had a feeling you might be in here. You did see some weather today, but to the northwest of you looked like it was a lot worse. So what else? I come for the storms. I stay for the education. That's awesome. I really appreciate that. So I like to teach people about radar so they know what to be concerned about and what not to be concerned about, even if we're not around. And that's the whole point. Strong winds here, folks, coming up through Saint-Lucie des Laurentides. There are some strong straight line winds, not rotating, but as that storm is dying out, you get this, strong forcing with the winds, and Lantier around 329. There are definitely strong winds in there. These are just in one direction, again, straight line, but you can see those are picking up as it moves northeast. So it is going to get very windy in some of those spots as it moves northeast towards Saint Donat along 125, Notre Dame de la Merci. It's heading up in that general direction right now with the straight line winds. And then back to the south, again, we still have rain around the Blainville radar, but that's basically it at this point. And again, that looks worse than it actually is. As that storm goes out the other side, I suspect a ton of that red is going to disappear. And I'll show you why the radar sees it that way. I'm going to tilt our 3D image. So it's like a bowl. So when it's close to the storm, it's dissecting the storm much differently than when it's further out. And so it does end up looking worse than it actually is when the storms are right over top of them. So just kind of wanted to show that as far as the storm, it looks worse than it is, but it's still got heavy rain in it. It's just not as bad. So asking if east of Kingston will go to Montreal. No, the stuff in New York, let me just see here. I don't think so. It might head up that way. It could. It might miss Montreal to the south. It's still quite a ways away, so I can't give you any kind of definitive answer on it. If you're talking about the stuff out of New York, that's 160 kilometers away, so it still could die. It still could deviate, but right now there is a possibility that they go there. They're non-severe storms at this point, but we'll see what happens there. So my pleasure. Thank you for being on the stream, Alexander. Really appreciate it. Alexandre is actually the French way. I should say it that way, but yeah, sorry, I did see a question about understanding storm chasing tips and stuff like that. Send us an email. I'll do my best to respond to it. On the live stream, it's a little more difficult because obviously we're just assessing things as they're going along. So, but yeah, I'm definitely able to help out with that as well. So, perfect. Glad to hear this as well. So, there's a lot of resources on the internet. YouTube has some really good stuff. The National Weather Service has a really good library of videos to understand severe weather and tracking it and all that kind of stuff. So user, you can send, okay, there you go. They've already answered that. So, okay. Perfect. So I think I'm caught up on comments. I think we're looking pretty good right now. 6:23 p.m. I'm going to wait for another scan here, but our strong winds up here by Saint Lucie des Laurentides and Lantier, that is definitely the area of a little bit of concern for those straight line winds. But that's basically what the only major area of concern. And yeah. Okay. Just reading some comments. Sorry, folks, getting back to this. Uh, Tony saying storms don't die, they peacefully pass away. Yep. We'll go with that. So, just by Toronto area, this now a lot of orange and yellow in this. This is non-severe as far as rain is concerned. No wind, no hail in that. So these storms by Kawartha Lakes to the south, Port Perry, Uxbridge down to almost Stouffville. That is just regular. It's barely got thunder and lightning on it, but those are just thunder showers at this point, dropping southeast towards the lakes. So we'll see that go through Cobourg and across from there. So again, not expecting a whole lot in terms of any kind of severity here in Eastern Ontario. Southwest Ontario is done. The watches have been pulled back all the way to Toronto. And then we're just dealing with the fallout here of these last few storms on the Quebec side of things. So we're going to monitor that for a bit here. And we just had a new update. Let's take a look. Storm going through Saint Donat. Moderate to light rain in that. Let's take a look at our winds. There are some strong winds in here, folks. So let me just highlight that. We've got a pocket of very strong winds here above the surface. Let me move that actually to the bottom here. And then let me do my measurement. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. Let's do this. So right now, this is 2,000 feet off the ground, roughly, which is about 700 meters. We've got 95 kilometers an hour as far as things are concerned. So there are a few strong spots. But at the surface, you're talking 70 to 80, maybe a little above 80 kilometer hour winds. So it is getting strong in terms of those winds. This is moving northeast from Saint. I drew over it, so bear with me for a second. Saint Lucie des Laurentides. It's moving northeast from there, and this is what town is that? I drew over Lantier, maybe something like that. Moving northeast and going up to 125 Notre Dame de la Merci. It is going to cross between there and Saint Donat. Up to the north on 125. So that bright pink area is strong winds. So that is the thing you need to be concerned about there. Just going to take a look and see where everybody is back in our area. Bear with me for a second here. Connor is just crossing onto the Quebec side, it looks like, here shortly. So they are heading through Hawkesbury area and going to cross over. So again, they're going up to take a look what's going on there, and we'll see what's going on after the fact. If there's anything to post, we will put it on our social media pages as well. So what else? Okay, just looking at some comments here. Bear with me for one moment. We will update you guys. But right now, the strong winds in that circle is the area that I have most of concern, just because those are going to be 70, 80 kilometer hour winds. And let me just take a look here. Perfect. Okay, so Let's switch back over, but we are getting to the end, folks. This is looking very weak on all fronts in terms of rain. On the Quebec side, the storms by Saint-Jérôme and Blainville, those are just rain showers. Not a lot of wind in there. Looking very good. Hudson, heavier rain, but again, not concerning. There's not a lot there. Our strong winds are the only thing that I'm watching here by Sainte-Lucie-des-Laurentides and up to Saint-Donat, up to the 125. That is the last of it, folks. The rest is over and done with for this this afternoon or evening. Well, I guess we're evening at this point. So, you know, just a lot going on this afternoon, but things have quieted down at this point. No, there is no rotation vector. It is just straight line winds, meaning that there's no rotation in it whatsoever. Our storms by Kawartha Lakes, Uxbridge, that is just a rain shower at this point, or a thunderstorm, non-severe at this point. And again, things around the Ottawa, nation's capital area, nothing going on there as well. And our last storm basically moving to the north from Saint-Donat is just those winds. And we're getting to the very end here, folks. So this is looking very good. Leah asking about what about Laurentide area. If you're talking about Sainte-Lucie-des-Laurentides, that is just where the heavy or the strong winds are. These are straight winds, no tornadoes, nothing going on as that's concerned. So anything in Kingston? No, there's nothing any concerning in Kingston at this point. Again, everything is on the downtrend everywhere as far as those things are concerned. Chris, thanks for stopping in. Really appreciate. Oh my God. Okay, straight line wind issue here, guys. Let me reset this. We have very strong winds as this storm is dying out. This is now coming to Notre-Dame de la Merci, moving northeast. This is going to cross 125. Next would be La Seuille, Baudouin de la Pointe-à-Marie. That is one area. I'm just seeing if there's anything else. These winds right now, I'm just making sure I'm on the right radar. These are over 100 kilometers an hour off the surface. So you're talking 80 to 90 kilometers an hour of straight line winds, meaning it's pushing out. That is what you're looking at here. These are straight line winds. These can cause damage just as much. This will blow trees over, that kind of stuff. So if you are anywhere in line with this, you need to be taking precautions. If you're in a tent, you need to get to some kind of shelter, small trailer. You can see how this is developing. I'm just backing it up about 3 or 4 frames. That is going northeast at this point along, and it's crossing 125 southeast of Saint-Donat, and it is going to continue up northeast from there. So that is the biggest concern right now. Straight line winds out of this, probably 80 to 90 kilometers an hour, maybe even up to 100, and it's continuing to intensify. You can see that here, strong here, and then boom, you've got that big bright white skin tone color moving northeast. So again, need to pay attention to that. That is the biggest concern right now as this moves through the area. So what else have we got here? Just getting a video here, just trying to see a couple of things. Just seeing a video. I don't know exactly where it is, but this is from the tornado possibly happening earlier. Trees completely down all over an area. So anyways, we will, like I said, we'll update as soon as we have any confirmation just showing a lot of damage around Harrington area. So more than likely there was something happening here. Right now there is no tornado. We are talking about straight line winds on this, and this is heading up to the southeast of Saint Donat along 125 Notre Dame de la Merci. It is extremely windy right now. Again, we're closing in on 80, 90 kilometers an hour, maybe a little bit stronger than that. So you got to be paying attention to this. It is going into an area that looks far more remote after it crosses that 125. There's not a whole lot up there, but there's definitely still people. So we want to make sure that we can get the word out. What else? Okay. Good comment here. I'm going to try and cut and paste that. Just about the... Tell Connor to take Highway 50 to 327. Don't take Scotch Road. Okay, let me pass this on to Connor. Scotch Road. Thank you for that. Oh. Well, I don't know which one he's doing, whether he's taking 50 or he's taking Scotch Road. But anyways, he just said that's exactly what I'm doing. So well, I can take a look. He looks to be on 50 at this point. Oh, he's just south of Scotch Road. So anyways, don't take Scotch Road, Connor. I appreciate the advice. Hopefully he listens. Anyways, okay, what else have we got here? Oh, that's the suspension bridge area. Okay, definitely. Obviously, there are people still out there, and that's why we are warning these straight line winds. If you're in a trailer, or not in a trailer, well, if it was a small trailer, a tree falling, that kind of stuff, still not going to protect you. But if you're in a tent, that is the big concern there. So again, moving northeast, and those bright pink area is what our concern is. Everything else, for the most part, is insignificant compared to this, and that's the storm that did produce what looks to be a tornado. We are seeing a bunch of damage showing up as well. We will get confirmation for sure. NTP will do a research on it and confirm it, but definitely seeing lots of damage from that area. So more than likely that is the case at this point, but we will verify it from there. So we are 1 minute from our next scan. Hopefully these colors dim down. They don't brighten up or don't spread out. So what else have we got here? Yeah, we definitely hope everybody's safe. So the winds are still strong along 125. They've actually picked up here. This is over 100 kilometers an hour, just a few thousand feet off the ground. So this is about 700 meters off the ground. So at the surface, you're talking 80 to 90, maybe slightly over that still. So very strong winds just moving through as this system is dying off. And you can see that here. You'll see the cycle for the tornado back to the southwest, and then these winds moving in. So I can zoom that out a little more even. So we'll move that up to the north, and you can see that moving through. So right now, just very strong straight line winds on the Quebec side, through just southeast of Saint Donat, but barely, and definitely a strong wind system right now, straight line wind event. I'm just going to look here. Yeah, just making sure nothing's trying to sneak up on us, but you can see those bright colors. That's where all the winds are, and moving northeast from there. So again, we'll see what Connor finds. We do have, again, some wording from others that there's damage up that way where this circulation passed over with. And again, Northern Tornado Projects will definitely do a research on it and find out whether anything did happen. So Connor's still quite a ways away. Let me just double check where he's at. Uh, Not sure where he's going, actually. I think he's taking a road due north. Oh yeah, okay. I know where he's at now. He's going due north and he's going up through Kilmar and then he'll eventually get up to Lac McDonald. So he's still quite a ways away from getting anything. So, like I said, we'll keep an eye on everything. But right now, my concern is these straight line winds. Once that is over, again, there's nothing much else going on. Let me switch over here. Flip over to reflectivity. We still have some heavier rains here. Saint Lin Laurentide. That is just heavy rain, moderate heavy to light rain from there, and we'll see whether that dies off. It looks like it's going to. And then let's take a look back at southern Ontario through the Peterborough, kind of west of Peterborough. These are non-severe thunderstorms at this point, folks. No wind, some smaller pockets of heavier rain. No lightning on that for the most part, maybe a few lightning strikes, and that's it. So we are kind of at the end of this, folks, at this point. Just going to look at Franktown radar. We do have some storms that are non-severe around North Bay, Mattawa. There's a line coming down from Temiskaming, West Nipissing, and moving southeast from there. But that is non-severe at this point. And moving southeast is my guess, but let me just double check. Yes, it's just drifting down southeast. There's a boundary there triggering storms. So there'll be some rain showers. Again, there's a possibility of more storms for Eastern Ontario, but the severe aspect of it, the chances of that are very slim at this point. Not saying impossible, but very slim and more than likely. So I want to see by Saint Donat if we can get a scan here that's going to start weakening. That usually is usually when they start weakening, they consistently weaken, but we'll definitely monitor that. So yeah, definitely worried about that remote area myself. The good news is he has a Starlink on him, so we just upgraded Connor to a Starlink about less than a week ago. So it will definitely help with his coverage, and that's thanks to you guys supporting us and helping with donations. We now have a Starlink, so Connor has far more service available to him. Probably 95% uptime versus what cell service was terrible up there. So in a lot of areas. So, okay, so Lindsay just saying, this is Lindsay Paquette. I just came down Chemin de la Rivière Rouge and Kilmar, which is where Connor is heading north from there. We have no power up in that area, and we crossed fire trucks heading up towards Harrington. So obviously there's damages up in Harrington. We're starting to see that on social media, and hopefully everybody's okay. At the end of the day, that's what we're most concerned about. But definitely, had a very strong signature on that storm. So the storm is right now moving northeast. So wait, bear with me for a second. Let me look back at that question. Can you tell me where the storm is headed from the Saint Lin Laurentide area? So let me just make sure. There we go. Okay, that is the storm down at the south. I wanted to make sure it is moving east at this point. So this is all moving kind of, northeast, I should say. The low is moving through, so we've got a bit of a shift to the northeast. It's heading through Saint-Esprit, Saint-Julien, and on from there. But the good news is it's no longer severe warning. So the severe warning is back here over the radar. They have not extended it for this storm as it moves northeast. So that means it's a non-severe thunderstorm at this point. So that's the good news right now. Just watching our winds here. 647. So we just got this scan. The winds are still strong to the east of Saint Donat. They're not breaking up as much as I would like, so we'll have to watch for another couple scans just to see what happens here. But that is what is under what's ongoing at this point. So Jay's junior plays. If there was storms that got really bad, absolutely, we would jump on to do the coverage. Again, if there's one minor severe storm, I'm not going to jump on for one storm. But at the end of the day, the severe component for later on today is definitely downtrended significantly, and that's where I feel good about things for later on tonight. So they just severe warned the storm because of the winds in it. That's why this flashing yellow box has gone up, and it is again, it is heading northeast. I'll show you where those bright winds are going just so you can see that. So we'll see what's going on here. These storms didn't impact the fire situation in northwest Ontario. A couple days ago, we did have storms go through there that definitely helped the situation out. They did get quite a bit of rain, but the fires are still ongoing and are still going to require a lot of work to get them under control. So, what else? You're welcome, Lulu. Glad I could help help answer your questions. So we're just going to track this for a bit. We are definitely a lot calmer at this point, a lot less to worry about. And we're just going to kind of keep an eye on this storm as it moves northeast. And I just want to see those winds starting to die down, hopefully at this point. We are starting to run out of radar coverage, possibly. Let me see here. Yeah, we don't have... we're north of Blainville, but you know, as this moves north away from the radar, it's going to get harder and harder to see accurately. Right now, we're still good. We have still lots of kind of space for this to go, but eventually we have no more radars further north. Maybe Casma is up that way, and so we might have a few. Anyways, okay. So we are at 647. And our next scan will be 3 minutes from now. Connor's still making his way up that way. Okay, just getting a comment. Connor says he's about 20 minutes out from being up there to the damage. So we'll take a look. But again, a lot of people ask about how strong a tornado is or what it's rated. You never get a rating on a tornado just based on radar. You always have to look at what its damage indicators are, DIs they call them. So definitely troublesome. Just looking at something here. Just trying to see if there's any other. Oh, wow. I'm seeing video footage from up there. Definitely a tornado, folks. No question about it. There's some trees that are absolutely destroyed. So yes, there's definitely a tornado that went through that part of Quebec, and no questions asked. It's as soon as I see that, I know that's what's going on. So let me shut this down. Thank you. So that is definitely a strong tornado that went through the area. No question about it at this point, based on the video I'm just seeing from live from there. We can't share it. It's not our video to share, but at the end of the day, there was definitely a tornado that went through that Grand Lac McDonald area. What was it, Harrison or let me see here. Harrington, around Harrington, and then Grand Lac McDonald, all in that area definitely has damage. So no question at this point in my mind that that was a tornado. Um, so definitely, hopefully everybody is okay. That's what we wish for. You know, we're not looking, we hate hearing about anybody getting hurt or anything like that with this. So, it definitely, like I said, right now, based on what I just saw in another chat, damage is obvious that that was a tornado at this point. And let's just take a look here. Just going to check how far. Connor said he was about 20 minutes, so I'm just getting an idea of where he's going. And yeah, he's not far from there. Hopefully they can get up there. That's the other thing. Obviously, they don't want to get in the way of first responders or anything like that, but we're going to see whether they can get up and see anything. We do not want to get in the way of anybody wanting to, you know, help out or do their job as far as response to the damage and all that kind of stuff. So winds are east of Saint Donat. They're still in there quite strong behind this storm as it goes through. We're seeing still around the 100-kilometer-hour mark, but we are getting away from radar. So still 80 to 90-kilometer-hour winds on the surface at this point, maybe slightly more. And I'll just show you how those winds are moving through. So that bright pink skin tone or skin tone color, that is where those strong winds are at this point. So what else here? Uh, okay. So we are, where are we at right now? Definitely going to be strong winds on this. And that's, again, the biggest thing that we're talking about right now. See here, turn that off. I'm going to take a look at the storms down south. Just, yeah, this is again our storm that is by Saint Esprit on 158 Saint Julien, heading northeast. That is a non-severe thunderstorm, meaning it's not meeting the thresholds. It is heavy rain, some lightning in it. And the winds are very mild on that storm. So right now, the storm moving up 158 is just a rainstorm, thunderstorm, and that's it at this point. So again, we don't need to be too worried about it. And all we're dealing with right now are those winds on the backside of that one storm that did produce the tornado by back by Harrington and Le Grand Lac McDonald. And moving northeast with these bright winds, that is our area of concern at this point in that severe thunderstorm warning. And it is going up towards Saint Zenon. Saint Michel des Saints is next in line with that, but it's moving quickly too. It's probably doing 50 to 60 kilometers an hour at this point. So we'll just take a look. Okay, I see where Connor's going. So he's just on a dirt road here up in Quebec. Thankfully, we would not be able to do this at this point with regular cell service. We would not be able to stream. So this is great that we do have the Starlink internet service that we just installed on Connor's vehicle there. And I'm going to take his temperature and location away because he is definitely not in Perth at this point. So we are going to see here shortly. He's probably, I'm just looking right now, he's probably about less than 10 kilometers away, roughly. The road looks very rough where he's at, even though it's partially paved. It looks like it's half paved and half dirt road at this point. But they are making their way up there. So again, we'll continue to watch where he's at and then wait for our scans here for these straight line winds that are down by east of Saint Donat, moving northeast from there. So you can see that is obvious where those strong winds are and what you have to pay attention to. These are 80 to 90 kilometer hour winds. They will move through quickly, but they are going to possibly do damage as they do. So that's the part you need to pay attention to at this point. We also have Rick up there. He's also up there with his drone, so he's going to take some drone footage from up there as well. So we'll get some drone footage on our page. I don't know if we're going to see this while we're on the stream. The drone footage will be later on Rick's page. We'll share it to our page. But anybody who follows Rick, or Lanark County Scanner, he is from Eastern Ontario. He runs a Facebook page called Lanark County Scanner. Highly recommend you follow it. He's got lots of information. So we are definitely going to see how things are unfolding here. But I'll stick with it for now just because of the strong straight line winds, and we'll see if Connor and Rick can find stuff up there. So we'll be paying attention to it at this point and update you folks as they get closer here. So yeah, we're still waiting for our next scan. He's on the higher end of the Kilmar. Yeah, absolutely. He's just north of there. So Lizzie recognizes where he is. And now there's some construction or whatever, but now he's turned west, and so he's heading west on the road, and then he should be getting there shortly. He's got, like I said, maybe about 5 or 6 kilometers from Harrington at this point. So okay, there's our next scan. I'm just going to analyze that and show everybody what's going on here. So the storm is moving quickly. The pocket or the size of those strong winds has shrunk a little bit. They are still around the 100 kilometer hour mark. Down at the surface, probably 80 kilometers an hour to 90 kilometers an hour. And this is moving northeast. So hopefully the next scan, they subside even more. You can see they are starting to possibly show signs of weakening. So we will watch that as we go along here. We're waiting for Connor to get up there. Still daylight here. It's 7 o'clock, so we still have another hour and a bit, actually almost 2 hours of daylight, so that is good news. And we'll see what they see. If we got anything on there, we will put it up on the live stream on the big camera or on the big screen. And I know Rick is going to be flying his drone, like I mentioned, so we may have some stuff there that we may be able to share as well from site. But lots of damage up in that area, and based on the videos I just saw, 100% was a tornado. Okay. See what Rick's got. Is this, oh, maybe he pulled, oh, no. That's Connor in front of Rick. The two of them are running up that way, so. Yeah, definitely damage from Harrington, but I agree. Around just southwest of Lakeview, there was a very strong couplet signature there, Fred. And so I agree with you there. Definitely concerned. We've been hearing about Grand Lac McDonald on the west side. I would not be surprised if there was a bunch of damage up there as well. So, no, he's heading west. He turned left north of Kilmar, and he's heading away from 327 towards Harrington at this point. So, Oof, getting more confirmed damage. He's near Lost River. My sister at the lake at the north end. Terrible damage, she said. Direct lightning hit right behind our house. Trees down on the roof and balcony. House is okay, we think. So I hope everybody's okay. That's the main thing. As far as just you don't want to hear about anything bad happening out of this at the end of the day. But he is just south of Harrington at this point. Oh, and the road's closed. I knew they might run into that. The road is closed, so they won't let them get any closer. So that is another indicator that obviously power lines are down, emergency services are there. So it's always hard to get in to see things. And obviously we want to stay out of the way of people trying to get their job done. You don't want to make it any more difficult on them. So anyways, we'll see what's going to happen there. Okay, we're waiting for another scan here. Should have one here. It's 6:59. We got 5 minutes ago this scan that we're looking at. We got another 3 minutes before the next one. No, there is no tornado on the ground. This is just straight line winds. There is nothing rotating that's going to be putting down any kind of circulation off this. So just straight line winds at this point, very strong ones. And that's why we're monitoring it. So I don't know if he's going all the way to Grand Lac McDonald or whatever it was. Where was that? Yeah, Grand Lac McDonald. He's again. I would not be surprised on the west side of that lake that there was damage along there, but it's hard to get to. You got to go through Lakeview and then go kind of back across the top and then southwest from there. But this tornado probably was on the ground for quite some time. We'll see whether things are going in that direction. We'll see later on. But Bells Falls, Rivington is where I thought this started, which is just to his southwest at this point. So that would be where I would have pinpointed it. And then going through Harrington and up towards, again, Lac McDonald, Lakeview area, that definitely was where the signature would have been. So anyways, Interac E-Transfer to our email is the easiest way. If you can do that, that definitely stays mostly in our pockets. So I appreciate you asking. Thank you very much. Because yes, there are platforms that do take a snip of the cut. So if you want it to all go to us, Interac E-Transfer is the easiest way. Thank you very much. Pat, thank you very much for coming in on another account and showing us some love and hitting the likes. Really appreciate that. Again, it goes a long way towards helping us out right now. Obviously, the stream is a lot less concerning than it was earlier. Thank goodness. We are mostly over with. I'll tell you where the other storm is here by Joliette. It is coming into Joliette now here, St. Pierre, along 158. It is just a heavy rainmaker at this point, not a lot of wind in it, and there's only a couple of lightning strikes. That is the last storm in play at this point on the Quebec side that is of any significance. And then we'll continue to check what's going on here around the Peterborough area. Oh, give me a sec here. I'm just getting told to check Rick's stream. Not sure why, but oh, we have drone coverage from up there. Oh, cool. Okay, thank you. So Rick is flying his drone. You can see the power lines knocked down there. Thank you, Rick, if you're listening, or Connor. So this is live shot from Rick's drone up north. This is by Harrington where this all started. So let's just take a look here. He's just flying to look for damage, but those are definitely trees knocked over. Not sure how far away he'll be able to get with it, but well, that didn't work out. They either lost control of the drone or something. I don't know. Let me switch back here. You know what? I'll do this. I should have both of them on here. There we go. So now we have, so anyways, Peterborough just getting heavy rain. There's not even any lightning on this. So again, we are looking good, folks. The severe watch has been moved further east. It's almost to the east side of Toronto. And this expires in 30 minutes in eastern Ontario. Western Quebec, there's still 5 hours on the severe watch. But in eastern Ontario and South Ontario and Southwest, we are good. Right now, getting some good shots there from Rick's thing. So let me bring it up here. There's damage at that farm, it looks like. Yeah, he's losing signal from his signal interference on his remote there, but some big trees knocked down. It looks like the house is okay, which is the good news. And then obviously this kind of heads up in a different direction. So I'll continue to pay attention to what he's got going on there. But you can see some kind of scouring on the ground possibly there from the wind profiles. So again, we will see whether there's anything going on as far as damages. Just looking here, give me a sec. Does look like some more snap trees along that road where that farm. I can see it on his screen. We'll have, like I said, we'll have better footage once we're once Rick posts it on his page. We'll put it up on ours, but okay, Jordan's saying I'm heading to Lakeview to assess damage. If you're going to look anywhere, I would say it's on the western side of Grand Lac McDonald. Let me pull Rick up here. You can see that there's a ton of power poles snapped there. Luckily, the property itself looks pretty good at this point, but there's many power poles snapped along that road. So it's going to be power outages are going to be out for a while. That's what it looks like right now all along this road. This is to the north of them, heading up into Harrington. So this is Chemin de la Rivière Rouge. Would be, oh, look at the power poles. They're completely snapped all the way up the road. So that is definitely indicative of a very strong circulation that moved through that area. And we'll see whether we continue to see everything, but that is again up in the Harrington, just south of Harrington area, and you can see there's a lot of people out there trying to get things repaired. So again, hopefully everybody's okay as far as in the path of this storm and that suffered possibly damages. Again, hopefully everybody's fine. So okay. Okay, I think we're good for the rest of it, folks. They're flying that drone. They're going to come back with it, and they'll probably do some more research up that way. I'm going to update on the strong winds. We got kind of sidetracked there. So the strong winds are there still on the storm to the, where are we? There was a town, Coin-la-Vigne, and it is moving northeast across 16 up to Saint Zenon. Still some strong straight line winds in there, but we are getting further from the radar, and they look like they're, well, they're still maintaining, but at the surface, 80 to 90 kilometer-hour winds at this point. So we'll see what happens there as things continue to move northeast. The rest of it is pretty much over with at this point. Regular showers. Joliet has heavy rain with some lightning, and that is it from there. Southeast of Montreal, those storms are just regular showers, non-severe storms at this point. And that is it, folks. So I'm probably going to pull the stream here at this point. No severe storms around Toronto area. I haven't eaten dinner yet. It's 7:15, so I'm going to probably grab some food here. If you guys want to see what we find up there with Connor and Rick, we will be posting it to our page. Rick will be posting it to his. and we will update everybody. So the only area of concern right now, sorry, I'm going to switch over to Blainville radar, is our straight line winds up here by Saint Zenon. They are continuing to be there on the radar. So 80 to 90 kilometer hour winds at this point at the surface coming up to Saint Michel des Saints, and it is moving northeast. So I'm going to show you that before I come off the stream. You can see these winds pushing up that way. So that is the last of the danger. It is moving northeast at this point. So if you are northeast of here, definitely be prepared to take some shelter. These are straight line winds, meaning not rotating. They are just pushing straight ahead, and obviously will cause some damage if they, at the surface, 80 to 90 kilometers an hour. So just be aware of that. And the rest of it, we are, like I said, we are good for the most part. This is the last area of concern. I'll zoom back out just so you can see a little better where this is. This is northwest of Montreal and in northeast of Saint-Donat near Mont-Tremblant National Park and all of that. So Connor and Rick are going to do some recon in terms of looking at tree damage and all that kind of stuff. So we'll leave them to do that. Again, thank you very much for anybody who's donated today, anybody who has become a member of the Sunshine Club. Thank you for that. Subscribed. If you have, please turn on notifications so you do know when we go live. And from there, again, thank you to my moderators. Thank you to the streamers. Rick, always happy to have you on as a moderator and a streamer. And we will update you guys from there what's going on. But keep an eye on our Facebook page, and I will share that one last time before we get off. This is where you can find us on social media. You can pause the video, or you can come back to the live after and look all of this up. This is where we have all our information. So we will see whether we will see what they dig up.